Walking over here, Oliver Gavin stopped us and said, "So we hear you're testing tomorrow," and everybody just says, "Have fun, enjoy the first 2 laps, and then hang on."
I don't know where in the States burns through tyres the way this place does. I said earlier on, it's like driving on a cheese grater. It's kind of hard. And in terms of, certainly in terms of your personality, I think you're going to fit in very nicely with Jota. They're very professional. They've got a great sense of humour. I can't imagine anybody who's going to have a better time with the team. We look at what's going on in IMSA, and lots of European drivers want to race in the States because it's got all that heritage. You've got Sebring, you've got Daytona, you've got VIR, you've got Petit Le Mans, all of that. Does it work the other way? Does everybody look at it and go, I want to race in Fuji one year, I want to race at, I mean, Le Mans obviously, but all these other tracks? Do people look at the World Championship with that kind of saying, yeah, that's on the to-do list still?
Absolutely. I think as a driver and as a racing fan, being able to compete in a world championship is something that everybody strives to do. And as much as we love racing in IMSA, and we love our style of racing with full course yellows, how they are, and with the character of the tracks that we have and the history of our specific races, getting to go to places like Bahrain and Fuji and Brazil, and obviously having Le Mans as a regular part of your season, racing against manufacturers from all around the world, I think is something we would all strive for.
All right, let's just catch up with what's going on here. In from the lead, Petro Umbrarescu in the 87 Lexus. We just saw Valentino Rossi taking over from Amador Harty in a 46 BMW. So now we're starting to see regular fuel stops coming in for our LMGT3 cars. Ryan Hardwick, here we are, the first form Porsche, the Manthey car coming in from a sensational 5th position, having started in 15th place in the class, no, 17th place in the class, and he is out after doing 3 entire stints. So this is a big changing point now in the LMGT3 race for a lot of these cars, because now it's silvers, golds and platinums in. The bronze drivers have done their job.
Fantastic stint there, triple stint there from Ryan Hardwick. Ricky Perro, who's been a standout this season, he gets plugged in and ready to go. Back to you though, another Ricky. You've got more testing. You're going to be at the sanction test at Daytona next week, so there's going to be plenty of opportunity for more Cadillac time in the off-season. But I think we're going to see the revised car next week. It would be completely unfair of me to ask you about the changes of the car. So what are the changes of the car going to be?
Honestly, I haven't even seen it. They had a couple of tests at Aragon with the new body kit, new brakes, and I've heard great things. I think ultimately the goal is to make us stronger on the world stage. When you first design the car, it's hard to commit on the first homologation to create a car that's good at Long Beach, Le Mans, Sebring, Bahrain, and you have to homologate your gear, all of your gear ratios between 2 stacks, all of your aero, and so that becomes a very difficult box or multi-sided box to fill of how you want to commit to those decisions. And so I think based on what they've learned in the first couple of years, they're able to adapt that to take a good swing at this next approach.
All right, well, it's really good to have you in the booth, and great to have more Cadillac influence, and look forward to seeing the updated car in action, and particularly here next year as well. So enjoy your test tomorrow, make the most of it, and yeah, keep on smiling with the Jota boys. Send the mail off, and say hi to your dad.
Will do. Thank you very much.
Old man still fighting.
I'll get the funny brother over here.
The funny brother. Okay. We'll give you some Chuckle Brother references you can use with Jota for tomorrow. 92, first form Manthey first form Porsche, Ricardo Pera going out of the pits without changing tyres. In comes Ben Keating. So they're double stinting from 4th place. Harter Racing's Ian James in from 3rd. So this will be the first new set of tyres going on to the 33 Corvette as Keating finishes the legendary status run. So Ben Keating still has the energy to get out. I imagine there might be a comfy chair waiting for a moment or two, and probably either Alex or Bruce going to bother him for an interview as well. But that is a Herculean task. Absolutely staggering stuff from Ben Keating and from Ryan Harvey, you've got to say. All these guys going through.
Johnny Edgar aboard the car now, the 33 car. And, well, whatever happens from here on in, it's always spectacular to see a non-professional driver perform at that level. Whether or not that strategy is going to pay off, we will find out in just over 5 hours and 16 minutes.
Damage on the right front corner from some of the multiple contacts been going on. 5 seconds has been added to the next pit stop for Cadillac number 12.
That was the side-by, or the double side-by-side contact with car number 6 at turn 1. What was that, 14 minutes ago?
So that's just judged as his?
Yes, apparently.
Okay.
Meantime, it is pretty much as you were at the lead of this race. More LMGT3 cars coming through the pit stop cycle, but we are now getting to the stage where a number of the LMGT3 squads have burned all of that drive time for the bronze driver. There is I've done some very hard work. Ben Keating, he's happy with his labours.
I've got to say, he and Francois Heriot, they could at least have the decency to look like they're utterly wrecked.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've spoken to a couple of full pro drivers who've been, have enjoyed Ben's hospitality at home in Texas when we went over at COTA. Let's go on a bike ride, they said. It's going to be fun, they said. Apparently it wasn't.
Fun for him.
Yes.
He is a bicycle killer, he really is.
He's an extraordinary individual, and friend and colleague Stephen Kilby spent a couple of days with Ben before COTA to get a bit of a handle on how it is he stays the way he is. Here's the 54 car, by the way.
Driver change. Francesco Castellacci back at the wheel.
This is Thomas Fleur just doing it. He'll do a third single stint later.
And we'll have to remember that because he will need to do a single stint. Of course, that means a slightly slower pit stop because you're having the driver change as well. So he will get back in for a third stint.
So this is beginning to come together with the strategies beginning to wind out now. We've still got a number of teams with bronze time to burn. This is one of them, 54.
So in terms of strategies, we've got 18 cars. We've essentially thrown them all up in the air, and they're all coming fluttering down at different rates for different reasons. So it's almost going to be like a handicap race. In the final hour or 90 minutes, we're going to figure out where everybody is.
There's Tom van Rompuy coming to the end of his time now, and I don't think we saw a change earlier. We didn't see Rio Andrade, so that's Tom having got even longer than Ben Keating, but is further back down the field and coming in. So the pace was better across that triple stint from Ben Keating than it was from Tom van Rompuy. And I'm just going to take a quick look at the time there, and neither were they on the same tyre strategy. So that's one to watch for later in the race.
Is this going to be a tyre change or no? Fuel's still going in, so the mechanics aren't allowed to move at this stage.
Took tyres, I think, last time out. And by the way, this will be, I believe, the final LMGT3 race with the current tyre regulations. Changes coming next year, which should see us move effectively to this formula, this class being a single stint tyre.
So a more aggressive tyre that isn't going to go on forever and ever and ever, and that's going to change the way the perceived thinking will be totally different.
I think you'll find
left front puncture. No, just dust.
Number 59 car. You're not going to see a change in the tyre for next year, but they are already testing the Goodyears for 2027.
Okay, so
that car's going in the garage.
They will have enough of an allocation. That looks like it might have been a bit of a brake issue for. Is it still James Cossing in
59 is Sebastian Bowe, so no, James still needs to get back into the car, I believe.
Jules Galel has come and gone. He is in the 95, taking over after a triple stint from his teammate. And yeah, 59 in the garage. So next year, Garage 59 will be running the 59 car out of the 59 garage.
Well, I'd like to think so. Alex West, one of the team owners of Garage 59, will be here testing one of these cars tomorrow, and the team are here in force.
That looked like a man with a brake caliper tray. Off goes the McLaren, the Mustang. And bits coming off the McLaren. These cars, you think, oh, it looks like the road car. It's essentially a centre section, and everything else is entirely removable. So when you see them stripped down, there's basically the driver's tub and not much else. Ford leading, and with 2% of energy The 88 car just about to pit. That is currently in the hands of Gianmarco Lavorato, with the Codis ASB's Petro Umbraresco in second, and the Iron Dames in third place, that 85 Porsche, and that is Celia Martin. Now that's her second stint as well, so if she gets out this time, she will need to get back in for a third stint.
Meantime, battles on track and traffic on track too. Just one final point on this switcheroo with the bronze drivers climbing out. As things stand with Ricky Perra aboard the 92 car in 7th place, taking over from Ryan Hardwick. TF Sports 33 car with Ben out of the car is down in 11th. 14 seconds the gap, but I think an advantage on tyres to the 33. Some stint from both of those racers side by side here. Let's go down TF Sports.
I am next to Ben Keating, driver of the TS Sport number 33 Corvette. Ben, a fantastic, heroic drive, 3 hours, and you feel fresh.
I feel good. It was a lot of fun out there. It was fairly hot at the beginning, but everybody has so much different strategy. It's a long race. You have to double stint tires, and so everybody's doing a whole different combination of things. And it was pretty, I did a decent lap at the very end of my second double. It was pretty, I did a decent lap at the very end of my second double stint. So the strategy was good.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Time for a drink.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
He loves a bit of hard racing, does Ben Keating. Great work from him. You just saw the 33 car on screen, making a pass for position. That was on the Proton competition. Mustang 77 of Ben Tuck. So in is the number 8 Toyota from third place, which means Ferrari number 50 goes by it. And Anthony still with this offset fuel, and we'll have to remember that when we see it.
Yeah, through the remainder of the race, it's going to be like this, of course, unless we have safety car intervention. But yeah, a good, solid stint there, as you'd expect from Sebastian Buemi. The cars he was just behind were edging away slowly. Wheel guns at the ready, the fuel hose is in. As soon as that pops out, tyre changes can happen. So that was a set of the hards that came off. That's done one stint, interestingly. So I think, didn't quite see them, but I wouldn't be surprised if they've gone for mediums on their left-hand side. That's what they said they were going to do, just change the left-hand side. They didn't obviously specify the compound, but we'll keep an eye on that.
Buemi going off like a scalded cat there out of the pit box as Celia Martin stops for the Iron Dames. Looks like Celia Martin is going to stay in now. We're nearly 3 hours into the race, and so the air temperature has come down, the track temperature has come down a little easier for the bronze driver. Rahel Fry did do stint 2. That was easy. New teeth, please.
5 hours to go.
5 hours to go. Celia Martin got back in. Looks like she's going to stay in for another stint now, but may take tyres. So where are we now with Jenson Button? His final professional race drive. And let's talk about this helmet. This is not the traditional Jenson Button helmet that we've been used to been seeing for so many years, but it is in reference to the helmet he wore when he was beating you in karting, Anthony. His first helmet design was painted by his dad before helmet painters were a thing, apart from Sid in Brazil. And so it's that yellow horns on the front. They designed it on his Simpson Shark helmet to kind of scare the rivals. So Jenson's gone for that for his final race.
Yeah, it's great to see it back out there, that helmet design, and any driver that was with him in those years, in the late 80s into the early 90s, will recognise it in its full. Different shape of helmet, of course. He used to use one of those Simpson Shark helmets that looked like something out of Star Wars, and I had the Simpson Bandit, actually. So we raced hard together, and obviously we didn't know it at the time that we were going to both make it into Formula One. He went on to win, obviously, the F1 World Championship. I won the World Endurance Championship. And we used to race with a certain driver called Dan Weldon as well. And it was that trio that really dominated the British karting scene in those late 80s, early 90s era. And Jensen was using that helmet design. And yeah, he was phenomenal right from word go. I really enjoyed watching and being a part of his career. all the way through, and this is the track where I obviously ended my career. It's strange that how it's quite surreal that he's doing the same thing and driving for the same team as well, albeit in very different machinery. But it's there have been lots of parallels through both of our careers. We both work on Sky as well on the odd occasion for covering the F1 races. So it's we're the same generation. It means a lot to me as well to see him out there and enjoying this world of sports car racing. It's very different to F1 and that scene. So he's tried his hand at quite a few different disciplines, hasn't he, Jensen? Always been an absolute class act. That silky smooth style that he's always had behind the wheel in anything he's driven. First noticed it in karting. And it's been a great joy to watch and to race against.
Really looking forward to him dragging you into the Goodwood revival and some old car racing as well.
And feedback from Earl with the strategy we're going to do on taking rear is the first 2 laps you will have on the steer, but then the rear grip drops away and the car is balanced.
A bit of understeer for the first couple of laps as the new rears really have that first couple of lap bite in them, and then it starts to settle down a bit. So it's an emotional time. There you are. There's the picture. That's him on the grid. And Anthony, the little arrow there pointing to you just behind Papa Smurf.
Hey, it's me on the left-hand side. Rather embarrassingly, my artwork has made its way onto television. But there you go. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah. So John Button and son Jensen. There's Sam Hignett, boss of Jota Sport. And what an operation this has become. 25 years in the making, celebratory socks and everything. And I have to say, I think Ricky and Jordan Taylor would definitely, absolutely be knees in under the table with Jota. It's a team that is very professional, but with lots of good humour about everything they do. And if there's one mark of the Taylor brothers, it's their humour as well as their professionalism. So I'm sure he will have a fantastic time.
Just a shame for Jensen that the car and the team, I guess, and all the other drivers involved, that the car just hasn't had the speed that they have enjoyed in other races like Sao Paulo, for example, this year.
As they stand at the moment, Ferrari are running away with the Manufacturers' Championship from Porsche and Toyota. However, again, 5 hours of racing to go. We are not quite 1 hour into a standard world endurance race, even though we've done nearly 3 hours of racing. There's a lot to go. And Anthony, 4:30, hour or so ago, the sun was coming down, or half an hour ago. Now the sun is not visible. It's dropped behind the buildings and below the horizon. Now the temperature starts to drop. The light level starts to drop as well. And we are going to begin to race into the evening. And it comes on you here much quicker than it does at Le Mans, doesn't it?
It really does. And but they've gone through that difficult part of the race where the setting sun is right in your eyes on the run down towards turn 14. That last braking zone, and just see a little bit of damage potentially to the front left of the Mick Schumacher car, the car 36 there, left front. One of the dive planes just been peeled up slightly or knocked out of position. And as Ben Keating was saying, we've seen quite a bit of contact in this race. No safety cars, no full course yellows. Everyone's kept it pointing in the right direction most of the time. But there has been a lot of contact, and it can damage a car and therefore rob you of performance. And maybe that's what Mick Schumacher will be feeling right now, just a little bit less downforce overall, lacking front end, and also it causes more drag. So you're using more fuel than necessary. You might be doing a bit more lift and coast as a result. So it's keeping your nose clean up until this point in the race, which is so difficult because all these drivers know how hard it is to overtake, particularly in the hypercar category where you're so evenly matched at all times. You don't have, say, the luxury of having DRS, for example. There's no push to pass buttons, although they are hybrid. When the hybrid boost kicks in, the ICE power reduces, so your overall power always stays the same. You're on the same strategies most of the time as well, fuel time that goes in. And that's what we're seeing right here between the number 5 Porsche versus Mick Schumacher's 36 car.
And of course, two different drivers. Schumacher in probably his last race, at least for the moment, in World Endurance, because he looks to be heading off to IndyCar. Damage on the front of 36, they're just examining. Officials saying no, thumbs up, that's okay. And Lauren Heinrich in the Porsche in his first drive in World Endurance. So there is Schumacher with that bright yellow helmet that he's been using all season long. He has a number of different colours, but he's stayed with the light fluorescent yellow. My teeth are not getting any better as the race goes on.
I think you ain't right.
Looking at 3 tyre change here. You can see the striation on the tyre across the tread where it's been scraped. So that is a used tyre that's been run in qualifying. Then he used a hot scrape to take the mucky surface off to make it nice and smooth.
I think that might just be this come out of the mould like that. Yeah, so it's brand new tyres. It's just that they have the release agent on there, shiny surface, but then it's got those sort of that ribbed part where it's just come out of the mould. But yeah, so that's a new left side.
Porsche came out a long way in front of the Alpine and he was behind him, and between them now is an Aston Martin. That'll be 007.
Well, we'll keep an eye on what they did tyre-wise. I'm pretty sure I saw at least 2 tyres go on the Alpine.
5 hours to go here in Bahrain to decide the World Championship for constructors in hypercar, the hypercar drivers title, the LMGT3 drivers title and teams titles as well. The only title that has been won is the FIA World Cup for the independent teams, which fell to the 83 Ferrari. Here that is Ross Gunn at the wheel of the 007 Aston Martin after a great performance in his first time out in qualifying. He was the fastest car in the first session of qualifying in the Aston Martin Valkyrie, and then unfortunately didn't quite manage to turn that into a pole position run. In is Robert Kubica, end of his first stint in this car.
Yeah, it's been quite a year for the 83 car. Still in contention for the Drivers' World Championship, remember. The Mans winners, the 83 car, came in for 4th position with Phil Hansen having started the race, Robert Kubica having carried on that run, still in contention. Need to score a hatful of points to get onto terms with the 51, and unfortunately for them, 51's having a better race still.
Let's hear from the team.
Initial stint was very strong. You have the lowest deck of all the cars, same average as Toyota. Let's focus on the second stint now.
Now this team, let's not underestimate what they've done this year. They have already won the World Cup for the privateer teams, so they're already champions. They have already won Le Mans as an independent team against all the factory entries. So they've already got 2 out of 3.
Well, about to go back down to the pit lane for a chat with one of the drivers that's going to feature in the rookie test on Sunday, the first time in the WC paddock.
I am down in the Peugeot garage, and next to me I have the British ace, Alex Quinn, who has gone up the ladders of the Le Mans Series, LMP2, and now tomorrow stepping in the big one in the hypercar. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, obviously really excited for my first hypercar experience. I've come from a silver driver up my way through LMP2 in the European Le Mans Series, Asian Le Mans Series, and IMSA as well. So now to take this next step and to get the opportunity of Peugeot to drive in the rookie test is really special for me.
It's great to have you here because I know you have a lot of backing behind you of the people saying that you're flying and you're extremely fast, but how do you prepare for that, and do you have a lot of pressure for tomorrow?
Look, there's no pressure. I just want to show the team what I can do. It's a good opportunity to do that. But yeah, there's a lot I need to learn. Obviously, with the systems on these cars, it's a big step compared to the LMP2. But at the end of the day, we're still driving a race car, and that's what I enjoy doing, and that's what I'm looking forward to. So yeah.
Excellent. We're glad to see you here. Welcome to the WEC, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Yeah, a rising star indeed, Alex Quinn. He's been absolutely mega in LMP2 cars for the last several seasons, been well looked after by Algar Pro Racing. In comes the number 51 car, championship leading car, Alessandro Pierguidi from second overall in this race. He's not, though, once he got Ant Davidson to the back of the Toyota, made that impact that we thought he perhaps might.
No, Nick de Vries was able to keep that gap at around 3 seconds the entire stint between these two cars, so very evenly matched. It's going to come down to the tinier details, isn't it, in this race, Graham? It's not just pure race pace that they have the advantage over the Toyota. It seems to be evenly matched, as we heard from Robert Kubica's engineer as well. They matched Toyota's race pace with his stint, but essentially not bettered it.
Yeah.
And so therefore it's going to come down to those smaller details, which, you know, this is well, bring it on. You know, this is what it's all about.
But Ferrari in a comfortable position here, knowing that they're running this race for the championship. Of course, they'll take an opportunity if they get it. If Toyota stumble, Toyota, it's all about changing around their season, getting a first podium, a first win of this season, and to avoid that record of never having not scored a podium. They scored podiums even in what was a dreadful year for them in 15. Good pit stop for the 51 car there away. 50 car will follow suit shortly. So two different attitudes to this race, I'm sure. They'll all want to win it. Toyota want to win it really hard, whereas with the Ferrari team here, it's about the Drivers' Championship and the World Manufacturers' Championship.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a lot more to lose for Ferrari and both of the driver car crews as well. Toyota's brief is way more simple for this event. It's just win the race at all costs and throw everything at it. Whereas the Ferrari drivers are going to be naturally a little bit more trepidatious in traffic. So we see the lead car now peel off into the pit lane.
1 minute 19 seconds for Alessandro Guidi on pit lane. He rejoins the race still at the wheel of the car. Miguel Molina, 1 minute 19 seconds. How's that going to match up with the performance on pit lane of the always slick Toyota Gazoo Racing? John Elkann, the chairman of the Stellantis Group and, of course, head of Ferrari too. He's not the first, second, third or fourth time we've seen him at a WC race. This programme really, really matters to Ferrari and to the Peugeot Group as well, which John is also very much a big part of.
We see this fight now raging on still between Mick Schumacher and the number 5 Porsche with Heinrich still at the wheel there.
Did a good job, Lauren Heinrich, in his first race spin in a hypercar. Toyota Gazoo Racing going to work here. Nick de Vries came in this car. He's going to stay aboard the 7 car. Brand new tyres going aboard on all 4. Is it all 4? Medium tyres.
On the left side only. So that's exactly what they did with the number 8 car as well with Sebastian Buemi. I suspected it. It's what we heard on the radio. They were going to change to the left-hand side, and they've done exactly the same thing to the number 7 car. So quite different tyre strategies going on here now between the Ferrari and the Toyota.
The two Toyotas are going to be very close together indeed on track after those stops. That was a 1 minute 18 stop for the number 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing car. On pit lane now for the number 20 BMW. They've been fighty, but maybe not quite as pacey as they'd have hoped today.
Similar speed to the Alpines, isn't it? And the Aston Martin. So they're in that fight, and the Jota Cadillac is somewhere around their pace as well, maybe lacking a little bit of pace compared to the BMWs. Still on those hard tyres for now, and I can see another lot of hard tyres lined up, ready to go. So yeah, quite interesting phase of the race where we see different tyres coming into play. Maybe there's a one medium sitting there, ready to go on the front at least.
I'll tell you, by the way, as the cars get up to speed, clearing sector 1, the gap between the two Toyotas was 2.9 seconds. Alessandro Guidi drops to 3rd after that round of pit stops.
Yes, that looks like all 4 for the BMW, and off he goes. No driver change for Van der Linde, who stays on board. And I'm just trying to see this gap. Looking at the gaps between now, you see on the left-hand side of the screen, 2.5 seconds between Buemi and de Vries. Once again, Buemi will obviously have slightly less fuel in his car at this point, having pitted a few laps earlier compared to de Vries. Yeah, Buemi is now... He's done 9 laps on that set of well, since he's last pitted, and that's 9 laps, therefore, on the left-hand side mediums.
And is that the only car now? Oh no, 009's taken mediums, but everybody else, the last round of stops, still on the hard tyre.
No, lots of mediums out there. You've got car 35, car 36 are the 2 Alpines. They went for mediums, and another set went on for the Alpine in the last stop as well. The 007 is on mediums. So, and the car 38, Jenson Button, he was on mediums. He did 1 stint, all 4 new, and then has just taken another 2 new on the rear. So that's what his radio message was about. And that's where the advice was saying, you're going to have understeer for the first couple of laps because we've put brand new on the rear. That makes a lot more sense.
Right. But Ferrari still on hards.
Yes, and so that's the difference.
They can see the combination with a hard right rear and mediums the rest of the Toyota. That's interesting.
They're slowly integrating the mediums.
Toyota dominated qualifying ahead of the pair of Peugeots, and at the start the job was for Mike Conway on the left of screen to try and keep the lead, which he did, despite the efforts of Lloyd Duval to stick the Peugeot between the 2 black Toyotas. Everybody else, a little bit of bumping, but keeping it relatively clean. The 2 Alpines falling over each other at the tail of the field. In LMGT3, not a strong start from the number 60 Mercedes that was supposed to be alongside the Lexus on the front row of the grid, just managing to keep his nose in front of the 61 sister car as they bumped their way around. The second Lexus trying to get involved as well. It was 3 wide behind. 92 first form Porsche started to come from 17th on the grid in class. A battle between McLaren and Ferrari got a little bit heated. James Cottingham losing out in that particular encounter. The shock of Sean Gelael. Porsche didn't qualify strongly. The number 50 and 83 Ferraris weren't in the top 10 either, but started to make their way up the order, particularly at the expense of the number 5 Porsche. In LMGT3, battle of the front engine cars, the Mercedes, the Lexus and the Mustangs. And Lexus moving up 007, the Aston Martin Valkyrie wailing down the straight as it too picked up positions. And the Manthey first form Porsche trying to make progress while avoiding dramas, the championship leader in LMGT3. Big moment for Paul di Resta. Getting caught out in traffic and spinning the Peugeot out of 3rd place, returning in 5th position, and then dropping down to 6th. Porsche's swapping positions, putting the number 6 Lawrence Vantor just ahead of Julian Andlau's number 5 car, and Toyota similarly on different strategies with the number 7 and the number 8 car. The number 7 being allowed to go ahead of the sister machine, but making all the moves and looking intent on winning the drivers as well as manufacturer's title. Ferrari number 51. Trouble for the 78 Lexus, electronics problems and alternator failure, and trouble too for the 59 McLaren that has rejoined the track, a couple of laps behind. In LMGT3, it is Akodis ASP who lead, but the Manthey first form Porsche in the top 4 at the moment. There is your race leader, the 87 Lexus, and overall we have returned to a Toyota 1-2. Number 7, Nick de Vries, ahead of number 8, Sebastian Buemi. Graham Goodwin, plenty of differing strategies, not just in hypercar, but in LMGT3. And at the moment, we can have a wild stab at who's going to come out on top, but we are going to have to wait like everybody else and actually find out later in the race.
Yeah, 99 laps done now, Toyota 1-2 ahead of the 51 Ferrari. The fastest lap of the race has gone to the 009 Aston Martin. They've got real pace here, 151.428, 15 laps ago. We're into that, just coming into darkness, beautiful night sky emerging here. In the LMGT3 class, it is the 87 Lexus that cycled round to the lead ahead of the 61 AMG, the 27 heart of racing Aston Martin, but look at the fourth place car, multi-first form Porsche. But again there, variety of different strategies, and it's not done yet. This is not where we expect this race to finish in LMGT3.
100% right, and the same in hypercar as well, because you've got people with fewer tyres left, more tyres left, different fuel strategy in hypercar, different driver strategy in LMGT3. Some teams still have to put a bronze driver back in or keep a bronze driver in for another stint. Some are now into the semi-pro and pro categories. So we're going to see ebb and flow all the way through. And that's one of the great joys of this kind of racing. Different sights, different sounds, different opportunities to try and structure a race.
And now we're getting into that phase of the race that Anthony was talking about a little earlier. We're getting into night. The place will cool, and some of these cars that perhaps have been set up to favour the track conditions expected towards the end of the race might well start to come into it. How spectacular a difference can that be? We saw it last year with Toyota, with Sebastian Buemi aboard, who just lit up this place in an absolutely stellar stint. We could see that again, but it might not be from a Toyota.
It might equally be from a Toyota, because they're the ones that can make the softer tyre, the medium or the lower temperature tyre last better. In the last couple of hours, air temperature has gone from 28 to 27 degrees. Track has gone from 35 to 29.
Great job. I'm proud of you, man. And now let's keep pushing.
At the start of this race, 3 hours and 15 minutes ago, the track temperature was nearly 20 degrees above air temperature. It's now barely 1 degree above air temperature because somebody's turned the heat off on the track. The sun has gone, and so it will cool quicker probably than the air temperature.
It always seems to provide a great stage, this place, for the season finale for the FI World Endurance Championship, and we've got championships up for grabs at the moment. That doesn't look all that edgy, but boy oh boy, I wouldn't be at all surprised if we got to that position. It's been a full green race to this point with 4 hours and 43 minutes remaining, but what's certainly up for grabs are podium positions and race wins in both classes. Fantastic stuff. Toyota 1-2, Ferrari, Peugeot, Aston Martin, your top 5.
Oh dear. That's a big crash.
Well, now this is going to be the first interruption of green flag racing, and that's the 54 Ferrari. Is it Thomas Floor back at the wheel?
It is.
And towards the end of his final stint in the car and of the season, contact from a hypercar.
Oh, it was with a Cadillac, wasn't it? I didn't see which one.
I think 38, Jenson Button and Sheldon van der Linde were the two other cars.
He got sandwiched between them, didn't he? That's the problem. Oh, he just didn't see the car come around his outside, and oof. Hope he's all right from that one.
Well, the good news is he was definitely moving in the car and preparing for virtual safety car. And here's where all fuel strategies go out the window. Thomas Floor is okay, and that is the only thing that matters. Cars can be replaced.
Well, we'll wait and see. Thomas is climbing out of the car under his own steam. I've made a mistake before, and it involved you, Anthony Davidson, commentating at the moment when we saw you getting out of the car. He is walking away from the car. Called it that Anthony was okay when he got out of the car. Boy, was I wrong. It rattled your cage, and I'm sure it did the same with Thomas, who, with the greatest respect to him, how can I put this, has got several more miles on the clock than you had in your career.
Yeah, I'm glad to see him walk away. Yeah, glad to see him walk away from that one, and that was a big hit. And
how big a hit? The blue impact light is going on in the cockpit, so even if he wanted to select first gear and carry on, he would not be allowed to race.
And what is the blue light? It is a G meter. Basically, with the blue light on, it shows that there's been an impact that's triggered that system. That will mean, and we'll watch this again.
So Button's been
passed by Van der Linde.
The classic final corner, isn't it? Where there's that drag race down the main straight. The classic get done into the last corner, and then you're under attack immediately towards turn 1. So Jenson puts the car to the outside, and there's Thomas Floor in front. But so this is just the
preamble.
Yeah, the preamble before what happens. So around the outside he tries to go, gets given the space, and then it's the two of them side by side, and then they catch a slower car. One goes to the right, one goes to the left. Poor old Thomas Floor doesn't know where to place his car. I see what each driver of the hypercars is trying to do. Yeah.
Looked to me like it looked to Jensen Button as if the gap was there on the outside. But
it was, then it wasn't. But Floor just basically hasn't seen him because he's got a car on his right and the left. He's been looking only on his right.
That's exactly right. He came off the apex and went to the outside. I can see exactly how that happened. Well, the loser here is Thomas Floor and the 54 crew, and that's a horrible way to finish the season.
That is the racing line. He's gone from the apex out wide to the white line. Stay on the racing line. That's what he's done. And
just want to complete the point about the blue medical light, we call it, the G. Right, that is triggered by a high G incident. The ambulance is there. That means driver must go to the medical centre.
Just let us know what the impact is now that we've just had that safety car, how that's going to change things you feel for this next stint.
Well, I'll respond to your first question first. The start of the race was really a lot of fun for me. It was a bit unexpected. We were definitely on the back foot after qualifying. It's disappointing, but man, my hat's off to our team. Incredible team and engineers. They were working all night trying to figure something out with the car, and we made a massive improvement with the car. So it was a pleasure to drive, and I'm not gonna lie, it was a lot of fun out there. So yeah, it's gonna be a tight race. Obviously, come down the end. The 21 Ferrari is our main competitor, and they're right there around us, as well. And your second question, the safety car, I really don't know what this means. I feel bad for the 54 Ferrari. I mean, I think they caught up something that was really uncalled for, but feel bad for them. But yeah, I don't really know what it means. I think everyone will pit. I'm not sure it'll change much of strategy. So it's going to be a long race, and I think a tight one down to the end.
Thank you.
Yep.
Best of luck for the rest.
Thank you.
To explain basically what Ryan was talking about there, we are in a virtual safety car. What that means is cars will come down to 80 kilometers an hour. We will stay on the virtual safety car for at least 2 laps. That will give every car that wishes to the opportunity to pit. At the point at which we see on the screens, and you see on your screen, safety car deployed, pit entry will close. You will not be allowed to pit from that point forward. Pit exit will still be open. We'll then go through a full safety car period, at which point the field will be compressed, and we'll then get a wave-by process. I'll get to that when we get there, rather than a list of regulations for you. But this effectively, Anthony, neutralises the field. It allows that incident, heavy incident, to be dealt with, protects the intervention workers, the track workers, whilst they recover that car and reorder that barrier. But a safety car will follow this period.
It will do. So right now, like you're seeing, it allows everyone to come into the pits, refuel, change tyres if you wish. For those that have only just done a pit stop, I'm thinking drivers like Nick de Vries, for example. He's only got 7 laps on his tyres.
Nearly drama there in the pit lane. The Alpine was coming in, the Porsche was released into it, and just avoided contact with the crew that are in the pit lane as well.
Yeah, frantic times, because this is your only chance really to the pit lane becomes very busy when you've got most, if not all, of the cars coming in to have a full service.
So that was a 6 Porsche, so we'll look out for that, because they are potentially trying to defend their Drivers' Championship title.
So what it allows as well is that other cars, say like Buemi, car number 8, that we knew were completely out of sync in terms of fuel, to then that now you're on the same strategy as everybody else. You can refuel in this moment, and that stops. So Buemi, for example, had already done 14 laps compared to de Vries's 7 laps. So that difference in fuel gets taken away. So you're all on the same path now in terms of the fuel load in your car at that time. Well, what a big impact that was, and I'm sure that the stewards are investigating that. They're looking into who to pass blame onto, if any. For me, it was a racing incident, but Thomas Floor, you can only look in one direction, and you're asking a lot from a bronze driver in that moment to be sandwiched between two guys fighting it out, and they've got every reason to be fighting it out. They're fighting for position. One goes to the inside, one's on the outside. The gap was there for Button on the outside, then it wasn't, but you can't really blame Floor for closing the gap. I can't really blame Button for going for a gap that seemed to be there in the beginning. I think a silver, gold or platinum driver probably would have stayed more in the middle of the track, but you can't ask that from a bronze driver. I just, for me, I wouldn't be surprised if Button gets a penalty from it, but I wouldn't give him a penalty for it. I think that was a racing incident there.
I think you're spot on. I mean, when we saw it for the second time, you could work out in your own mind exactly why the drivers had made the decisions they'd made. To jump in there again, for the GT driver that was saying it was absolutely unnecessary. Well, no, it's not unnecessary because it's a motor race and you're all in your own race. And that's what Button and Van der Linde were fighting for. They were having their own race, and overtaking cars is part of that race for them. And it both moves, inside or outside, I think without the other one there, would have worked. There is an opportunity to see it from Jenson Button's point of view.
So that's a great move round the outside, and he puts himself in a powerful position here on the inside of turn 2. He thinks that Van der Linde's getting squeezed on the inside, and then suddenly his gap's not. For him, it was just the tiniest of touches. But from that angle, looks horrific.
Yes.
And almost malicious, but it wasn't. From the onboard, tells the truer picture for me.
Completely.
So here it is from Floor's point of view. He's looking right, and he's where did that hit come from? He's not even looking to the left. So for him, that was an utter surprise what happened to his left-hand side. And your eyes are everywhere as a bronze driver in that situation. So.
And of course,
for his team, disappointment, of course, and they'll always see it was unnecessary from these bully boy faster cars that are barging their way past. How dare they? But that's just the nature. We've seen it all day. We've seen it all year. That's what endurance racing is.
Yeah.
And most of the time, they're all brilliant in avoiding those. I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often.
Well, we've had 3.5 hours of almost totally green flag racing. So, that's more than half a normal world endurance race. We don't get that very often. This is a good track for that. Safety car is now out, so the pit entry is closed. So anybody who wanted to fuel has.
I've always said as well, and I'll say it again, and hopefully one day the regulation will change, in that when you're a pro driver catching a GT car that sometimes has a bronze, sometimes has a pro driving that, you have no idea when you're catching the back of that car. It used to say Pro-Am on the back of the car, where it wasn't very good because you didn't know whether it was a pro driver or an amateur driver. And I always thought that you should have a light on the back of the car to distinguish what grade of driver is behind it. It's like that's why we have learner plates on learner drivers on the road.
Or
you
specifically
give them more room
to say it's the bronze.
Exactly. So that's the specific one.
Yeah.
Bronze drivers. You gotta have a green light at the back of the car to let you know that, okay, better give this driver a bit more room than usual, the same way that a driver has to with a learner driver on the road. And I've been championing this for years and nothing's ever changed. Hopefully this will change something, because Jenson and Sheldon Van der Linde, they got no idea who they're coming up the back of unless their team tell them.
And even if you do, you're still going to go for the gap.
And I can tell you now, a pro driver wouldn't have been caught out.
Except at T3, could you please pick up the pace? You're stalling everyone behind you.
We saw Pedro Cachero, our safety car driver, getting ready to rejoin from the pit lane. And everybody has come and gone through the pits, apart from the Acodis ASP Lexus, the 78 car, which is still in there, having whatever ails it fixed. And the last man out of the pit lane is our race leader, Nick de Vries. Took 2 tyres. They're sticking with left sides only, but a medium on the left side now. So that's got 3 mediums now and a right rear hard, the number 7 car, because it had a medium front on the right and a hard on the rear on the right.
Sorry, Mark, I've just updated that app since you looked at it.
Oh, they only took 1.
They're now on all 4 mediums. So for the first time this race, Toyota goes onto all 4 mediums, and also Buemi has done the same.
Safety car now deployed. Pit lane, therefore, is now closed. We had a brief look in the AF Corsa pit at Lili Wadu. He'll be one of our rookies, not a rookie, but will be joining the rookie test tomorrow here in the hypercar. It's a very good picture indeed in this virtual championship for Ferrari, as it's been all afternoon, and I think it's going to be into the evening as well. Virtual champions at the moment, but still 4.5 hours to go. Lilu, one driver we're going to be seeing in a hypercar, not for the first time in the case of Lilu, but a driver we are going to be seeing for the first time in a hypercar. Welcome both to the WC paddock and to the booth, Chalverts from WRT. You're going to be one of the drivers that BMW are going to be putting into the car tomorrow. Tell us a little bit about how you're finding the WC paddock, and tell us a little bit about your emotions about being given this opportunity after doing great stuff in the GT3 cars for WRT for the hypercar tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Good evening, everybody. Obviously very, very happy to be here and to get this opportunity to drive the car tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, the FIA WEC Championship is probably the closest you can do to Formula One, but in endurance, you just walk in the paddock and you just see how professional everything is. And as a kid growing up, looking at Le Mans and all those great drivers, I feel very honored and privileged to be here. And to be able to wear my polo, my BMW polo, and just to follow everybody and to get a first taste of the hypercar tomorrow.
It's an amazing era in sports car racing, endurance racing, and possibly particularly for GT drivers. In the past, the career path was very often from single-seaters into LMP cars, and particularly LMP1 cars. But in this era, looking up and down this entry list, and particularly the entry list we're going to see at the rookie test tomorrow, there's a whole lot of drivers that have made their way up the order in motorsport through GT, and you are a great example of that. Some fantastic running for WRT.
Yes, I mean, I'm very lucky indeed as other drivers to actually get the opportunity to jump in this car. As you mentioned, it's completely right. Typically, when you go into GT, you know, it's basically what you will be doing, and it's already amazing, and I'm very grateful for this. But in the recent years, we could see more and more drivers getting the opportunity to move up and to go into a prototype. So here, LMP2 or even the hypercar program. And definitely, it's a great opportunity for everybody.
We know the teams take very seriously the opportunity to come into hypercar with a whole lot of talent being offered that opportunity. We'll come on to a moment, the preparation they've asked you to do.
Yeah, so for me here, sorry, I was a bit... I mean, there's a lot of things to learn for me. It's very, very different from what I'm used. Obviously, all the program going on, all the settings that you can do. I was a bit, if you just go and jump in the car tomorrow, I think for sure I would completely lost. I would go straight to Dubai in the first corner, I think. But no, so yeah, I think as any other drivers, we all do sim. So I went to Munich to do some sim days there to get a bit more familiar with all the buttons, all the settings, all the information we get from the race engineer. And I think it was great. I mean, I have to say it was already about 1 month ago, and when I jumped again in the car yesterday, I was a bit lost. So hopefully I will have enough time to get used to it. But I'm sure we will do great. But I think that's the most we can do is just preparation and try to do the sim and watch a lot of onboards.
Did they give you an instruction manual for this thing? Is there a book?
I do have the book.
And how big?
Too big. No, it's quite big, but luckily for us, we don't need to understand everything that is going on in the software and behind, I would say, the curtain. So obviously there are some stuff we need to understand because we are playing with them in the car. I mean, I will be able to speak a lot more after tomorrow, but so obviously there are some settings we need to be able to understand, but most of them is more for the engineers, which are a whole lot smarter than we are drivers. So yeah, I think as long as I can change whatever it needs to be done, I will be okay.
I've done the same mistake as what we had earlier on. Didn't have my mic turned on. In terms of watching the action here today and what you've seen in the World Endurance Championship so far, how does it differ from different categories that you've raced in? Like, what are the extra qualities a driver needs to survive in such a demanding championship like this. We've seen this moment, the reason why we're under safety car, for example, because it's never easy.
No, definitely. I mean, the biggest difference, of course, compared to what I'm driving is I'm driving in a championship with only one category of cars. Here, I mean, clearly this was a multi-class type of incident. This is something I obviously don't have. FIA WEC, obviously tomorrow is just a test day, so it's not racing, but the regulations are very, very much different from the one I'm used to. Also, the racecraft is a lot different. So I think if I would do an actual race, I would need to spend a lot of time to understand everything that's going on there. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. At the end of the day, the goal is to win the race and to be as fast as you can.
Prepare for the pass around. Prepare for the pass around.
We're going to say goodbye to Charles in just a moment just to explain pass around. This is the opportunity. You can see that happening.
Start the pass around. Start the pass around.
As we look towards the cars there, it's driver's right. Any car that is ahead in this queue of its class leader, given the opportunity to pass the safety car and pass around the track to rejoin the back of the queue. Therefore, not losing the better part of a lap. Charles, good luck with tomorrow. I'm sure you're going to have an absolute ball. You've been a total pro in GT3. It's been a pleasure to watch your development with the amazing guys and girls at WRT.
Pass
it's a
around
fantastic
is concluded.
era
You
for
may
them coming.
resume your weaving to keep tire temperature. Thank you.
Zero
Cars
doubt.
which did the pass around, please do your best to catch the tail of cars behind the safety car. And we are in lap 2 of the safety car.
I'm sure you know we don't interrupt the race director. I'm sure you've got a big part to play in what looks like an exciting future for both BMW Motorsport and WRT.
Hopefully I do, but yeah, thank you very much for having me here. It's a pleasure to be with you, and yeah, very nice meeting you. A lot of respect for you also.
Nice to meet you too. Oh, thank you very much.
It's been watching you.
Well, I am in the Aston Martin garage next to Roman De Angelis, driver of the 009 Aston Martin. So the beginning of the race, you were up there in terms of pace. Then we saw you dropping, and you're back into the top 5, back into the mix, really.
Yeah, we were quite fortunate for the safety car. Obviously, it sucks what happened to the Ferrari. It's a shame to see that, but definitely helped our situation a little bit. We were on the back foot with fuel, still running in the top 5 there, but the others had quite a lot less fuel to put in the next pit stop. So put us back in sequence with the top 5, and I think we can hopefully fight forward from there.
Okay, now we're gonna go and watch the restart of the race after the safety car.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So under full safety car now, pass around is complete, and I can tell you that the train of, 6 or 7 GT3 cars, and GT3 cars is making its way round to the back of this train, after which we should pretty soon get back to green flag running. This is the first intervention in this 8-hour race. We're not even halfway through it yet, 4 hours and 23 minutes to go. Deep into darkness here at Bahrain. This race will finish at 10 p.m. local time. And so far, gentlemen, in the first half of action here in this season finale, there's been an awful lot of talking points. Melter Jacobsen there, by the way, 10th appearance in the FIWC. Won't be his last. Hey, Melter. And,
Gentlemen, who's just come in?
A gentleman plural. Sorry, I missed that. Anthony.
I missed all. I didn't get the joke. I missed all that.
That was at cruising altitude.
Yeah.
Cruising altitude over Anthony's head at about 5'4".
It gets funnier and funnier
every time.
So rejoining our safety car queue, the only wave rounds or the only pass rounds were in the LMGT3 category. So the leader of hypercar was picked up by the safety car. And that's one of the advantages of virtual safety car going to safety car, is it makes it a lot easier to do that, because you have a couple of laps for everybody to pit and then come back out and sort themselves out. So we have Toyota 1-2, 51 Ferrari, the points leaders in the driver's title race in third. Jean-Eric Verne in what will be his final race for Peugeot. At least he won't be back next season. And this is a problem for United Autosport. Sebastian Boe in the pit lane and going back into the garage.
In a closed pit lane as well, remember. So this is the 59 car that's already been in the garage with an alternator problem. I do wonder whether or not that's a recurrence of that.
Well, if and when it comes back out, it will have to immediately pit again under green flag because it's come into the closed pit lane and them's the rules. So they'll have to remember that in amongst all the other bits and pieces. We are down to 35 cars, potentially 34. We have lost the 54 Ferrari, the Vista Air, of course, the Ferrari of Thomas Floor in that incident after contact with the Cadillac of Jenson Button. We have not yet seen the 78 Lexus return from the Agodis ASP garage. It's now 35 laps behind. It's not an official retirement, but it is effectively a retirement. We may be about to lose United Autosports McLaren. Let's not count them down and out with 4 hours and 20 minutes still to go. Our final cars are just joining the back of the safety car queue, so we should be ready to go green this time around.
Yeah, sad exit from the season finale for the number 54 car. We'll see how race control and the stewards call that one. You've heard from Ant Davidson. I have to say I completely agree with Ant's analysis of that, and the telling point for me was seeing that in-car from Jenson Button's point of view. Did nothing wrong from that perspective.
Yeah, you always need to see it from multiple angles.
Safety car instructed to go full speed. So this is an indication that next lap will be restarted. Usually safety car lights are off after turn 10. So let's energize and get ready. And like I said, if we're clearly quicker, then car 7 will let us through earlier rather than later due to the offset in strategy.
And by that he means that something that has been corrected or changed on the tyre rack that I'm looking at. So I first saw that the number 7 took all 4 tyres as well, but that's actually gone away. Now it's updated itself, and it's Buemi, so that fits much better with what Buemi's engineer was just saying to him. Buemi did take 4 tyres in that pit stop because of the offset in strategy, and therefore it's going to be miles faster at the restart here.
And I did see when Buemi came out of the pit lane, it was writhing all over the place. I thought those can't be hot tyres, and so it turns out. So lights are out on the safety car. So after turn 10 on the back stretch there, lights go off on the safety car. You see the drivers are all being informed, safety car in this lap, so there's no excuse for not making a good restart.
And for those of you wondering what car 51's on, they're still on the old tyres as well, so they're same strategy as De Vries. They've got still the hard tyres all round though on the Ferrari.
Well, we know the Toyotas are lighter on their tyres than almost anything else in the field. Now, the revised aerodynamics they're introducing for next year might change all of that, but perceived knowledge next year will be different from perceived knowledge this year. Théo Pourchaire on board in the Peugeot for his first stint in the car. As we go now, wow, Buemi off like a scalded cat, doesn't want to waste any time. The moment he crossed the line, getting Nick De Vries to let him through, and that's so that Alessandro Pierguidi doesn't get a chance to follow him through. So Pierguidi in third, the Aston Martin in fourth is Alex Riberas, then Jean-Eric Verne and Théo Pourchaire ahead of Miguel Molina, and Molina has jumped Pourchaire at the restart. So that is the 50 Ferrari. They're all still weaving to try and build heat, because although full speed for the safety car feels quick in the safety car, it doesn't for a driver in these cars. And 99, the Proton competition Porsche, that's the white car with the green highlights, not in this battle. It is a lap down. He is 18th. This is a battle for position, though, for third. Alex Riberas challenging Alessandro Pierguidi. That's an entertaining wrinkle.
Yeah, Nico Pino getting really involved, isn't he, in the number 99 Proton competition Porsche, putting immense pressure on the Peugeot of Théo Pourchaire.
Yeah, and the problem is he'll also be getting blue flags because he's got a car behind him that's a lap ahead of him. So he's trying to pass and unlap himself as the Aston comes up the inside of Pierguidi. Does he complete the pass? Or was that the other Aston? Was that 007 on the Peugeot of Théo Pourchaire? Was that Ross Gunn? It may well have been. No, it was. It was 009 going by the Ferrari. So Alex Riberas up to third place. Don't forget that he and Roman De Angelis were in the Valkyrie that finished second in Petit Le Mans just a few weeks ago. Talked to them about that this morning, and they said, "Wow, the emotion in the garage was just overwhelming.
I have to say, without what was an inspired strategy, call, and, by the way, pit stop execution by the eventual race-winning Cadillac squad that had won that race, it was amazing performance from the Heart of Racing guys. Also, by the way, until just now, had the fastest lap of the race. Literally, as I was saying that, it was Sebastian Buemi's just got it, 151.263.
So the man who clearly wears his underpants outside his race suit, the Superman of the Toyota team from last year, appears to be doing the same sort of thing again, Anthony.
Yeah, I mean, of course, he's been flattered by the tyre change, all four new going on in that last pit stop. And that's the same thing for Riberas as well, by the way. All four new mediums went on the Aston Martin, and that's why he's suddenly putting all this pressure on the back of Nick de Vries, who still hangs on to those left-hand side only that did 7 laps in the first stint before the safety car, and now another 7 on top of that.
Last lap around, by the way, Alex Riberas put in a purple middle sector. He's just put in a purple first sector on this lap, so there's no shortage of pace either from the Aston Martin, which is putting the 7 Toyota of Nick de Vries under huge pressure for second place overall just before halfway in this race.
And before Buemi just beat it, Aston Martin did have the fastest race lap. It is a quick car, and he's on fresh tyres. Anthony, this is a great place for Alex Riberas to be, isn't it?
It really is, and actually that safety car has really worked in their favour, because they were losing touch in this race, were Aston Martin, and look at this. De Vries having to defend down into the final corner. He knows that's not really the place. He's going to get overtaken anyway, but he knows that's not the place for the best of both of them. You'd end up losing time there. But we've seen the strength of the Aston Martin in a straight line. Watch this, once again, just pulls to the inside, and this move should be a pretty straightforward one. More grip, more straight line speed, and Nick de Vries displaced for now. Displaced, yes.
Yeah,
right.
So Riberas up to second, having restarted in 4th place. And now, can he set off after the race leader?
It's an ideal time to welcome our next guest, Adam Carter, head of endurance racing at Aston Martin. What a run at the moment from your car. What an end to the season from a brand new car this season. And what a turnaround from where we started in Qatar.
Yeah, it's been a great season. Obviously, a lot of work to do at the start of the year, coming with a new car up against established competitors. And said all along, we came into this championship to compete against world-class competition, and they are, and it's really satisfying to see where we are. We've made some improvements to the car and how we operate as an organisation since Le Mans, and we're starting to see the rewards from that now.
Topped the qualifying session, not Hyperbowl, but the qualifying session, until just a few moments ago, Alex Riberas held the fastest lap in this race. This thing's got real pace.
Yeah, it's got the 1 lap pace is there at the moment. Long run pace we need to work on, so that's a target as we move through into next year, as we start to bring things together. But it's very satisfying to see.
It was it's a very different look to some of the other factory teams who we've got in this one. The Heart of Racing involved. They brought a number of their drivers into this effort. You've got Russ Gunn as part of your contribution, if you like, from Aston Martin. You're happy with what you've got? They are coming together as a unit.
Yeah, all the drivers are working great together within each car crew, but also across both cars. And obviously as well, we're looking at the IMSA drivers there as well.
I want to run at Petit Le Mans.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And we're seeing it with the drivers, but we're seeing it with the team. So how the team's gelling now within the WEC team, but also between both the IMSA team and the WEC team. We've got sort of the engineering partner groups working together really well.
Aston Martin with a number of flagship motorsports efforts, not least of course the Formula 1 team, but also the GT race team. What about the return on investment for the World Endurance Championship? You guys are marketing a track-only version of the LMH car. It's been something we've seen that's been emerging as something of a trend, and getting some good reports from other mates. How's it going on that front for Aston Martin?
Yeah, good. We're a sports car company, and going sports car racing and doing sports cars is what we do. So it's all natural for us to be operating that area. So the GT racing program as well is really important to the identity of the Vantage.
One final question. Is this now about stability and pushing forward on performance for next year? Or is there anything else we can tell our viewers in terms of plans for the future of the Valkyrie and beyond?
As we move into 26, it's about us working with the platform we've got, developing the car. We've seen that we've been developing this car throughout the year, and we're seeing that one lap pace now, and we just need to start working on that long run pace within the pool.
The timing was perfect. Alex has just put in the fastest lap of the race. We're going to say thank you. I know you're eager to get back to what could be quite a breakthrough result here this evening. A 1:51.038 from Alex Riberas in the 009 Aston Martin as he goes head-to-head with Sebastian Buemi, who may have Martin Haven a bit of trouble ahead.
I think Buemi is not going to be an easy pass to make, but Riberas has definitely got the speed, he's got the grip with the tyres, and there's no question he's got the incentive. Sebastian Buemi will do everything he can to hang on, but Alex Riberas has just snatched back that fastest lap on lap 111 of this race. 4 hours and 10 minutes to go. We're nearly at the mid-race. He's getting the G up from the men in green shirts in the booths and absolutely from the garage as well. So number 8 Toyota really under pressure for the lead of the race, and Riberas goes through, takes the lead. Wow. And that was as clinical as you like.
Well,
boom.
We're going to let Adam Carter go. He doesn't want to go at the moment. But what a moment, Adam, for this programme.
Incredible. In Qatar, I didn't think we'd be leading the race at any point during the year, so that's fantastic.
And done on performance.
Yep.
I mean, against the car, the driver that dominated to win the World Manufacturers' Championship here at this track last year. That is some progress.
Never mind last year, for the last 6 years, the Toyota has been the benchmark at this track, and that shows how far the Valkyrie has come. And this is only season 1, and as we know, what you learn in season 1 helps you improve in season 2. As a British fan, I cannot wait to see it. Right now, on board with Ross Gunn, who is also looking to move up the order. That's Jean-Eric Verne in front of him, so he's looking for 5th position. It is all looking very good indeed. We should be running some flags up, some flagpoles soon at outside Banbury. So here we go. Gunn absolutely in the slipstream, and with a run down into corner 14. If he doesn't outrun himself through 14 into 15, that is job done, and he can now start to move on and chase down the 2023 Le Mans winners, who are just ahead in car number 51.
Adam, you're going to have to come more often. This is ridiculous.
It is literally the opposite of the Hugh Chamberlain effect, where his car's always retired when he came into the booth.
I want to say one more thing, and I know the fan base would love me to tell you this, which is thank you to everybody involved for this. It is a very special car. Thanks to Kate Newell and everybody at Heart of Racing and all the guys and girls at Aston Martin. It's a true fan favourite for the way it looks, the way it goes, and certainly the way it's going this evening. More power to you, because it's helping carry endurance racing forward.
Yeah. Chairman Lawrence Stroll summed it up, is the world deserved to see the Valkyrie race.
And we're doing that right now. Thanks, Adam Carter. You'll make his way back to the pits to watch what comes on from there, and we'll carry on as we look again at the dramas that befell Thomas Floor.
That's the reason that Jenson Button has just served his drive-through penalty. Anthony called it right. He said, for me it's a racing incident, but because of the legacy of that incident, I think Jenson will end up with a penalty, and indeed he did. It's a 30-second stop-and-go penalty. So unfortunately that takes 38 even further out of the equation.
Yeah, I mean, you should never give penalties for a consequence of what happened to another car. You should give the penalty on the actual move at the moment. That's the thing to remember. So a steward should never give a penalty for because that car hit a barrier and burst into play, and it looks dramatic. That's not what you're getting the penalty for. The penalty for is the cause of contact. Yeah, it's the action, and that's what the fans should always remember. So yeah, I'm, like I said at the time, not surprised that he ended up getting a penalty, but for a very slight touch on the outside, 30 seconds is a lot. In my opinion, it's a lot. And I would say it's a racing incident where two cars fighting each other really hard.
Jean-Eric Verne into the pits now.
That's got to be early.
Did they stop? They did stop during the virtual safety car, same as everybody else. So the this is now his 5th pit stop for that Peugeot, and that does not seem like it is expected. They may have been expecting it, but it's not a standard pit stop. So, driver's door is open.
He's on 75% energy. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on here.
What else is happening there?
As you're going to...
Did they not stop and do tyres? They would have taken fuel as a standard anyway. So he's up to 100% energy, but way back down at the tail of the field. Meanwhile, back to the other Peugeot, Théo Pourchaire, with Kevin Esch behind him, because it's an easy baptism for the poor kid. He's got the most aggressive overtaker right up his backside. And behind Kevin Esch is Alex Lynn in the number 12 Cadillac as well.
We've got potential further drama for another race leader. Current race leader 009, Alex Riberas, under investigation, virtual safety car procedures for the Aston Martin. So that's both the 8 and the 009 that would be troubling the stewards right now.
Yeah, well, also the 6 Porsche being investigated for that unsafe release or potential unsafe release when it was released into the path of the incoming Alpine. And 46 being investigated as well. 46? Yeah,
it's the 8 and the 46. Yeah, so the stewards immediately, that's the second place, so both the first and second place cars, potential issues arising here. Here comes the second Peugeot 94, and the 8 potentially in trouble for something. Did we see an incident with the 46?
Not sure that we did. There were 2 or 3 incidents being pinged up on our information screen.
Yeah, it was for yellows, wasn't it? It's the same reason as car number 8.
And VSC procedures as well.
It was, yeah. So for number 8 and 46, it was for overtaking potentially under yellow flags. And for 009, it's for a VSC infringement potentially.
So, remarkably, we're still not at halfway in this race. It is still 4 hours and 4 minutes to go. And the last 20 minutes seems to have gone into slow motion.
Also, fast forward if you're an Aston Martin driver.
Well, I mean, by the way, fast forward is certainly the case, because Alex Riberas, having passed Sebastian Buemi, is 4.5 seconds clear now.
Yeah, that combination of a car that is clearly well dialed into the track, a fresh set of tyres, and Alex Riberas with his tail up. I mean, the moment when you pass Sebastian Buemi in a Toyota for the lead here, that's a good moment.
Okay, Kevin, we are losing too much time here, so we are thinking about undercuts. So we'll box next lap for full service. We'll box next lap for full service.
Did lots of teams just take a splash during virtual safety cars so that were they trying to eliminate?
What I'm trying to work out is what Peugeot have just done. Both those stops were under a minute, but we saw tyres going on. They changed tyres. I'm not sure they fueled.
Okay.
Oh, they certainly did. Oh, no, sorry, they would have taken a splash of fuel and they've changed tyres.
So, but Porsche must have been close, because you're not going to undercut by 15 laps. So they must have been close on fuel as well.
So Peugeot number 94 had done 13 laps before. Yeah, they're on 13 laps, car number 94. So number 93 has just done a stop. Just had their stop after 12 laps.
What about
they had their
car
stop.
number 6?
And car number 6 is on 14 laps.
So did they not come in under virtual safety car? There's going to be a driver change. So Kevin Escher will get out of the number 6 Porsche.
They're putting themselves back onto their defined strategy, I think. I think that's what they're doing. They're counting back, not forwards here. All three of that's both Peugeots and the number 6 Porsche have made effectively the same call here.
Simon Mann chasing Johnny Edgar in LMGT3. This is the battle for 5th position. Johnny Edgar, the 3rd driver now in the 33 Corvette. So he's taken over as one of the Aston Martins go by. I think that is the race leader. It is 009 going down the hill past that battle. Simon Mann in the 21 Ferrari that's trying to win the Drivers' Championship now in in terms of who they're battling car number 92, the 4th placed Porsche. So the 21 Ferrari is 2 spots further back. Ryan Hardwick there on the right-hand side. He's done his job in the 92 car. We're on board with Richie Leitz, who is in early. Would be unlikely to be in at the 4-hour mark in a 6-hour race. Never mind the 4-hour mark in an 8-hour race, but they are going to cycle their drivers through. He's chasing down Ian James, who got back into the Aston Martin. So Ian James doing his last stint as a bronze-graded driver in the number 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Same Heart of Racing team that is running the Aston Martin Valkyries. And yeah, they were punching the air a little bit prematurely. Richard Leitz did not get by Ian James. But this time, Anthony, down the inside, that's a bit less defensible.
Yeah, turn 8 is always a safe bet for an overtaking move if you can brake late enough, and you don't really run the risk of getting repassed on the exit of that one usually.
Lock up there for Leitz as he came downhill into turn 10. Got away with it.
I don't think we've seen Ricky Perra in that car yet. I think they put Richard Leitz in.
He did a stint earlier. We saw him getting in, yeah.
Okay.
So he's done a single stint. He got in after Ryan. There he is. Did a single stint. Now Richie's in.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Ricky Perra on the move after this season, by the way. Strong rumours of a switch of teams for someone who's been a standout silver this year.
So there is the 92 car. They still lead the championship. We are at just after the midway point of this race. 4 hours in, 4 hours to go. And Anthony, that virtual safety car may have fiddled with a few people's strategic thoughts.
It certainly has, particularly the 007 Aston Martin with Ross Gunn at the wheel. So they were, interestingly, one of the only cars, the front runners in hypercar at least, that didn't stop under that virtual safety car. So you got there. The other cars, 009, did stop. All 4 new went on, like we said. But watch out for the 007 running in P5 at the moment, only 1.5 seconds behind Pierre Guidi. So we focus on this fight here. Matt Campbell and the car number 51 through turn 9 and 10 on the run down towards turn 11 gets the pass done there.
Yeah, that's 50, Antonio Fuoco, and these guys way out of it at the moment. You know, they look like they're nowhere at the moment, but who's got tyres left? Who's got fuel left? 4 hours to go. 4 hours before we find out who's going to win this thing.
And by the way, the top 16 cars, and the 16th was Antonio Fuoco, separated by just 1 minute and 25 seconds. Is that the final stint in his professional career from Jenson Button?
Might be. Well, there's the helmet livery. That echoes what he had in his first races as a karter.
It would be the way that he wanted to go out. The car didn't quite have the pace today, and yeah, it's never nice to go out with a 30-second time penalty. But he's I think he ended his Formula 1 career with a penalty as well. Yeah, I think he put someone in the barrier on the exit of Portier.
Is that like being a footballer whose last kick in an international match is missing a penalty?
At least he's consistent.
Okay. So it is Sebastian Bourdais at the wheel of the 38 car. Coming out of the pits, Mathieu Jaminet on board in number 5 and going slower than a road car because he is, I'm assuming, Anthony, on a full set of brand new mediums.
It looks like, yeah, the way that he's weaving around in the straight line there even before turn 4. Certainly looks like it. Car number 5, yeah, didn't take new tyres at all in that safety car stop.
All right, well, let's catch up with the number 50 Ferrari crew, Miguel Molina in the garage.
I'm here with Miguel Molina of car 50. Ferrari is looking pretty solid out there. That was a good stint. But I'm interested because it feels like there's been some interesting, maybe some surprise strategies out there. And I also wondered from your perspective how strategies changed as a result of that safety car.
Yeah, for sure. As soon as it came the virtual safety car, some teams I think risk a bit, and that's normal. we stay into our plan. That's what we need to do. Now the car feels good. I think it's quite. We did a quite solid pace, and the car was behaving good. So that's the positive. Still 4 hours, so let's see. Now Antonio's in the car, and we will see what we can do. But so far we are happy, and we, as we know, we need to stay out of trouble to achieve the goal that we have. Thank you.
That goal, of course, being to score manufacturers' points and help Ferrari win their first World Sports Car Championship since 1972. But at the moment, they're nowhere near that goal. Down in 15th, they will score a big fat 0. So they need to come up the order again.
Would you like a mega stat?
Hang on a second.
Sit down.
Sitting down, braced.
All 8 hypercar manufacturers have led a race in 2025.
Excellent. That's what we want to hear.
That's a remarkable thing. Thanks, Sam Smith, in the communications office of the WC.
But BOP, we don't like that. It's artificial racing, etc., etc., etc.
And by the way, for those of us with a little bit of memory, who all remember the late great Pricey, David Price, his son Leon is in the Jota garage right now, ahead of joining the team next year.
Oh, excellent.
That's a great thing.
Team manager of car 50 being summoned to the race direction. We never really find out what many of these are about. And an investigation for pit lane speeding for Sebastian Boe. In light of which, I'll mention that there was a pit lane speeding fine of €1,000 awarded to Phil Hansen on his way to the grid.
He was in a hurry to get there.
Okay.
The thing about Phil is he really enjoys an anthem.
Johnny Edgar in the Corvette, car number 33, just ahead of Simon Mann. 21 is the closest challenger to 92 Porsche. Richard Leeds in 3rd place, Simon Mann in 6th position, but they do need to finish substantially ahead of the Porsche to overhaul them in terms of the LMGT3 Drivers' Championship, and of course that reflects on their teams and the team's championship, and contact between Simon Mann on the inside of the 33 car of Johnny Edgar. Both go around, both rejoin.
The 21, remember, still in championship contention. We'll tell you, by the way, the 009 Aston Martin and the 95 are going to get drive-through penalties for virtual safety car procedures.
He was a bit far back, wasn't he, with Simon Mann? I think from that angle, at least, it looked like he wasn't quite close enough.
And it wasn't very tight to the apex either.
Oh, and that's the sound and how it looked from on board the Corvette.
Probably just as well we
this
don't
is
have
the
the driver mic'd up.
So yeah, he quite far back. Oh no, too far back. I think what happened was he got too much over the curve on the exit of turn 7. The car bottomed out and he couldn't quite slow it down in time. And then I think as a last resort thought, I must just go for the move then. If I'm that deep into the braking zone already and I'm carrying too much speed, I think it was his last hope that he would actually make the move stick. But unfortunately, it wasn't seen. It wasn't expected. And I don't blame the driver in the 33 car for not knowing he was coming down the inside.
No, you wouldn't have been expecting it from that far back. So Johnny Edgar turned it. Simon Mann was going straight past the corner. He would have overshot the corner into the runoff if Johnny Edgar hadn't been there. So unfortunate contact. Both continue. Hopefully no long-term damage, because the 33 team would definitely love to win this race. And actually, that's not beyond the bounds of possibility either.
But I'm pretty sure that the stewards will be looking into that one, and I think that for me that's a more clear-cut penalty to give, because it was just the move was never on.
Cadillac coming past them.
As we're on board, by the way, with the 21 car, that's a drive-through penalty for the number 009 car. Would note, by the way, that since he took the lead, Alex Ramirez has done nothing but pull away from Seb Buemi. He's 11 seconds clear now.
Yeah.
And interestingly, that Nick de Vries is only 1.7 seconds behind Sebastian Buemi.
After the switcheroo.
Yeah, and when you think that Buemi's got better tyres on board under him, that he hasn't pulled that gap any more than he has. So unless he's doing severe tyre protection, laps. I'm surprised by that lack of pace there from Buemi.
De Vries is lapping quicker on much tireder tyres. So the two freshest tyres he had are a dozen laps older than any of the tyres on Buemi's car, and he was a couple of tenths quicker on the last lap. Drive-through penalty confirmed for the 009 Aston Martin, our race leader, and that will cost him 50 seconds, because there's been a recent safety car will take him down to the bottom of the top 10. So traffic gives, traffic takes away, so to occasionally do driver errors.
A drive-through, it's not a stop and go. A drive-through around this track should be, with a 60 kph speed limit, should be around, I think, maximum 30 seconds loss. If you considered it, it's
still going to be at the bottom of the top 10. And that's the problem when it's recently after a safety car. If this had happened before the safety car, everybody spread out basically over an entire lap, you would have conceded fewer positions. And now, because everybody's still bunched up, the safety car only finished about 15 minutes ago. So
you want to try and leave it as long as you can then, because he's got such rapid pace that you want to try and eke out that gap as much as you can before you do. Otherwise you're just coming back into traffic, and exactly that. He carries on for at least one more lap.
Traditionally, you try and serve a penalty as early as possible to give you as much time to recover, but he's doing the recovery now by being in clear air, on fresh tyres, and clearly the fastest car out there.
Yeah, but like you said, once you've had a safety car, everyone's so bunched up. If you took your penalty then, you're right at the back of the pack. So this is the track position. Very close between these two there.
Here are two no-surrender drivers, aren't they? Raffaele Marcello in the BMW and Matteo Jaminet in the Porsche.
And the race leader catching them to put a lap on them here.
So this might be the time to duck into the pit lane before you start to blunt your speed stuck behind these two who are knocking each other's door handles off.
Yeah, that was pretty intense. There's your blue flag warning. That's what it looks like from the driver's perspective.
So he's not going to be able to. Will he be able to let him through before turn 10? No, the Aston's not quite close enough. And he'll hopefully get by the BMW on the back straight up to turn 11. Maybe not going to close the gap down that much either.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it, for the 009 Aston Martin. What speed it has, 10.9 seconds over that of Sebastian Buemi's car 8, and I'm sure Toyota weren't expecting that when they rocked up today.
I'm sure they... Well, I mean, that's one of the great things about endurance racing is the unexpected is just sitting there waiting to happen, isn't it? And if we all knew what was going on... hello, Kevin. If we all knew what was going on, there'd be no point in showing up.
Yeah, you don't have to engineer any jeopardy into this type of racing, do you? It just organically happens. Now, what happens on the exit of this corner? Do we see the Aston Martin peel off into the pit lane this time around? It would be a good chance to. Yes, he does, because he was only going to get the traffic there. So
tires are really good. Rear axle feels more stable now. Everything feels fine.
Perfect. Copy.
Yeah, so like we were saying, the circuit just keeps getting better and better throughout this race. So when you jump back in, or even a driver jumping in for the first time, now you think, wow, this feels better than a free practice session. And look at this, Buemi is losing ground to Nick De Vries. The gap now, 1.5 seconds. And at some point, De Vries is going to be on the radio asking to invert the positions back to how they were.
The moment he gets within a second, he's going to be on the blower, isn't he? Going, let me through, I'm fast.
Alex Riberas, by the way, has cleared pit lane, but rejoins 5th behind the two Toyotas, behind the 51 Ferrari, and behind the team car of Ross Gunn.
Well, the first thing that will happen there is he'll catch Ross Gunn, and then, with any luck, the two cars will tow each other around quicker and quicker. Back up to 3rd place then, Alessandro Pierguidi. Again, I'm not sure what James Clark will probably get in for the last 20 minutes or so. I'm not sure Pierguidi will drive about 3 hours non-stop here. It's always hard to get him out of the car. And this a big opportunity. You know, they've been world champions, him and James, in GT Pro a number of times. They've won the title here a number of times. But to be the world champion, and to be part of the team that gives Ferrari a world championship sports car title over more than half a century since the last one. What a thing. You know, to win the first Le Mans since 1965, brilliant. To be world champions.
And to do it in an era where you've got such competition as well. 8 manufacturers that that we have at play here in the World Endurance Championship this season.
With a car that they can happily argue is not the quickest on the track here. They're not far off, but they haven't set the fastest lap at any stage during the race. Whereas this man has, Alex Riberas, 2 or 3 times now.
So he did pop back out into P5, so he's not shot right down to the back of the hypercar category. So yeah, maybe it was even less than a 30-second time loss from that drive-through.
He was 10 seconds ahead. He's 20 seconds behind the leader now. So you were absolutely spot on with the 30 seconds or so through the pit stop.
It's just because I know this track from Formula 1 that it's a 21 seconds, so it wasn't that genius, trust me. Maths have never been my strength.
Now then, what about the drivers' title battle? Alessandro Pierguidi, the 51 crew, leading the points in drivers, but this is the crew that is second, the yellow Ferrari, car number 83, the AF Corsa. They're already the World Cup champions. They've won the championship, the class for the non-factory teams. They've won Le Mans this year. This is for the Holy Trinity to win everything that is going.
Yeah, I think the safety car played into their hands a bit as well, for good measure. So 83, yeah, keep an eye on them with Yaya Fay at the wheel now.
Yeah, he took over from Robert Kubica. Kubica did a double stint. I would imagine that Kubica will certainly be in again before the end. McLaren Sebastian Bowe, drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. That will have been during the virtual safety car period.
So what we thought...
him down the order a long way.
What we thought might be a race of 2 halves of Porsche Penske Motorsport does not appear, at the moment at least, to be going their way as we're down to the second half of the race, not showing significantly improved pace against their peers. Both the factory cars outside of the top 10. To just add a tiny bit of detail, by the way, you're completely correct, of course, Martin, about Alessandro Pierguidi and James Collado, 3 times GTE Pro champions. I think all 3 of them were World Championships, because of course that came later in the WC, but no shortage of car-on-car action.
Yeah, absolutely. And here again, with the Peugeot car number 93, Paul Di Resta under pressure. He's got the Porsche right behind him. As they are now, Ferrari will still prance off with the manufacturer's title. See what I did there? I'll stop now. But again, we've got 3 hours 45 minutes. Anything can still happen. Now, Théo Pourchaire then has put himself ahead of the sister Peugeot. So he was under pressure, wasn't he, from Kevin Est. He's got ahead of Paul Di Resta, and Matt Campbell is now in the number 6 Porsche, putting pressure on Di Resta. So yes. Pourchaire fought off Estra and got past Di Resta.
It's been a good debut in the team. It's going to be a new look Peugeot team. A number of changes there the off-season won't be the only ones. It's going to be a different roster all around up and down this hypercar grid when we get to Qatar in 2026. Lots of news still to come, lots of good news still to come about 2026 and beyond. With 3 hours and 42 minutes to go at the moment, this looks very good for Toyota in the race. It looks very good for Ferrari in championship terms in the hypercar class. It's been a strong race, but not strong enough so far for Peugeot.
Yeah, they've really faded, because don't forget they were 3rd and 4th in the first couple of hours. They're not even in the top 10. Just looking at the lap times between 4th place Ross Gunn and 5th place Alex Riberas, and they are very, very close in terms of pace. Riberas' last lap a 53.4 to a 55.6, so they are really starting to pull up towards the top 3.
Yeah, Ross Gunn in the 007's due for a pit stop soon. He He has done 36 laps now in this stint.
And Anthony on a massive tyre deficit, because I can see from your screen he hasn't had fresh tyres since a week last Wednesday.
In 36 laps, funny enough.
In 007, yeah. Whereas Alex Riberas has still got lot more life in those tyres.
Between these two fighting on screen as we see now, great battle, and in an equal fight in terms of tyres. They started this stint that they're on now with used mediums all round. So and it's the same for Pourchaire as well. So just to carry on from where you left off, Graham, with the job that Théo Pourchaire's done in the sister Peugeot, phenomenal, because we all know Di Resta's speed.
Di Resta's got 10% less energy than Matt Campbell, so he's going to have to stop sooner, whereas Pourchaire has got about the same as Matt Campbell, so Di Resta's slightly out of kilter with the car in front of him and the car behind, Graham.
Because he stopped on the first virtual safety car lap, not the second.
Yeah, Di Resta's done 14 laps versus 12 for the car behind him, so it's a fair fight. And that's why I think Campbell's finding it such hard work to get past the Peugeot. And on top of that, the Peugeot, I think that car along with the Aston Martin seems to have the fastest straight line speed.
Seriously, I was talking to Fred McAveeky about top speed, and he said, you know, the Alpine, as we know, was designed to have maximum top speed. They gave away grip for top speed, and then the top speed is shaved back. He said that doesn't really seem to work. Sebastian Beau serving his drive-through for that pit lane speeding.
Yes, a bit of rotten evening for the 59 crew, not the way that United Autosports would want to finish the campaign with that car. Here, as predicted, 007 on pit lane from what was fourth place. That shuffles Alex Riberas forward one position courtesy of the sister car.
Is he the gun driver in that car?
Oh, stop.
You see the energy left for all the others as well. So just show how out of sync, because of that not stopping under the safety car for car 007. All the rest have got more than 25 or more than 24%, because Ribera's 24% there. And look, new tyres getting ready for Ross Gunn.
And it shows where Party Racing Aston Martin are, is that they're not just pitting both cars, they're splitting the strategy.
It's just rears going on, it looked like. Yeah, it's just the rears in that car.
And again, with no hybrid to take some of the strain on the front wheels, it is a rear-wheel drive car, and that is the end of the car that's going to suffer most here. So that makes a lot of sense for them.
Oh, that was a slide and a half, wasn't it?
Was it? Kind of parked it there halfway through turn 10 as well. This is 77, Bernardo Souza. Valentino Rossi got by. Sebastian Beau right behind, having just come out of the pit lane.
We talked about driving off the circuit and getting marbles on your tyres. That was a whole load of them, wasn't it, for the 77 Mustang? But it had to be done. He gets past the number 46 BMW.
It got astonishing traction there, though, from being sideways to passing on the inside the 46 car. That was some
look at that dive bomb. Wow.
Valentino's got his leg dangling there as he turns in down the inside, hasn't he? That was a proper leg dangle. He really looked down the inside there. And of course, Sebastian Beau not in that battle in the McLaren, because he has just come out of the pit lane after that penalty. So Valentino Rossi, the blue and yellow 46 BMW. We ride on board with Beau, giving us a perfect view of this battle onto the front straight, Anthony.
And yeah, this isn't over yet, is it? Rossi ducks into the slipstream here. The Mustang towing him along. Is he going to try a move down the inside? Yeah, he's closing all the time. He has a look, but he brakes a little bit earlier than Mustang, who runs a little bit wide. That's why it looked like Rossi braked early. He didn't. He was braking in the right place, and through he goes.
And Sebastian Beau coming with him. Beau is a lap down on these guys, so Valentino Rossi moves up to 8th place ahead of Bernardo Souza.
Yeah, Souza will kick himself for that one. He was intimidated, it looks like, by that bit of a move. It looked like Rossi was just going to go, he was going to think about it, and then the gap opened up. I think this is the moment where Souza just catches that slide, but it looked like maybe the two cars were a bit close entering turn 9. That's the moment where he just stuck to the inside of the track, kicking up all the marbles and then the dust as well. It's what it looked like off-board. You've got to keep your tyres within those white lines. You can dip them on the other side, of course. It's exactly what he did. And that move was great. He held on to position very well, but yeah, just outbraked himself into turn 1. He just about had enough of his nose alongside him, wagged his finger. It was fine. Rossi gave him enough room to get by, just took it right to the limit.
And here gave him enough rope to outbrake himself, and off he went.
Yeah, 2 racers from other disciplines here. Obviously, Valle, best known worldwide for his exploits on 2 wheels, but making a name for himself in GT racing. Bernardo Souza, rally driving, and Chris Meek in the booth a couple of races ago, who was there to see his mate Bernardo.
Now then, let's take a look at the Iron Dames Porsche. Michel Gatting in 10th place, right up behind Bernardo Souza. Valentino Rossi into the pit lane, Bernardo Souza into the pit lane, and the Iron Dames Porsche into the pit lane as well. So we're entering another cycle of LMGT3 pit stops. Arnaud Raban in the 78 Lexus back in the garage. Or is he just in the pit lane? I think we've gone by where the car would have been. So it looks like that 78 Lexus still has more trouble.
I don't think that 78 Lexus has come back out.
This is not good for 46. Now, have they just crept a bit too far back? Yes, they're going to have to position it in the box to do the tyre change and the driver change. Driver change here as well for Proton competition. And the driver change as well. So Rahul Fry getting back in place of Michel Gatting at the Iron Dames.
Do we know that Celia has definitely done her time?
She did 2 and a 3rd one, but Rahul Fry did a 2nd stint. So she did stint 2 and then Celia did a double. Pretty sure that's the way it worked. So 1 car down, Thomas Floors, 54 Ferrari, and 1 again on the sick list, Arnaud Robin in the 78 Lexus, and potentially just a bit of a longer stop. Yeah, the 46 BMW comes out behind the Iron Dames.
Yeah, look what that cost him, that pullback.
Yeah.
Well, remember we saw that with the 83 Ferrari in Texas, and it cost them nearly 30 seconds.
1 minute 32 on pit lane for the WRT car, and that's side by side. Alpine and BMW. Alpine comes through to the good, and pulling wide Sheldon van der Linde in the number 20 car.
Yeah, Mick Schumacher snapped up that opportunity, didn't he? So the BMW and first of all, Schumacher trying to come through this little group.
Wow, did well there, didn't he? Schumacher, he just nipped through those 2 GT cars and really gapped himself to the BMW that's now trying to find its way around the outside of these cars that have just pitted.
That's van der Linde on van der Linde action, because Sheldon van der Linde is in the BMW and Kelvin van der Linde is in the BMW. Sheldon's in the hypercar, Kelvin in the 46.
And they'll share that hypercar in the test on Sunday.
Well, they won't be racing each other then, will they? Here they were. So Sheldon squeezes by Kelvin.
They won't be racing each other, but I wonder if they'll be sharing lap times and comparing lap times.
Oh, no.
I wonder.
Oh, no.
Because it's not competitive between those two in the slightest, is
not
it?
Not at all. That would be like putting 2 Belgian brothers in the car and expecting them not to pay any attention. I think 78 Lexus might be done, I'm afraid.
It's not moved. It's sadly, I think you're absolutely right.
It did come back out.
Did it?
It is back. Yeah, no, it did. But it is back in. So it did come back out. And United Autosports 59 car came back out, but
twice.
Yeah.
And it's back out again now.
Yeah. So Mick Schumacher with Sheldon van der Linde giving chase in the Shell liveried BMW. Thank you very much indeed to BMW Motorsport, by the way, and WRT for doing that. 2 identical chassis, but 2 very different colour schemes. So look at the tyre split still. WRT only with 1 hard tyre and slightly diffusing colour there because they used a wrong colour for WRT's tyres.
In comes our championship leader in LMGT3 from second in the class, Rickard Leitz at the wheel. On the subject, by the way, of the difference in colour, I think I spotted in the draft sporting regulations for next year that teams will have to differentiate their liveries, if only with things like mirrors being a different colour by regulation.
Not just wheel nuts, you're saying?
Not just wheel nuts.
Thanks, James. And it's not just for me and my dodgy eyesight, it's for the fans as well. Because...
Martin Haven, for the fans.
Because you do want to know, when you're sitting in the grandstand, you do want to know which one is which without having to see it go by you. And that's the trackside experience. Most fans see it as we see it on a TV screen. So it is important to be able to differentiate. And of course, the two Aston Martins run by two different programs, effectively. So you've got the blue Harter racing car and you've got the green Racing Spirit Le Mans. But in terms of things like the two McLarens, boy, you've got to be able to spot a sponsor's logo to know the difference.
The gap's come down again, isn't it, between these two? So it must have been through traffic. And Van der Linde all over the back of the number 36 Alpine, Mick Schumacher.
These Alpines, by the way, that weren't really anywhere in the first half of this race, they're the team that has actually started to profit from this change in track conditions now.
Well, Alpine aren't at the moment. They are struggling with tyres.
Van der Linde knew not to do it down the inside into the final corner there. Schumacher peels off into the pits. That's perfect for Van der Linde. Although I'm sure he was relishing the opportunity this lap anyway to dive down the inside into turn one, but that's even better news for him. A completely clear circuit. It looks like Schumacher, meanwhile, might have been just a little bit hindered by that LMGT3 Mercedes in front of him down pit road. It looked like he had to back out of it a little bit more than usual.
I am in the Aaron Dames garage with Michel Gatting. You just jumped out of the car. Can you tell us what happened? First, there was some progress, but also there was a bit of a story, some contact.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wasted way too much time behind the bronze driver of car 60. It's difficult to overtake here, especially when a driver is braking 20 meters too late in every corner. In the end, I'm not going to risk my race to crash with a lower rated driver. So I took my time, but to be honest, it's a lot of frustration because in the end, it's also not fair. You know, when you're next to a driver and they just turn into you and you have to back off because else I'm going to end up in the wall. I don't think that's fair racing. So I was very frustrated and I lost way too much time because the pace was good until I got stuck there, so a bit of frustration.
You made some progress, that's good, and I'm sure Rael is going to keep on pushing and going back up the order.
Yeah, we will keep pushing. Now, for sure, we have all the fast drivers in the car, also towards the end, so it's going to be a different scenario. It's going to be some better racing and some more fair racing, for sure.
Excellent, well done on your driving.
Yeah, she's certainly pushing in more ways than one, Rahel Fry. Lots of side-by-side action there with Kelvin van der Linde, and not a little contact either. Spirited run here from the Iron Dames.
Yeah, I don't think she'll be too happy with that one. I don't think she was quite expecting van der Linde to move so far on the inside and compromise so much the entry in mid-corner of turn 9, but yeah, and it wasn't just that corner either.
Van der Linde, a platinum graded driver, Rahal Fry's gold graded driver. Nevertheless, Van der Linde, that was a proper block, wasn't it? We talked about Nick de Vries getting on the blower to Sebastian Buemi. He's now just 8 tenths behind Buemi, but it's taken him a very long time to close from 1.3 to 0.8 seconds. I think if we're honest, we are looking at a situation where de Vries has just about got to Buemi,
This has been a great stint.
Rushed up behind him and gone, come on, let me through, I'm way quicker.
No, but he can't. He hasn't got the tyre grip to do that. And, look at his right-hand side tyres, and that's why he comes into the pit lane now. 68 laps his right side has done compared to Buemi's all-round, well, let's say 33, 35 laps. So I'm surprised that De Vries could not only hang on to the back of the car number 8, but actually close that gap towards the end.
Okay. So Buemi remains in the lead. 009 Aston Martin in for a regulation stop as well, coming in from 4th place.
And came in somewhat closer to that leading pair than he was when he came through the pit lane. So taking time again out of them. They've still got the pace. It's getting deeper and deeper into this race. That pace does not look like going away anytime soon. Could make things exciting for at least a podium finish. Aston Martin finishing strongly into the car.
Anthony Davidson, before we talk about Kamui Kobayashi, count up who's got what tyres left with 3.5 hours remaining, because if Aston Martin are in a tyre deficit, come on, it's just counting. I'm not asking you to use Pythagoras theorem or anything. If Aston Martin are in this position because they're using more fresh tyres, at some stage they will not be able to do that any longer. We heard, didn't we, Brendan Hartley saying we're trying to keep tyres so that, like the end of last year, we will hopefully have a tyre advantage, a fresh set where nobody else did. That's what helped Sebastian Buemi win them the manufacturer's title last year. Now, they can't do that this year, but they would desperately love to have that ability to win a race. 50 and 6, this is the battle for now 9th place as they go by the 009 Aston Martin and the 35 Alpine, which are still in the pit lane. So in the number 6 Porsche, it is Matt Campbell and Antonio Fuoco right behind him. We ride on board. You can see they're catching one of the Toyotas, is that in front?
That's a Porsche.
So to answer your question on tyre usage, 009 has used 18 individual tyres. Car number 8 has used 14 individual tyres right now as the race stands.
So it's a full set of 4 tyres that the number 8 Toyota has in hand over 009.
When you have the shot, it's okay to cancel lift and coast.
The answer, by the way, ahead of the Porsche is the number 7 car of Kamui Kobayashi that's just emerged from the pits. So that's the next challenge for this chasing pair. Increasingly looking likely, though, for the number 6 to have any chance whatsoever of getting the World Championship here. It's going to require stuff that's out of their control.
However, looking at who's in 2nd and 3rd, again, we might need to look at what's going on with the 51 Ferrari and the 83 car, because those are the top 2 drivers' crews. On colder tyres, the number 7 Toyota of Kamui Kobayashi, fresh from the pits, being repassed there by Paul Di Resta, who Kobayashi now goes by as those tyres come in. Peugeot came back past the Toyota, and side by side, the number 6 Porsche, Matt Campbell, and Antonio Fuoco in a 50 Ferrari. Fuoco just creeping fractionally ahead down the straight, but Campbell not giving this one up. He's got the overlap on the inside. He's side by side into turn 1, but turn 2 rolls in favour of Fuoco. Job done.
That was really fair racing by both of them there. I was surprised that Campbell gave Fuoco the room on the exit of the final corner, and still the fight carries on towards turn 4 as well. This time Campbell's going to try and go around the outside. Fuoco gives him the room as well. They get oh so close on the exit. Now that run towards turn 6, surely that's Fuoco's. Yes, he's just through. Finally gets that position. But yeah, it all started down at turn 14, didn't it?
Yeah, it's been going on for a couple of laps as well. Leader in the pits, number 8 Toyota. Driver change coming up here. So are we cycling back to Brendan Hartley now? No, we're not. This is Rio Hirakawa, because Sebastian Buemi's only just getting out. Buemi looked like he was very stiff-legged there. I wonder if he was starting to cramp up a bit in the car. And that means, because Alessandro Pierguidi has just stopped, Ye Fei now leads the race for AF Corsa in the yellow Ferrari.
Yeah, with just 2% remaining for Ye Fei. Car 83, they'll be in on this lap as well.
So what are we looking at in terms of tyres? Everybody has now discarded any thoughts of hard tyres and are firmly into medium territory. The tyre with a slightly lower track temperature operating window. Flash of the headlights. lights in the inset shot, and here we go. Lexus versus Iron Lynx for the lead of the race. Clement Schmidt down the inside of Lynn Hodanius at turn 14, and in no, that's higher up the track, isn't it? That was turn 5, and Lynn Hodanius comes back at him, and so the Mercedes hangs on in front. 61, the black Iron Lynx car rather than the yellow number 60 car. This is the lead battle in LMGT3. And the front engine cars are still holding sway. In third place, though, is the 92 Manthey First Form Porsche. Oh, and Clement Schmidt goes a long way around the outside, down into turn 10. That's good if you can do it, and he did. And actually, I think there, Lynn Hodanius just kept the line tight to avoid any potential dramas on the run out of turn 10. He could have tried to run a little wider, but that would have involved contact with the car that was just in front of him. So Clement Schmidt takes the lead of the race from Lynn Hodanius. Richie Leitz in third in the 92 Porsche. Dennis Olsen fourth in the 88 Mustang. In fifth place, Zachary Robichon back in the 27 Heart Racing car. There he is, the blue car. The Corvette of Johnny Edgar has just gone by him then. The yellow car, 33. You see that on the timing screen. That must have happened on the way down the hill, maybe at turn 8. So Johnny Edgar has gone by Zach Robichon. And the former race leader, Ryo Hirakawa, comes out, and judging by the speed he's gone, he either took only 2 or no tyres at all on the number 8 car. Leader in, this is 83. So Yeyefei stays in. And a tear-off coming off the screen.
They should put, unless he pits, Théo Pourchaire into the lead of the race.
Speaking of whom, here he is. And that will put the 94 Peugeot back to the top of the pile. And he's got another 5-ish%, or did have, so probably another lap in that car. As he comes down the straight, Kamui Kobayashi then, once he pits, there is Kobayashi. Second car in shot, just coming by the Mustang.
Yeah, so Pourchaire should have another 10 or so laps here before he pits. So yeah, he's on lap 24. And I've seen others able to do, say, Yeyefei, for example, did 36 laps on his last stint.
All right. Over under.
That's what it looks like when it goes correctly.
Yeah.
When it goes, it's just, you know, it's so close. You take these risks constantly, and you look like a hero when you get away with it. And we all laugh about it and go, oh, well, how close that was. But once in a while, it doesn't quite go the way you planned.
We saw a big one at Spa last year, didn't we, when there was just the tiniest miscalculation from the Cadillac. Paul di Resta, 93 under pressure. This is for fourth place now. Antonio Fuoco trying to come around the outside into 10. That didn't work.
And look how quickly Fuoco arrived on the back end of that Peugeot after overtaking, displacing the Porsche. These Ferraris, they've had race pace all day, but they haven't got the straight line speed, have they?
And still has left-hand side hard tyres on. So he is all over Paul di Resta. There won't be much chat from the booth for a moment or two, because friend of the show, Antonio Felix da Costa, just come in full of smiles and entertainment and excitement, because we don't need any distractions. So Paul di Resta just ahead of Antonio Fuoco. Traffic in front of the Peugeot, but he shuts the door on Fuoco down the straight. Di Resta really clinging on here.
Drama coming for the third place Toyota. It's going to be a drive-through penalty, overtaking under yellow flags. Same penalty is going to go to the 46 BMW down in 14th at the moment. That's the LMGT3 car, Kelvin van der Linde at the wheel, but it's the third place Toyota that is going to be a big loser there. And just looking at what that drive-through will mean, that's going to be, I think, 3 or 4 places. That's going to drop Ryo Hirakawa's car. We've seen this same penalty that's been imposed upon the 009.
This could be a move coming up here and towards turn 4. Fuoco looks to the inside. This time, surely he's going to get the move done. Yes, he does. Paul di Resta couldn't quite defend that one.
Meanwhile, by the way, no further action on that clash between the 33 and the 54. It wasn't the 54, it was the 21.
Well, no, that was a...
Oh, different one.
That was hours ago. That was 4 hours ago.
2 tires left.
he has been clinging on desperately, hasn't he?
That's quite worrying for Paul di Resta, though, because he's only done 26 laps on this set of mediums.
Meanwhile, for the lead of the race, Théo Pourchaire in the Peugeot and Kamui Kobayashi right behind him in the Toyota. And even that sentence tells Antonio Felix da Costa how things have changed in the World Endurance Championship since he was last driving in it. Antonio, this place is just epic, isn't it?
It is. First of all, thank you for inviting me into your magic box. I'd love to be here. I've only shared the car with Anthony, but never had the pleasure to share a commentary booth. So I don't know if I'm getting old or it's a good or a bad thing.
It's a slippery slope, mate. So you want to avoid being in here as often as you can.
Okay. No, the difference is you can leave before the end and we can't.
Okay.
Can I just be the first to say welcome home? It is great to have you back for next year. You've walked in here and, of course, wearing the colours of Alpine. You'll be joining the Alpine Endurance team for 2026. It's a different championship than that which you left, Antonio.
Yeah, I was here when the hypercar hype was just getting really, really big. I did the first year of the Porsche 963 with Jota. We only got the car kind of halfway. It was like a bittersweet, because we got the car only in Spa, no testing, and we had some spikes of performance. But obviously, when everything picked up and the more manufacturers joined, I got pulled out of this world. And I think you guys know, and I've always made it clear that it's a huge passion of mine. I've worked very hard to be good at this type of racing, and there's nothing like it's hard to express as a racing driver the pleasure when you have the right teammates, how good it feels to give everything that you have, all of your knowledge, all of your secrets to your teammates. So I'm very lucky that I can be this normal selfish racing driver in Formula E and then get to come here and be good to my teammates.
There's those racing drivers that are kind of quiet and understated and hide their enthusiasm for this really well. You've never been one of those. You've always been somebody that's shown that passion. As we got, by the way, 10-second penalty for car 21 added to the next pit stop. That was the incident with the number 33.
Yeah, just going to document the change of lead as well. Kamui Kobayashi taking the lead from Théo Pourchaire as Paul di Resta, with his worn-out tyres, struggles to hold on ahead of Matt Campbell, who does have a tyre advantage in that Porsche.
It's one of those places. It's really hard to express what a difference a good and a bad state of the life of the tire does in this place, more than anywhere else on the calendar. I don't know if you guys have spoken about this, but it's the same tarmac since the track is brand new, and if you're not careful introducing a new set of tires into a stint, it just chews you up very quickly.
And you say, Martin, that he's got the tyre advantage. He does have a tyre advantage, but they're the same age.
Yeah.
So it just goes to show what Antonio's talking about. If you can sort of babysit them, nurse them into your stint, introduce them gently, they really pay off. And so di Resta now looking in his mirrors, his teammates far up the road on the same age tyres, putting in much faster lap times, for example.
One quick thing, car 8 just serving that drive-through penalty, drops down to 7th place as it rejoins.
This was the change of lead down at turn 8.
And I don't think that Pourchaire was particularly impressed with this move from Kobayashi. I don't know why. For me, it looked like it was totally fine, because on the exit of this corner, Pourchaire started to flash the lights consistently at Kobayashi.
It's his first time. I think he's just saying hello, maybe.
Do you know?
Yeah, that was a very good move from Kamui, I thought. That was textbook.
Turn 10, I always think of the all-Portuguese battle in LMP2 a couple of years ago.
There's a funny story behind that, because we were about to win the championship. We did win the championship that evening, and me and Felipe, we always, we love to fight each other. And my engineer Bertie on the radio, he said, "Man, keep it sensible." And the next thing I do a lunge into Felipe, into that T10 there, which is the most stupid thing you can do as a racing driver. So I did not keep it sensible, and that wasn't very smart for me, but in the end, everything worked out. Yeah.
You're going to be in the Alpine and the rookie test tomorrow, far from a rookie, of course. And we know we've talked to the team, we know there's a revised car coming. You're going to be part of that test for next week?
Unfortunately, no. A bit of double duty and double program going on, obviously with Formula E and WEC. So I've got the new Gen 4 car from Formula E testing next week. So unfortunately, I was put down for that. But the good thing is in an endurance racing team is that you've got 6 very, very good drivers. So we're in very good hands with Fred being very experienced, coming from another manufacturer as well, and obviously all of the other boys as well doing a great job. So really good hands. From what I see, from what I hear from the team, we're really going in the right direction. I think most people bringing a new aero package for next year, and that's going to close things up even more. So I think, it's already been an incredible year for endurance racing and hypercar racing, but next year is shaping up to be incredible.
We've missed having you here. It's part of the World Endurance Championship, Antonio. What have you missed about it?
Yes. I can't remember the last time I was at a racetrack for 8 hours and not having to jump in the car, and I'm just, itching all over because I'm watching these battles and it's so much fun. And my last ever endurance race was here 3 years ago with the Jota Porsche, and I had a really cool fight with a Ferrari as well, fighting for the podium, and I just see it all over again. But now it's times 7, because we were only 6 cars at the time, and there's 18 cars on the grid now. So it's just on steroids in a good way, and I can't wait to be back.
Can't wait to have you back, mate, and to keep that Formula E passion going as well. That's all going to help. The more you race, and particularly with something as complex as Formula E, this is going exactly the same way, isn't it? This is no more LMP2, just foot to the boards and keep going.
Well, let's ask that question. You're doing those double programs. What, with the very different discipline of Formula E that you're having to master, what can you bring from that you think will help here?
Well, to be honest, I think most of it is technical. You're seeing a lot of hypercar teams hiring engineers from Formula E as well. And the thing is so the technology these cars have is 80% of them have an MGU on the rear powertrain, on the rear axle. So what that means is, with good engineering and good software, you can kind of create like a fake ABS system on the rear axle. Obviously, the Peugeot, the Ferrari, the Toyota, they've got it on the front axle, so just a different philosophy between the LMDH and the LMH cars. But in Formula E, we have that on both axles, so it's a very, very complex, as we see the Aston going for a move here. You take it away, Ant.
Great commentary. I was loving that. Keep going.
This is textbook. I mean, they've got a little top speed advantage this weekend, but that Aston has been on fire today. It's been so cool to watch that. When the safety car restart, we saw Alex Riberas going to the front. I think that put a smile on a lot of people's face.
And mate, doesn't it make a good noise as well? I mean, that's one of the joys here, is that you get all of these different. You've got a caddy roaring away. You've got this thing wailing away.
To be honest, Martin, it's fun for 10 minutes, and then I'm like, it's a bit too noisy for too long. But maybe I am just getting over that.
The fans don't like it when you say stuff like that.
I'm just
the louder the better.
Yes.
All right.
But he's putting pressure immediately on the car in front as well.
You saw there with the number 6 Porsche just turning into turn 7. It lost the rear a little bit on entry, and then you see how that's going to chase him down further down this tire life. It's like the tires have memory. You make a lockup here in lap 2 or lap 3, and that stays with you for the end of the stint.
So this Aston Martin's kind of got in the way of that fight of Campbell and the Peugeot in front of Di Resta. So the Aston, I'm sure, is going to find its way through. So we saw Ross Gunn. He's on a different strategy here, pitted later than the others. Here he goes, working his way past the Peugeot into turn 11, and I'm not surprised because they put 2 new mediums on the rear of that car. So it would have felt a bit weird to begin with, a lot of understeer maybe, but Ross Gunn driving a brilliant couple of stints here.
In Alpine they did the same, so they split the strategies. One car did 2 rears, one car did 2 left-hand side, and I was surprised when I heard about the 2 rears. We never did that in the past, but it apparently seems to work. So you're saying the Aston is on two new rear tires? Yeah.
I don't think I know.
Yeah.
Because I got my app here in front of me. Next year I'll be saying all the same stuff about you.
Good. This is actually something he's never seen before, because we've had this since you left us. This is live.
I have to say, you guys have a lot of info here, which is nice. Here we go again.
Take it away, Antonio.
well, this is something we're gonna miss watching. Like Porsche and Ferrari fighting. It's something beautiful in any category, any racetrack in the world. And obviously, we know this is Porsche's last race in the World Endurance Championship. They're obviously staying in IMSA, which gives everybody a little hope to see them back at some point, and then maybe for Le Mans next year. But it's a shame when we know a big manufacturer like Porsche. It's been my home for the last 3 years, and it always hurts to see. Doesn't matter where you are, where you're going, it always hurts to see a big manufacturer leaving.
Quick shot there, Kevin Estre. I think his face tells the story. Their chances of taking this World Championship and retaining the Drivers' World Championship are beginning to ebb away as we get ever closer.
It's only over when it's over.
Well, there you go. 5 hours almost gone.
Still 3 hours to go is a lot of racing.
There's the voice of an experienced endurance driver.
He's
talking.
back.
Well, I had the pleasure to learn from the best hands.
And Anthony.
And Anthony.
Very good, very good.
All right, Antonio Felix da Costa. I can tell we're going to have fun having him back in the paddock. Thank you so much for coming to join us.
Thanks for having me, guys. Maybe next year between stints I can come and have some fun with you guys as well. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
So from Antonio Felix da Costa to Kazuki Nakajima, we'll head down to Toyota Gazoo Racing.
Kazuki Nakajima, this race has thrown everything at you. Seb had quite a roller coaster stint there. Paul Rio's now dropped down to P8. The cars are looking very strong, but it does feel like the dice has gone up in the air a little bit. What's it like from your perspective?
Well, yeah, up until a few minutes ago, it was all looking good. I mean, despite the Ferrari has a very strong pace, just like us, so it was not easy, but looking good. But then, yeah, unfortunate penalty for Seb, and then, yeah, it put Kite in a difficult situation. But anyway, the gap is still, I mean, not too big, so hopefully, yeah, we can fight back to get, double podium.
What's the feedback been, and what was Seb's feedback from the car? Do you feel like it's got the pace and the balance to be able to climb up through the pack?
Well, actually, I think Seb was a bit struggling with the car balance and the grip, considering his tire situation. And the difficulty now is everybody has a different strategy, and it's all mixed up. So we can, never relax up until the checker flag.
Good. It's just to make things a little bit more interesting for everybody. When Seb got out, he looked like he was struggling a little bit. What's his response physically?
Well, I think physically he was totally okay. Just with the struggle with the car balance and the grip, together with a possible. I think at that time he was still under investigation, but he, I think, was quite worrying about it as well. So I think it's more about, let's say, I don't say mentally, but not physically. Physically he's totally okay.
Fair play. Right, power's on.
Well, you just saw Rio Hirakawa dive bombing Matt Campbell, and ahead of them, Alex Riberas again attacking Paul Di Resta, and Riberas, look at that up the hill, just leaves Di Resta for dead. So Alex Riberas moves up into 6th place. The white Peugeot Paul Di Resta down to 7th, now down to 8th, as Rio Hirakawa has had the blue touch paper lit, hasn't he? He's absolutely flying in that number 8 Toyota.
Yeah, looking good and working his way through the cars he needs to. Just listening to Kazuki Nakajima there saying that the car does have the pace. And like we suspected, though, when we didn't really have the stint that we saw him able to put in here last year multiple times. So, yeah, long way to go here. 3 hours, 5 minutes still remaining. And here comes the number 83 car. Look at that, closing in on the back of the Porsche. Under attack into turn 1 and finds the inside. This surely has to be job done for Yi Yifei. He's flying out there as well.
He's on an older set of tyres. We saw him stop fairly recently. They dropped down from 3rd place and now fighting their way back up. And Porsche due in, Fuoco due in as well, and so too Matt Campbell on just 4% of energy. So there are a handful of cars, including Sebastian Bourdais down at the bottom of the row of point there on just 8% of energy, due in the next couple of laps, Graham.
Well, the ones to look at there, I think, are the 51 and 83 Ferraris, and indeed Hirakawa's number 8 Toyota, all on pretty identical energy strategy points at this stage. That's going to cycle round to be a lead group.
So there is the Toyota of Rio Hirakawa behind Alex Riberas, and there is car number 83, Yi Yifei, a whisker behind Matt Campbell, and more action. This is the 21 Ferrari and the 33 Corvette, Johnny Egger and Simon Mann. Oh, we've been here before, haven't we? There was a bit of RG and indeed Bargy between the two of them. Johnny Egger hangs on to 7th place. Again, there's a much more generous tyre allocation in LMGT3 than there is for hypercars, because it is a Pro-Am category, because you have gentleman drivers, you need to give them a little bit more of a tyre cushion occasionally. But nevertheless, by this stage of the race, that has sort of unwound itself, and what you've got here are 2 silver-graded drivers going at it for their teams.
Or has it, because what we don't know precisely across what is quite a deep leading group is who saved tyres with the bronzes, who saved maybe an extra couple of tyres to get stuck in when we get the full pro battles that we know take these things to the wire.
We think definitely that Ben Keating did not have fresh tyres at any stage in a triple stint, so that should be minimum of 2 and more likely 4 tyres saved over at least some of their near rivals. And as they hold on to 7th place now, still not really able to hold a light to the front engine field. And of course, a few years ago, Corvette would have been part of that, but the motor in the Corvette is now behind the driver rather than in front, and that changes the balance of the car significantly.
Now we've lost our energy graphic for the moment, but the other point to make here for our viewers to just take account of is to keep an eye on the Aston Martin, or the Aston Martins versus the rest, because of course that entire energy graphic is actual fuel for the Aston Martin, because they don't have electrical energy. So what we absolutely know is how much fuel is in the car for the 2 Valkyries. What we don't know is how much fuel is in the other cars, because it takes account of electrical energy.
So they could be 8 or 10% seemingly at a deficit and still actually have a fuel advantage, because we've seen cars having to pit with 15 and almost up to 20% of usable energy, because that includes the state of charge in the battery. But that doesn't get you around enough laps, or indeed any. So you have to have gas in the tank as well.
Or indeed one.
So this is James Collado now hunting down Ross Gunn, and he's got the tyre advantage as Collado. He's got the a used set of mediums on the right-hand side, and a used left hard and a brand new left hard. So, I mean, effectively they're all brand new. It's just a couple of laps for those used tyres from qualifying. But Riberas has only got, he took 2 used rear tyres at that last stop.
And remember, very different jobs in play here for the 007 Aston Martin and the 51 Ferrari. Ross Gunn's job is to keep the Ferrari behind him. 51's job is to keep it on the island with their championship winning position, both in the manufacturers and drivers' title stakes.
Ross Gunn doing a very good job in the 007 Aston Martin. On the last lap, he was just a couple of hundred slower than the Ferrari of James Collado.
They will box in 10 laps. They will box in 10 laps. Stay safe. Stay safe.
James Collado in the 51 Ferrari, trying to win the driver's title, and with their teammates in the number 50 Ferrari, trying to win the manufacturer's title as well. And Aston Martin with Ross Gunn and Alex Riberas in 007 and 009, like Toyota, looking for the race win. And as you said, Graham, as you alluded to, those are very different priorities. Ross Gunn can afford to get physical. 51, James Collado really can't.
And was being warned in that message from the race engineer of exactly that fact. 10 laps, you've got to soak this up. If you soak it up for 10 laps, you're through and gone. In the meantime, no risk.
So, sit in the slipstream, lift and coast, save a bit of fuel, don't tax the brakes, don't tax the engine, don't hit anything. And there's enough, Anthony, surely, with all the traffic they have to deal with.
Yeah, speaking of traffic, and that was the move that I talked about before from Collado, as we see the Cadillac on the left-hand side of your screen in the pit. But that moment I talked about where you follow another car through, a GT car on the inside, and Collado was very tentative there. He knew the move was on, but was he seen by the Ferrari GT3 car? He was, but he still took extra precaution by taking a lot of the curb on the right-hand side. So how does he find his way past Ross Gunn here? It would have to be a move like that, and luckily Ross Gunn could see it coming, and Collado defends the inside on the exit of the corner, doesn't run out wide, so Ross wanted to switch back and get him on the inside, but Collado had that covered. But the risk you take there is getting obviously hit up the back of the car, because the car behind you is not expecting it, because you're compromising your own exit. And so Collado's through. That was a good series of moves there from the Ferrari driver.
50 Ferrari in the pits, so too is the number 5 Porsche. Collado's going to have to escape a bit before they get onto the front straight.
He will though, because he's got the better tyres, and he's absolutely flying right now. So Ross Gunn driving his own race. He's they're on completely different strategies, out of sync from each other. Rosgan, 22 laps in this stint versus 13 only for Collado. So yeah, and that's reflected in the tyre wear as well. So yeah, Collado, you can see, continues to pull away, and that allows at least both Aston Martins now to drive in free air.
Aston Martin versus Porsche here, the number 10 car coming down the inside of our championship leaders.
That's Eduardo Barrichello just unlapping himself for the championship leader. His number 10 car way back in 15th place, but with the quick young emerging star at the wheel, going by Ricard Leitz, now back aboard the number 92.
Leitz, multiple Le Mans winner. Don't forget, these guys leading the championship standings and won the 24 Hours of Le Mans this year as well in LMGT3. A big part of the points boost they've had, but they have been a competitive force from the start of the season. Barrichello with that Racing Spirit Le Mans car, pole position in Brazil. What a wonderful moment for him in his first season of endurance racing. And I think he was almost as happy as his dad was about that. Ryo Hirakawa, our number 8 Toyota driver, now behind the 009 Aston Martin. And Alex Riberas must be due fairly soon to be getting out of that 009 car. He's coming towards the end of the second stint. And those tyres are probably coming towards the end of their life as well. Behind Hirakawa is Ye Yifei, so the Chinese driver chasing the Japanese, 5th and 6th positions, just 1.4 seconds back. So if Riberas holds up Hirakawa for a lap or two, then Ye Yifei is going to be right in that mix as well. 55.19 to 55.18, Ye Yifei versus Ryo Hirakawa, who's a whisker quicker, and a 55.8 for Alex Riberas on the last lap. So he will at least delay Hirakawa unless Ryo catches him in the perfect place. Actually, it'll have to be a lap
Car
or two
7
away.
is turning in earlier and V-shaping more, turn 10.
Anthony, explain V-shaping to a non-racing driver.
So it's the speed you carry into a corner and on the exit of a corner. It's your minimum corner speed when you're at the apex. And it creates, what they mean by V-shape is it creates that exact shape in the data. So as you think that the line of the car speed goes upwards on a graph as you speed up, and as you slow down, that line drops down to the bottom of your page, and then you speed up again, it starts to go. So it creates this kind of either a U shape for a high-speed corner or a V shape for a slow speed. So they're just saying to their driver there, the other car is making a more extreme V of the corner in turn 10. So they're slowing down more at the apex, and that's giving them a better acceleration because you tighten the V, the two vertical bars make this corner here. That is turn 10. So if you slow down at the apex more, the theory is you can turn and rotate your car more, get it straighter on the exit, and you use 100% of your tyres slip angles to go straight instead of injecting some lateral into it as well, which robs that straight line traction. The best way I can describe it without a visual aid, but that's what they mean by Ving the corner instead of creating a U shape.
So instead of swinging around in a wide arc, you go in deep, straight, turn tighter and come out straight. So you're braking in a straighter line, accelerating.
Imagine you're running down the street and you're running up to a lamppost that you want to run around and go back the other direction, 180. The better way to do it is to run up and make to almost like stop, turn around on the spot and go the other way, rather than running around in a massive arc. You're going faster, but you're covering much more distance.
Toyota, the dominant force in qualifying for the 7th consecutive season, taking pole position here in the Bahrain International Circuit for the season finale. But despite which, Loic Duval trying to insert his Peugeot between the two black cars at the start as everybody else jockeyed for position. Toyota held on to that 1-2 spot from the start of the race, with the second row starting Peugeots being split by the best of the Cadillacs. Not a great start for the number 60 Mercedes from the outside front row, but managed to hang on to second in front of the 61 sister car as the first Lexus led the field away. 92 Manthey first form Porsche, the championship leaders coming from the tail of the field. 50 Ferrari working its way up from not making it into hypercar early on. Little nudge from the number 5 Porsche as it went by. And 007, the Aston Martin, building speed down the straight. Aston Martin with great potential in qualifying and big speed here in the race. Spin towards the end of the second stint for Paul di Resta, out of third place in the Peugeot, dropping down to 6th position before he fully recovered his composure. It was a good start to the race for Peugeot. And then a swap of positions for the two Toyotas, number 8 going ahead of number 7 as the 51 Ferrari started to close in from behind and then move up into second position. Antonio Giovinazzi in the number 51 car flying. End of the road, at least it looked like early on for 78, the Codis ASP Lexus. A drama electronic-wise for the number 59 McLaren as well, has left them at the tail of the field. And gradually, slowly but surely, Ryan Hardwick in the 92 Porsche creeping up the order. They are still leading the Drivers' Championship. The 54 Ferrari of Thomas Floor, contact from Jenson Button's Cadillac put him firmly into the barriers, bringing out the safety car. Toyota 1-2 from Ferrari at the restart, but a moment of great glory as Alex Riberas on fresh tyres used the Aston Martin speed to move into second and then to take the lead away from the benchmark cars here in Bahrain, the Toyotas. Contact between the 33 Corvette and the 21 Ferrari, and a drive-through penalty for Riberas for full course yellow infringements. Number 7 Toyota working its way back up the order to retake the lead from the 94 Peugeot. Toyota never out here, but a drive-through penalty for the number 8 car may well have robbed them of a chance to win the race. In LMGT3, a Codis ASP lead, Toyota's number 7 out front in hypercar. 5 hours in, 3 hours to go. Toyota, Ferrari 51, and then the 2 Aston Martin Valkyries ahead of the penalised number 8 car, with the 83 AF Corsa car second in the Drivers' Championship, but at this stage not able to take the title from the crew of 51. Ferrari are leading the manufacturers' standings handsomely. Porsche, their challenge has faded, and neither of the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s are in a points scoring position. 50 Ferrari needs to move up into the points as well to complete the chances for Ferrari in the manufacturers' standings, but they do have a handsome lead. Alex Riberas in the 009 Aston Martin has the fastest race lap so far. It's still front-engine cars at the front, Codis ASP, the Lexus, and Ironlinks, the 61 Mercedes. But Manthey first form, they've been doing such a strong job. That Porsche up to third from 17th on the grid, head of Heart of Racing's Aston Martin, the Benz WRT BMW, and the 33 Corvette from TF Sport. Still 3 hours of racing to go here in Bahrain. Anything could happen. 3 hours to go in the season finale inside the final 3 hours in Bahrain, and Toyota lead. Kamui Kobayashi, the man who put them on pole position to secure their first front row start of the season and to keep a streak of front row starting seasons alive since 2016. Behind is Ryo Hirakawa chasing the 009 Aston Martin. Hirakawa breaks for the pit lane, this time not for a penalty but for a regulation stop.
Strange, because Hirakawa's only done 14 laps in this stint.
Interesting.
Maybe he's felt like he's being...
his drive-through.
Maybe he's stuck behind the 009 Aston and they're wanting to offset themselves once again. It wouldn't be the first time they've tried to do that this race.
We were, whilst Martin was going through those highlights, trying to work out just exactly how the number 7 Toyota, just seen that car cycle through the pits, and have gathered a near 25-second advantage. And you came up with some interesting numbers.
Well, yeah, I thought I'd dive into the tyre allocation. So they've both used 16 individual tyres, both car 7 and 51, so that's even. And they've both been doing the same amount of laps per stint, and obviously were nose to tail after the safety car restart. So this gap since then has opened up to 24 seconds, and it's just been pure pace. So in the stints beforehand, it was 0.3 advantage on average for De Vries at the time he was driving over the 51 car. And then now that Kobayashi's behind the wheel, it's continued that trend with James Collado. It's around 3 to 4 tenths on average every lap.
So more than half of that has been simple pace, some of it traffic, some of it, I suspect, risk management, because there is a heavy dose of that involved in the 51 car. From this point forwards, 2 hours and 45 minutes to go, with a virtual points advantage to the 51. It'll be interesting to see what happens if they come under attack.
So we're watching now the 83 of EFA chasing down Alex Riberas in the 009 Aston, who we know has been super fast all day, all race. But it is EFA with the tyre advantage at this stage. So hence the gap coming down.
So Aston Martin have been in this fight for what feels like a couple of hours. Both cars still running at the top 4.
And Riberas has used 18 individual tyres, by the way, versus the 16 of car 7 and car 51.
Back with the action, 2 hours and 45 minutes remaining. Toyota's Kamui Kobayashi, car number 7, leading comfortably from James Collado in the 51 Ferrari. As we look at the battle between Jules Goulon and Norman Nato, 2 French drivers, and the Cadillac closing in on the Alpine. Now the Alpine with a little bit of a resurgence here. About an hour ago they were down in 13th, 14th, 15th. Now back up firmly into the top 10. And again, Anthony, as different tyre strategies start to play out, we're probably going to see more seeming snakes and ladders. Where have they gone? And then where have they come from during the course of this race?
I think where we are at this point in the race, apart from the 007 Aston, everyone's kind of converged in strategy, especially tyre strategy. It allowed everyone effectively a free pit stop that were kind of due on near enough. It was only really the outlier is the 007. So it's not going to be that exciting or that different for now. So this fight we're seeing on screen right now, it's a fair fight between the two, between the Alpine and Norman Nato that we ride with, for example. So that's why we're seeing less overtaking as well.
Don't forget, if you're enjoying the action here, not only can you come here next year, and this is actually a really good race to come to, very chilled, very relaxed, and nice and warm and sunny, but tickets for all of the 2026 events are on sale now, including since yesterday, the 24 Hours of Le Mans. If you haven't gone online to buy those yet, I would be amazed if there are any left, but go and have a look. And if you can't get to Le Mans, then go to one of the other races. You will see this and more next year. Lots of action. Back with Norman Nato chasing down the car in front of him. So the number 12 Cadillac right behind Jules Goulon.
looks like the Cadillacs just lacked a little bit of straight line speed here today, and that's making their job really hard when it comes to overtaking. It's one thing to have it. I mean, you need to have a good car on the brakes, of course, around this track. It's, but you also need that straight line speed.
Very different energy readouts from these two cars. 32% left for the Caddy, 15 only for Jules Gounon in the Alpine. This is the battle for 7th place. Quick answer a question you asked a while ago, Martin. The last time that Toyota didn't win here, it was Audi. Remember them in 2016?
Yeah, I found that answer. This Toyota have won 10 races here, 8 straight. So they are absolutely the benchmark on this track. There's a little bit of top speed from the Alpine. That's what the Alpine was designed for, was to have top speed. The thinking is that everybody designs their car to win Le Mans, but it's lost out in traction there in a big way.
Yeah, he couldn't quite get that power down, could he, out of turn 11. And Gounon has done only 3 more laps in this stint than Nato. So it really is quite a level playing field between the two of them. But this is just pure tyre wear, and the Alpine just couldn't get that power down on the exit of turn 11.
Yes.
It's easy done.
Yeah, yes, the grip he didn't have, didn't it? We saw the car squirreling under power.
You have to be so disciplined around this circuit. When you get given these new tyres, it feels so good. You want to use it all in that one lap. And it drops away, like Antonio Felix da Costa was saying, it drops away so quickly, that good feeling of having fresh tyres. You can't believe it. And halfway through a stint, you can be in serious trouble if you abuse them too early on. And to have that discipline, to be given something, it's like being starving and being given your favourite meal and only being allowed to take one mouthful and walk away from the table. That's the feeling. It's like, oh, I really want to use this right now. And you
intervention for.
Somebody, I can remember a driver saying to me a few years ago about endurance racing particularly, he said that tyres are like your girlfriend. They will never forgive you if you abuse them early on. So here is the Ferrari ahead of the Porsche, comfortably in the World Championship. Ferrari scoring with both, scoring with both cars at the moment, both 51 and 50, but 5 and 6 for Porsche Penske Motorsport, not scoring at all right now. And we are just about to get ready for another pair of driver changes at the Harder Racing Aston Martin.
The big point with the Ferrari position in the World Championships, plural, is that they've got the 51 in a strong position, and to make any impact, the chasing cars have got to be ahead of that car, and at the moment they're not. They haven't been for some time.
Leader is in from the LMGT3 pack as well. And that Clement Schmidt brought it in. Didn't see if there was a driver change. We'll catch up with that in a second. 007 hits its marks. Ross Gunn, racing son of a racing father. His dad was a big mini racer.
That's a good couple of stints from Ross Gunn there. A really good first stint when he was behind the wheel. That was a long old 36 laps behind the wheel there. And then what's he just done now? He did a further 31.
We've been talking, haven't we, for a number of times about Toyota looking to see if they can score a win and indeed a podium. They've been podium-less so far this year. They've never had that in their World Endurance Championship history. Here's a make that's not had a podium either, not had a podium at all in the overall World Endurance Championship standings, and it could be today.
It really could. And with the boost of confidence that these two car crews have got after that near win in Petit Le Mans that ended up as a second place finish, they know they've got a car. They were the fastest cars in the first round of qualifying. They know they've got a fast one-lap car. They know now they've got a really quick race car, Anthony, and you can't ask for more.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny, isn't it, as well, how a car can look even better when you know it's got a lot of pace. Is it just me that thinks of it when you know that they're running at the sharp end? Go, wow, doesn't that Valkyrie look
completely
in fairness,
gorgeous
when
today.
we went to Qatar, we did look at it and go, yeah, it's gorgeous. And it does sound gorgeous as well. And everybody talks about the noise, but it is now a car that's got performance. They don't have to talk about the noise. And we noticed how it's never mentioned anymore because there's lots more to talk about. Richie Leeds is out of the 92 car that leads the points. And I'm guessing that's Ricardo Pera going back in.
Yeah, Italian flag on the side of his helmet. Switcheroo 2 for the number 27 Heart of Racing. The other car, Aston Martin car run by the Heart of Racing. Different support structure behind the LM GT3 effort. This is old school Aston Martin Racing, Pro Drive. The other car not. That's very much more a conglomeration behind Aston Martin, Multimatic and Heart of Racing themselves. Side by side pit stop cameras here.
Iron Lynx came in from second and Manthey First Form from third. It's Johnny Edgar who's leading currently in LMGT3 in the 33 yellow Corvette. And they go out as they came in. The Mercedes ahead of the Porsche by not very much at all. The other car you just passed on pit lane as you drone your way down is the 21 Ferrari. So that is our outside chance of the championship as long as Manthey keep going.
The change there is the 92 car has leapfrogged the 27 Aston Martin. So Ricky Pera comes out ahead of Zach Robichon. Now Mattia Drudi, aboard the 27 car. Another driver, by the way, that gets his first test in a hypercar this weekend.
Okay, here is 21. Full set of tyres. So, who was in it before? Was in 21 when it came in. I've lost him now, Simon Mann. So it is Alessio Rivera, I think, back at the wheel. If not, Simon Mann's got a full, fresh set of tyres. Seems to be less of a warm-up issue with the LMGT3s than the hypercar. The hypercar seems to go slower than the GT3 car on cold tyres when it's on cold tyres. And here we go, Manthey First Form. And looking to try and get around the 61 Mercedes. Not quite happening there.
But what he couldn't do on pit lane, they're now trying to do on track. It is Hedenius versus Ricardo Pera. You mentioned it earlier, Martin. Hedenius has had a great start in his World Endurance Championship career. Ricky Pera has been an absolute standout. I think we've just taken a quick look there at the car that he might be in next year.
And Lynn Hedenius sort of was like Bambi in the headlights, to be honest, at the pre-season event in Qatar. But boy, has he really matured in that drive.
Thomas Schmidt will come around now to take the lead of the race with Johnny Edgar on pit lane. And again, it's going to be a driver change, and I think that's Charlie Eastwood aboard the car for the first time in this race. Clement Schmidt does indeed take the lead in the 87 Lexus.
Yeah, Hedenius here in the AMG Mercedes was desperate to hold on to track position in front of the 92 Porsche, sky blue Porsche, because after the pit stop you could see he was desperate trying to get the temperature into his tyres but defending track position at the same time. Looks like he's managed to achieve that as Pera watches on in the 92 Porsche at that gap starting to extend.
Don't forget, we have a crew not just filming the action for the live broadcast, but also filming behind the scenes for our full access programs. Those will be available from the 28th of November from here in Bahrain, a couple of weeks' time, starting first on FIAWC.tv and then on the FIAWC YouTube site a couple of days later. And there will also be an end-of-season special coming out as a special Christmas present for everybody, with exclusive interviews looking back at the season with some of our drivers and a whole host of other stuff that we could not show you in the race-by-race full access program. So those all are all archived on FIAWEC.tv and on the YouTube channel. You can watch YouTube for free, FIAWC.tv. You can get a free subscription there to see this stuff early, and lots more content as well. Lots of exclusive content coming through the off-season as well. So keep up with the FIAWC social media to find out what and when.
Nelson Jakobsen here has got his eyes full of car 50 of Fuoco still behind. And Fuoco certainly looks like he's got the pace here to get by. But it's been the story of the day almost, hasn't it? with the Ferraris is constantly, because of their bad qualifying, stuck behind slower cars that they can't overtake.
I'm here with a very hot Ross Gunn of 007. That was quite some stint. What is it about Bahrain that's clicked so much for the Aston Martins?
I think the track is obviously very high in degradation, and it seems that we're looking after the tyres better than some of our competitors. But yeah, we've just throughout the year been gradually improving. I think as qualifying showed yesterday, getting 2 cars into hyperpole for the first time was a really good step. And yeah, I had fun out there. You know, that was what we're here for, is to have fun, and really enjoyed my stint.
It's very nice to hear that, to actually hear a driver talk about the sort of the pleasure of a stint like that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're so lucky to do this as our job, and yeah, it was. It's great to be back in the WEC paddock. I haven't been here since Le Mans, so you know, to be out there with the Ferraris and the Toyotas, and yeah, it's just great fun.
Right in the thick of it. Good job. Thank you, Ross.
Yeah, really good to see Ross Gunn not just sweating but enjoying himself as well. A big off-track moment just shown there in replay for the 50 Ferrari. That was meters from disaster. That could have gone very badly wrong.
It really was, and as we mentioned earlier on as well, those marbles on the outside as the Aston finds itself on the outside as well through turn 7 into turn 1, as we saw with Fuoco. It's a very dangerous game to play.
That was for position. That was Mattia Giudi going by Gianmarco Leverato's Mustang, so that's a change for 4th. That will be reflected in the timing pile on the left in a moment or two.
Another threading the needle moment there from a hypercar, the 51 this time, trying to get through and reduce.
And a 1:53.6 for Fuoco behind Malte Jakobsen. So it's not just Jakobsen increasing that gap. 007 in the pit lane, 009 in the pit lane rather, and Alex Reverse handing over to Marco Sorensen. So the remaining element of the Dane train, we need more Danes.
I think what Jakobsen
lost a few.
I think what Jakobsen has worked out here is he just keeps things really neat and tidy in all these slow speed corners. He's got such straight line speed advantage that he's unpassable. So that if he doesn't make a mistake or try to drive faster, it's actually going into his face. He's worked out where the Ferrari is faster and slower.
Malte Jakobsen defending this position for Peugeot against Miguel Molina in the Ferrari. Anthony Davidson absolutely correct. Jakobsen knows where his frailties are and he keeps the door shut. Well, let's talk to a newer driver still in the championship down at Penske Porsche Motorsport.
I'm in the Penske Motorsport garage with Lauren Heinrich, newcomer here on the number 5 Porsche. I wanted to speak to you since you got here this weekend. We finally have a chance. How did it go for you, that very first experience?
Yeah, it was extremely exciting. Actually, that was my first ever full stint in the Porsche 963 straight away in WC race conditions. So a lot to learn for me, straight into the cold water, I would say. I'm quite happy with my first stint. That went really well. The second stint I struggled a bit. We only changed the rear tires, which was new to me. Still on the hard compound in the cooler conditions, so I could not really make the tires work in the way we expected, but still a positive day for me, and the race is not over yet.
No, it's not over yet. So you're happy with what you've done? Tires, how is it going to go? I think everybody's struggling with the tires at this time. So can you read the end of the race and see roughly where the strategy is going to bring you?
I mean, now it's clear the medium is the way to go. Honestly, for me, it's still very hard to read because also I've never been to the circuit. I did my first ever laps around here in the first repractice this weekend, so I let the engineers do the maths. They're on top of their game, and let's see. I mean, we're a bit on the back foot, and also in terms of pace, but we don't keep pushing. I think in WEC with all these tires, what's going on, there's still a lot to play for.
Well, congratulations on your start in WEC.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, young man we should see a lot more of. I think Lauren Heinrich just saw, while we're hearing from him, 007 moving up the order, going ahead of Mathieu Jaminet currently in the number 5 car. And again, back with Malte Jakobsen, Antonio Fuoco. This battle for 6th position. Into the pit lane comes the number 7 car, the race leader, Kamui Kobayashi. Anthony?
By the way, it's also about the other Toyota. This battle between the Ferrari and Malte Jakobsen is not just about these two cars. It's about Jakobsen knowing, look in the background, here comes Ryo Hirakawa. What he wants is for the Ferrari to have to defend to the Toyota to allow him the breathing space, and the performance in the car that he's not got can take advantage.
Here we go, Fuoco might finally have a chance, but in this run down towards turn 11, look, he was alongside him almost, and then suddenly the Peugeot is ahead again before the braking into turn 11. This is so frustrating for Antonio Fuoco, but I do feel like it's going to boil over soon. Is this going to be his opportunity? Round the outside, he tries, he gets on the marbles, there's nothing he can do there. He looks to the inside of 13, I feel like he's going to go for it. He knows he has to try. Keeps it as clean as he possibly can, but watch this, the next straight line, and he has to duck back in behind once again.
And now Hirakawa's almost there. If you can fend him off for one more lap, this is going to be about the Ferrari fending off the Toyota and not the Ferrari attacking the Peugeot.
The only thing that Fuoco has to think about here, maybe his engineering team have told him, is that Jakobsen has already done 2 more laps in this stint than Fuoco. So if there's any saving grace here, that means that Fuoco can, or what he should be doing is saving fuel so he can go even further and drive into clear air. But that's not going to happen, obviously, if the Toyota overtakes him, like you say, Graham.
It's right there, right now, and we're in a section of this race very evocative of the glory days of LMP1 Hybrid, where you've got cars producing really almost identical lap times, but in very, very different ways, and that makes for fantastic racing.
There are 2 things that seem visibly different about this Peugeot, is that it picks up quicker off the corners than the Ferrari, and he's got that top speed advantage.
Here we go, Fuoco. Oh, see, look, down the inside of the GT. I think that actually saved Jakobsen there, because Fuoco was definitely thinking about diving down the inside. He looks again, that was almost off the track for the Ferrari driver. He's getting desperate here. Fuoco's getting desperate. He has to be,
now.
yeah.
Has to now.
Let's hear from Jakobsen himself.
The Toyota behind will join, so also the Toyota behind is for position. He will have to defend from the Toyota. Now Fuoco will also have to defend from the Toyota.
3-car battle now, not 2, and all of a sudden Antonio Fuoco's got the double task, looking forward and looking back, because Ryo Hirakawa is going to be no respect for reputation in this situation. He knows where he wants to be, and that's up front having fun.
And the GT cars that they're catching should be warned on their radios as well. You've got a serious fight coming your way. So we've already seen it go wrong with just 2 hypercars catching a solo GT car. This, you know, so they work their way by here, the Aston Martin in the straight line, that's fine, but any GT car that has this trio bearing down on them needs to be aware that it's possibly not just 1 or 2, it could be 3 of them fighting all around you, so have your eyes everywhere in the mirrors.
Jakobsen catching the 77 Mustang. Just in the wrong place. We ride with Hirakawa, the 3rd in this queue. Hirakawa's got the easiest job. He watches the 2 in front. Malte Jakobsen, slightly less hard job. And Antonio Fuoco, that's really, he's between a rock and a hard place now. He hasn't been able to make a move on Fuoco. He hasn't been able to invent anything. I think his best chance is turn 8, Anthony, as they're coming down now.
Exactly, he's got to get a great run out of here in turn 7, but he can't because of the turbulent air. He's just got to dive down the inside of 8, but we've seen Collado do this earlier on. Was it with one of the Aston Martins? And Fuoco hasn't been able to achieve that with or even think about that move yet, it seems.
51 in the pits from the lead are championship leading cars. Ferrari still with control in drivers and constructors. And Ye Yifei will move through into the lead. Robin Frein stops from third. So this is now the battle for third place, effectively fourth place maybe.
It's almost not even worth getting excited on the run down towards the corner, like when you know there's a straight coming, because the Peugeot will just pull away. It's in moments like this, maybe through traffic. No, it's not going to work this time around, but it's going to either be through traffic or a dive bomb down the inside on late on the brakes. That's how Fuoco's got to overtake, and that's when the time. Like I say, turn 8, that's got to be his best chance, and but it's almost like Fuoco hasn't quite worked that out yet. Collado worked it out with the Aston Martin, which was the same kind of fight.
The problem is he's had a half look there 2 or 3 times. He's not going to catch Jakobsen by surprise unless he comes in with a monster head of steam, and there lies jeopardy.
So usually we'd be getting excited there on the exit of turn 15, but there's no point because we know that the Peugeot is just going to pull away in a straight line. But here we go. This will be interesting. This is exciting. And we're in the exact point of the track where Jenson Button got himself into trouble earlier on. And how do they play this one?
It's a battle for position in front. The yellow 60 Ferrari, Mercedes Fran Rueda, and they go by that. And does the Ferrari get through? It does. The Toyota gets through. The Mustang's going to follow as well. And the Gianmarco Leverato trying to go by for position behind, trying to use the faster cars, as so often you have to LMGT3, and he didn't.
Be aware for turn 8. Here we come again. The camera's not on it, but Fuoco needs to go down the inside. But Jakobsen's kind of expecting it because he's placing a car in the middle of the track, but there's still room on the inside. And Fuoco keeps wanting to do the switchback by going onto the racing line. But himself, he's got to be careful because Hirakawa might think, I'll do something here down the inside. Look, there's that moment where one goes to the left in a really, see what I mean? That is the same move Button did.
Yeah.
There's nothing different from what Jakobsen did there to what Jenson Button did. It's just that the GT cars were aware, because you've got, who's driving, Graham?
The GT cars, that was
Fran Rueda and Gianmarco Leverato.
Because we're now into the pros. We're into the pros.
Exactly. So that's the point I was making earlier on.
One other point with these 3 cars, and I keep noticing it, the Toyota seems to have nothing like the traction off the corner of the Ferrari ahead of it. It's right up the rear end of Fuoco until we get to the exit from a pretty quick corner, and then drops back remarkably from there. Delivering again the performance in a totally different way, the cars ahead.
Okay, Joe, these tires now only need to do the rest of this stint. You can open Tango if you want, if it'll help.
Open Tango. So presumably back off some of the traction control so you can really aggressively attack the throttle. And you want full control of the car, Anthony, when you're trying to make a pass. You want all of the juice when you want it.
Exactly. So one way you can look after your tyres is by really tightening up the traction control. And you do that right from the beginning. So you're being disciplined around the corners, and you can even turn the traction control right up so that you're taking away performance, pure performance, but that's his engineer saying, right, okay, we don't need these tyres after this stint. So if you need to, you can open up the traction control for a bit more performance, but you're obviously, that takes away tyre life as well, but that's not a concern at the moment.
Proton Competition Porsche in the pit lane. Brakes smoking as ever. Neil Jarni at the wheel. And still, Malte Jakobsen. He's basically coming down the hill there from 4 in the middle of the road, trying to make it impossible to go either side of him. And again, Fuoco starts with an overlap as he comes out of 10 and ends up tucking in behind into 11.
The Peugeot seems... It's a lethal combination, really, because it's got straight line speed and it's good on the brakes. So into turn 11, there was nothing that Fuoco could do there either. Hirakawa gets closer through 12 to the point where Fuoco has to defend actually into 13. 83, meanwhile, is in the pits.
Leader in, Yefei gets out, Robert Kubica gets in, a mere 2 hours and 16 minutes to the end of the season, to the end of the race. I don't suppose we'll see Kubica get back out of the car until it's in pit lane after the checkered flag.
Well, he did such a stellar job, didn't he, last time he was in the car, and he was complimented, and rightly so, by his engineers, so this could be a long old race for Kubica.
And that's how they won Le Mans as well. He just went at it like a dog with a bone for 5 stints, and that's what he's going to need to do to take this title away from 51.
This trio have got more GT traffic on this lap, just a corner ahead of the position they're in now, 4 cars ahead of them.
Here we go, Graham. So Jakobsen's had to defend the inside of 4. That's going to allow Fuoco to duck under on the inside on the exit of this corner, and he's going to get the job done now towards turn 6, surely. That's exactly what Fuoco was looking for, and finally, Fuoco gets his man.
But the Peugeot has got straight line speed, so little ripple of applause there from Nick Nielsen, the rest of the 50 crew, and suddenly Ryo Hirakawa now wants to try and get by the Peugeot as well immediately. I'm not sure that Ryo is aware of just how many laps it took Antonio Fuoco to get by Marty Jakobsen.
Well, look at that. Down the inside for Hirakawa. He's got less to lose, of course, in this race here today. But Jakobsen saw him coming, uses that straight line speed advantage. What's it like against the Toyota, though? He knew he had the advantage over the Ferrari, and it's the same thing with the Toyota.
Yep.
He knows what he's got at his disposal, doesn't he? And he's worked it out brilliantly.
And as a young racing driver, and Ryo Hirakawa is not exactly...
Oh, look at this, sorry, he's boxed in. Yep. He's boxed in by the McLaren, and that's how Hirakawa gets by, but then Hirakawa's boxed in.
Yeah, because the McLaren had to drift out wide, and the Hirakawa's outside line got closed. So they come down the hill towards turn 15, 14, and Marty Jakobsen still in front.
Meantime, Fuoco's gone.
Yeah, hasn't he? Finally able to release the prancing horse. But Marty Jakobsen, again, for a young driver, first full season with Peugeot, the way he places the car to keep the door shut is so impressive.
I thought there was going to be contact in turn 10 when Hirakawa pounced on him, but he knew he was there immediately, gave him just enough room, and knew that it wasn't the end of the world either to be drawn alongside on the exit of that corner, because he knew he'd be in front when he got to turn 11.
Stupid spot. What's up, doing? Wake up!
Calm down, mate. You'll get him. You'll get him. You don't need to rush it. You'll get him next lap.
Big lock-up from somebody in front. Monster cloud of smoke.
By the way, Ryo Hirakawa's got to get a hurry up on, because closing very, very fast is James Collado. 156 is with that tussle in traffic between Hirakawa and Jakobsen. 151 from James Collado. I think that might well be the second fastest lap of the race. Side by side again.
Down to 10. The Peugeot on the inside line.
A slight lock-up from Hirakawa as well, so he couldn't quite get the car slowed down and rotated enough mid-corner. It does look like the Toyota's got slightly better speed than the Ferrari in terms of straight-line performance, but it's not quite enough. But he's got to be thinking about how Fuoco overtook him. He would have seen it all play out in front of him, and yeah, he was just unlucky in how this corner played out last time around with the traffic. It went for him, then immediately against him.
And all of a sudden, Ryo Hirakawa was in the same position as Antonio Fuoco was, with the car catching rapidly. It's like the cavalry coming to the rescue.
Meanwhile, here comes the number 009 Aston Martin, Marco Sorensen back at the wheel, chasing down Mathieu Jaminet for 9th place. Paul-Luc Chatin in 8th ahead, and then Harry Tingle in the 007 Aston Valkyrie in 7th place. Look how Peugeot have resurged as well from being out of it an hour ago or so. They are back in both cars, the top half dozen. They started 3rd and 4th, and Jakobsen hanging on to 3rd place at the moment.
They want the real result here. He's playing a absolute blinder, I have to say, with a car that's strong in one suit and not in very many others.
But it doesn't have the speed ultimately, Graham. Although it's fun to watch for us, it's frustrating for the drivers. It's when you look at how fast Fuoco disappeared once he was in front. The car, the Peugeot just doesn't have the speed. The cars that do have the speed, though, the 2 Aston Martins, still keep an eye out for them. So it ebbs and flows, obviously, with the pit stop rounds. Yeah, the 009, as Martin said earlier on with Sorensen, he is absolutely flying at this stage.
At some time, though, Aston Martin are going to have to pay the banker because they've already started to use more tyres than their rivals, perhaps. So that might be blunting their performance in the final hour or two.
And indeed, as you said that, by the way, Martin, the 009 car has passed the number 5 Porsche. Mathieu Jaminet drops behind Marco Sorensen for 9th place. Up the inside, tries a look. Ryo Hirakawa still there, and
Jakobsen can't close the door in 11, but he's on the inside in 12 at the top of the hill.
Gets past as well, and just in the nick of time. But look at this, the Peugeot's back at him once again. It's never over until turn 4.
Oh, and that, the 46 BMW, might have been the final nail in the coffin for the Peugeot. And here comes the 51 Ferrari, and this is for position as well. James Collado now falls victim to traffic. Traffic gives, traffic takes away. But Collado has got the pace that Malte Jakobsen will not be able to resist for long.
And if, hopefully James Collado has been warned that the strengths and weaknesses, no, he's straight through. Their new tyre advantage has played its part on the exit of turn 8.
Turn 8 again, his favourite overtaking place, James Collado. Goes by the Peugeot and leaves him for dead.
And that's what the others didn't have at their disposal. They didn't have that tyre advantage, but this was a great move. Down the inside into turn 13, and then really cleverly boxed in the Peugeot behind the Mustang on the exit. Look, doesn't want to give over, doesn't want to get... And Jakobsen knows it, and he's like, yes! Over there, give me my free space, don't you box me in. So, whoa, proper argy-bargy between those two. I wonder if the stewards would get involved. I hope not, they shouldn't do, but there was multiple loved it.
Fantastic action from both drivers. Proper top-class racing. Sometimes, Anthony Davidson, I think it's really hard being a driver in the pit lane. At the moment, I think these guys are actually loving watching the race.
It's excellent. When you're a driver and you just see it all unfolding like that. Exactly that Toyota garage proved it. You had mechanics and physios and people I recognised once it like jumping for joy because the move's been done into the final corner, and Alex Hertz is there kind of like twisting his hand thinking,
not yet.
Drivers know what they're looking at.
There's always grandpa in the corner room going, not yet, Sonny.
2 hours, 7 minutes to go. It is still Toyota Gazoo Racing leading the race, but in LMGT3, it's Lexus. So both, as we had in the pole positions from Hyperpole yesterday, it's Toyota to the fore in both classes.
6 brands in the top 6, 9 brands in the top 10. It's quite entertaining still and very well spread. So Clement Schmidt still leads for the Lexus team by 25 seconds. Lynn Hedanius, that's the black and yellow car you can see from this car. Ricardo Pera, the Manthey First Form Porsche, they are leading the championship. They came in leading the championship. Their closest rivals, the 21 Ferrari, down in 9th. The only other mathematical rival is the 81 Corvette, and that is out of the points down in 11th place. Antonella Coletta, the head of endurance racing, he is watching every moment of this because Ferrari are tantalisingly close. In just 2 hours and a few minutes, they could be world champions for the first time since 1972. And the drivers' standings at the moment, the 83 car rather, is going to be only tied for second place with number 50 if nothing changes.
But it would be a Ferrari 1-2-3. Now that's a major change with the way in which these cars are pushed forward. That means they've overhauled the other 2 cars in championship contention. Can't win the 50 car, but can get into the top 3.
83 down in 12th place is definitely out of position, not just for how Ferraris are going, but how they've been going. And Anthony, I wonder why. You've got the tyre thingy.
The 83. Well, the 83 just they had the worst qualifying of all Ferraris.
They have also,
and they've just been in traffic the entire race.
And they've recently stopped, haven't they? As it stands, then, in terms of the 2025 Manufacturers' Championship title, 1 point behind Porsche are Toyota, but comfortably in front will be Ferrari. Their last World Sports Car Championship, 1972. Anthony, how old were you then?
In 1972?
14.
Very good.
Well, I was 8.
It's a long...
-6, I think.
Apart from anything else, none of their current drivers were born, and a long way from being born.
Super fast, mate. You're as fast as the leader that has 10 laps all tires.
Well, this is what we saw, didn't we, when he was stuck behind the Peugeot of Malte Jacobsen.
LMGT3 battle for second place. Lynn Hedanius in the AMG Mercedes, the black car with the yellow highlights for Iron Links. Ricardo Pera now right with him, and that Porsche hypercar did not help the Mercedes. Dive bombed him down into turn 10, so Hedanius couldn't roll through the corner with his normal momentum. Anti-first form Ricardo Pera was able to close up. So this is the battle for second place. The 92 car currently on target to win the championship. Is pretty even Stevens in terms of live tyre wear and when they're likely to stop. I think Mercedes will stop a couple of laps before the Porsche.
A bit too wide on the exit of turn 11 was Pera. Tried to carry too much speed, got on the marbles on the outside, and the whole rear end of the car started squirming around to it. That's why he's lost a little bit of distance here to Mercedes.
All sorts of combinations still in play here. Of course, the position of the 92 car, yes, of course, he wants to get past that AMG, but there is a championship at stake here for Manthey First Form. What a privilege they've given to Ricky Pera to be contesting this part of the race. They switched around their regular driver strategy. Here's the opportunity for you at home. Vote now on Instagram. Choose the driver of the day. The Wingfoot Award on Instagram, FIAWC_official. That will be a short list of drivers from a selection panel that you at home get to select who will go to the podium to receive today's Goodyear Wingfoot Award. Get online now and onto the FIWC's Instagram page and have a crack at that.
Well, it's been a strong season for Manthey First Form. Wasn't promising necessarily in Qatar. They qualified 11th, finished only 12th, but they won next time out in Imola. They won as well, crucially, at Le Mans. Double points race, a 50-point slice added to their tally. They haven't been on the podium other than those 2 times, but the other races since Qatar have all been point-scoring finishes, and it's that consistent totting up of points that has led them into this race as our championship leaders. They have not put a foot wrong so far. 2 hours and 2 minutes to go, and from last but one on the grid, only the Iron Dames qualified slower than the 92 Porsche, and they were not playing silly games. They just did not have single lap pace. What they did end up having is a race car, and in the end it is the race that makes the big points tally. Driver change here at Peugeot. So the 93 car is in, Paul de Resta is out, and Mikkel Jensen gets back in. 93 slipping back down the Urals a little. Kamui Kobayashi leading by 24 seconds now from Antonio Fuoco. Fuoco 9 seconds ahead of Ryo Hirakawa, who has put, 6 seconds between him and James Collado, who's put another 8 seconds on the Peugeot of Malte Jacobsen. So they're all leaving Jacobsen trailing in their wake. Some well-used tyres. Some pretty second-hand drivers coming out of some of these cars as well. Away they go as we fast approach the 2 hours to go mark here in Bahrain. Almost at the end of a standard World Endurance Championship 6-hour encounter. And yet still probably not much closer to knowing who is going to win this race. And don't forget, if you want to go trackside as the Toyota runs out very wide, that's a great opportunity, Anthony, for James Collado to move up into third.
Absolutely, and it's only a matter of time as well. The Ferrari's got such pace at this stage in the race thanks to his fresher tyres.
33,900 people in the Bahrain International Circuit. And they are watching this action. And if you want to join them next year, tickets are on sale. Tickets are on sale for all the races as well.
So that was Hirakawa. He's done 25 laps in this stint versus Collado's 11. So quite a big tyre offset there between the two, and hence the speed difference. But the Ferrari definitely seems to, I think on top of that, when you look at the laps that Fuoco's able to turn right now as well, the Ferrari looks to be the faster car at this stage in the race for me. Obviously masked a bit by tyres. I saw Hirakawa coming through the turn 8 and I was like, what's that blue mark on his left front tyre? He's running a wet on his left front. But no, of course, it's from the Melter Jacobsen contact. Just a polish out.
Scuffing, yeah, that'll polish out. So yeah, Kamui Kobayashi now with 2 Ferraris chasing him down. It's a big gap to Kobayashi, but again, 2 hours remaining. So a lot of strategy, a lot of different tyre usage and fuel mileage still to play out. And Ryo Hirakawa now with 2 Ferraris in front of him. And that one little error from Hirakawa allowed Collado just to slip through without having to work hard at it. Hirakawa into the pits soon, Fuoco into the pits imminently. It'll be the end of this lap, but Kobayashi will go into the pit lane a little earlier than Collado as well. So of all the cars on track, certainly in the top 10, Collado with more fuel mileage left than almost anybody else.
And Campbell in the pits as well. He's just about to get going.
Fuoco on pit lane.
And this is the mistake, Anthony.
Yeah, just a lock-up. We saw it in turn 9 and 10 from Hirakawa earlier on. And that's exactly how he lost the speed and just control of the car through the final corner. From that lock-up, get onto the dust. And it's so dirty out there off track. And Collado didn't hang around in getting that overtake done once he saw that happen.
Didn't need offering twice, did he?
No way.
Nope.
So there's Fuoco in. And interestingly, he's used, up until this point, 19 individual tyres versus 20.
A different strategy choice compared to the others. I think there are some cars on a different strategy compared to others. We are like 2 groups. Unfortunately, I don't think that was the right call, but at the end of the day, we have to analyze and we have to understand where it's coming from and make sure we improve on it.
There's a lot of work planned for next year.
Yeah, I mean, obviously next year we will have an Evo car, which hopefully solves all of our issues. But no, at least most of them, I think the work we put in has been positive so far. So I'm looking forward to start working on it soon, and to be able to have a very strong year next year, which I think we all want to. But it's a good thing to look forward to when you have an Evo car coming. So at least we all start not from zero again, but we can all push that out and hopefully have a good year.
Okay, good luck for then. And good luck for the end of the day today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And of course, Graham Goodwin, we've already seen what next year's revised aero BMW is going to look like. It's probably not just an aero revision, but everybody is now looking at polishing the diamond that they've got, because as we talked about earlier, as we heard about earlier from Ricky Taylor, that it's not just first time out. You can't get every single aspect of it correct. You've got to start kind of like with strategy. You've got to learn and adapt.
Yeah, you've got to learn from what you're doing with your own package, but you learn from what you see your competitors doing as well. And yes, you're right. There's going to be a remarkable crop of revised cars. We've seen spy pictures of Toyota's new car. Will it still be called the Gyro 10? They won't tell us, but it looks completely different to what we've got here visually. Others will be more subtle, but in terms of the BMW, we absolutely know the prominent styling, can we say, of the BMW is the nose section, and it's going to be significantly less schnozzer on that the front of that M hybrid V8.
I think if you look at it next year, you're going to have to look at this year's car to see how much shallower those nostrils are, because they are still there, so it's still got that family look. But yeah, it's about keeping the family look and improving the airflow and performance through and under and over the car.
It's cooling versus aerodynamics. It's always been that, and it's that getting the air through the car and doing with that air what you need to do. And you're going to see multiple cars coming into 2026 refining that, as well as refining other aspects of the package, braking, cooling, all sorts of other aspects of these cars. We're probably going to see a steeper development curve for most of these teams coming into 2026 than we've seen so far. It doesn't get away from the fact, though, Martin, with an hour and 54 minutes to go, we've still got battles live underway here, none less so than for second place in this race, where James has gone by Ryo Hirakawa, but he's not dropped him quite yet.
Kamiko Kobayashi still 20 odd seconds in front. No, that's now out to 36 seconds in front. That's a massive margin. Number 7 is roaring away, but
they've kept out of trouble, they've kept out of battles, and they've just been pounding out those laps that have been 2, 3, 4, 5 tenths of a second quicker over 20, 30, 40 laps.
I think the key is keeping out of battles. They haven't had to overtake anybody, which everybody else has, or hold anybody up, which everybody else has, and that compromises your speed. Now then, who else might be in the fray? Well, who's in 4th? Aston Martin. Who's in 6th? Aston Martin. And look at the Alpines, they're back in the hunt as well in 5th and 7th. So,
but there is a difference between the two Alpines in this phase of the race and the 007 Aston Martin, and that's energy. The 007 in the window, no, my apologies, the 009 is in the window. The 007, the 35 and the 36 will need to pit earlier than the cars ahead of them. So all sorts of ebb and flow. And a strong part of what has put this race in the position we're seeing now has been the ability for Toyota and for Ferrari to race hard in solidly green conditions for 6 hours, less one safety car.
Now number 8 Toyota due in 3 laps. So the number 50 Ferrari just dropped down the order as well, so they have just got Nick Nielsen back in the car. And in LMGT3, here is our race leader now. A Toyota has a lead of 37 seconds in hypercar, and Toyota's GT team, the Lexus, has a lead of 18 seconds in LMGT3. Lynn Herdanius still second in the Iron Lynx Mercedes. Ricardo Pera still third in the Manthey First Form Porsche, ahead of Mattia Drudi, 27 Harter Racing Aston Martin, Timo Boguslawski back in the 31 BMW.
2 Iron Lynx cars, but separated by, what is that, just one single lap? Car 12, meanwhile, under investigation for a pit stop infringement. That is Norman Nato aboard the 9th place Cadillac Hurst Team Jota car.
60 unlapping itself from the 2nd place car in LMGT3, and of course Lynn Herdanius let him go as quickly as possible. What he doesn't want is to be held up, but he had to make sure that he allowed the Ferrari to go through. So the Ferrari hypercar whistles by them.
61 though is under pressure from Ricky Pera in 3rd place. Again, this will be a kind of low risk approach, I'm sure, from the Porsche. At the moment, in championship terms, we're in a situation where the championship leaders in both classes look comfortable. But boy oh boy, is endurance racing taught us over the years, Martin Haven, that can change in a nanosecond.
Well, for Ricardo Pera, right now, every time a bunch of hypercars come past, there is the potential jeopardy of getting fired off and the championship's over. And so That's really, really hard, I'm sure, as a driver, not to have preying on your mind when you see that blue light illuminating on your driver safety screen to say there's a hypercar coming. That, you know, where's he going to go? Where's he going to pass me? Is it going to be clean? We all know, they all know why we had the safety car, and that was hypercar contact with an LMGT3. So right now, Manthey are doing everything in their power and doing it right. So they've just got to hope that Lady Luck smiles on them as well.
Let's talk for a moment about the other contenders in this LMGT3 Championship. We're on board now with Ricky Perra. The other two cars that mathematically can do it are behind, with the 21 car in 8th, the 81 car in 10th.
LMGT3 being led by Clement Schmidt in the Lexus. Lynn Hedanius, you're looking at him here in the number 61 Mercedes. The yellow car in front is not the race leader, it's the number 60 Mercedes, which has just unlapped itself. But this is on board in the battle for second place. Ricardo Perra in the number 92 Manthey first for Porsche. The championship rivals, Simon Mann in the 21 Ferrari, second in points, in 8th position and dropping away, and the 81 car, Charlie Eastwood, now up to 9th place. They're third in points and dropping away as well. So you saw Richie Leitz there in the garage with Ryan Hardwick, and I suspect in the final 2 hours Richie Leitz will probably get back in again. It's still hot work in these cars, even if the ambient air temperature is decently mild outside. Inside it is like a furnace. Even with the engine behind you, you're still working like a Trojan in these cars. It's a very physical business in LMGT3 as well as in hypercar. So they will try and make sure that they keep the drivers as fresh as possible, because Anthony, probably the biggest drop-off in performance in a car is not tyre wear, it's if a driver starts to fade.
Well, right there, those kind of mistakes happens. It's not through physical problems, it's just what happens. You just start losing concentration. We saw it with Hirakawa earlier on as well, and you just get in this rhythm, this monotonous rhythm. The sounds of the gear changes, the feel of the car under the brakes, you know, where you look on the track, and it just becomes so rhythmic. And you get it, it's like you get into the zone and it all works, and then suddenly something happens to the car and you think, oh, I've just suddenly braked a bit too late, and that's when things can all go wrong. And it's only through mental fatigue that really starts to kick in.
I wonder what Lynn Hedanius thought as the Alpine went by him into turn 4, and he cut back in behind it, and it was suddenly he almost hit the Alpine and turned it around. I mean, it was so close.
You have to trust all the other cars you're racing with.
Well, as it stands, Manthey first form, and the Manthey Porsche team, 128 points, 28 points clear of their closest rivals, the 21 AF Corsa Ferrari. So the team's trophy and the driver's trophy in the same set of hands. Final stop for Rahel Frey, I think. That'll be her out of the car for the rest of the race, and probably her final stint of the season. I don't know, maybe. Michelle Gatting back in anyway. It's Michelle, it's not Celia Martin, so
hasn't been the best of days, so it hasn't been the best of years, has it, as well, for the Iron Dames crew.
81 in the pit lane, third in the championship standings, Graham.
Yeah, this is our third title contender. Charlie Eastwood's been aboard that car for a little while. He's been chasing hard. It's that pause when we go through a pit stop cycle. But he's got a long way to go to getting into a situation where there's a potential outscoring of their nearest championship rivals. So this is going to be a hard 106 minutes.
Brendan Hartley getting back into the number 8 Toyota as well. So this car stopping from 4th place. From 3rd place, beg your pardon. And that moves the number 007 Aston Martin up to 3rd, 35 Alpine up to 4th, 009 Aston up to 5th place. Has Brendan got a slightly different helmet design this weekend? It looks like it, those sort of vertical, like paint runs down it.
Yeah, he has. And Brendan, you know, he's been a good couple of first, 2 good stints at the start of the race, didn't he? And since then, car number 8, the speed of it seems to have faded a bit. both Buemi and Hirakawa. So let's see what Brennan can do back behind the wheel now. Maybe the car has changed in performance, but there was a time in the race where they were really putting pressure on the race leader, car 7.
Quick stop for our LMGT3 leader. Tyres going in, but no driver change. So Timo Boguslavski, Clement Smith rather, stays at the wheel. Timo Boguslavski, though, has bailed out. And this will be the first appearance of Augusto Farfus in the car.
Strategies, same tyres, same pit stops.
Watching Mattia Drudi here for the Heart of Racing came in right on the tail of the lead 2 cars here. Everything to gain in this situation, as do the Iron Lynx team. And if you've got a 92 Porsche in a limited risk strategy, could they be the 2 that are battling away to the end of this race?
Well, they're going to have to do something about the Lexus, especially now they've inserted Jose Maria Lopez, the ex-factory Toyota hypercar driver.
Thought occurs, by the way, we started this year with both
.21 in the pit lane. 1 minute 24 for the Iron Lynx crew, so 3 seconds lost in the pit stop and a position goes away on the track. Now it may be that they have 4 tyres. I think both cars had 4 tyres.
It looks like it was at least a shiny set on the left-hand side as the car came through turn 1, as the Mercedes came through turn 1 there. As we look at the left-hand side of your screen, 3% for the Corvette remaining in their fuel.
Jose Maria Lopez currently in 2nd place in that Lexus, but that will become the lead as the Corvette pits either at the end of this lap or the next. Either way, this Lexus has been right in there and comfortably leading the field. And Anthony, we talked about the advantage of number 7 Toyota of not battling anybody, either to get by or to defend, and so able to run as fast as possible. And that's been exactly the same for the Lexus. It's not been in the battle for hours, so it's been running at maximum speed, undistracted by anybody else's attentions.
Yeah, it really does make a difference to, again, that concentration as well that we talked about earlier on.
The back end's falling off it. I did wonder if the reason he came in so quickly is because he's used to hypercar brakes and suddenly they weren't there coming into the pit lane.
Well, he's certainly been out testing with the Genesis Magma Racing car that will join this field. Remember, 2-car team joins this field in 2026, and that's come courtesy not only of his performances in GT, where he's been absolutely stellar, but also an LMP2 in the European Le Mans Series. Title contending run from the trajectory program car there. But yes, we'll be seeing, I think, 2 different drivers in that car. Oh, what's this?
What is going on?
Strategy. Yeah. That's the plan. This is the call from the coach from the sidelines of the strategy, isn't it? Yeah, Honkadea actually posted a little thing on social media during the week while he's in the car of his teammate on the pit wall going, hurry up. And his teammate, of course, being multiple world champion.
I am next to number 46, Valentino Rossi. You just came out of the car. It's not an easy weekend, but yet you come out of the car and you're giving a big hug to your mates and you're happy.
Yeah, we know that it's difficult in this track, and we suffer a little bit. We are not very fast, and also our teammate were better than us, so they make a better job. Congratulations to them. But sincerely, we don't know what we can do more than this. And anyway, it's the last race of the season, and we were right. So we know that we have to suffer here, and we suffer.
Okay, and you're coming back next year with a better car?
I don't know. I have still to speak with BMW for understand the program.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much again for having you and having your smile.
Grazie, thanks a lot. Ciao a tutti, ciao, buona serata.
Honestly, I think 3 days after they finally nail the coffin lid down is when the smile will go from Valentino Rossi. He is the single best known figure in this paddock. Formula 1 world champions and everybody included.
We've been speaking about car 50. Well, most of the Ferrari's been stuck in traffic the entire race. Nick Nielsen's about to be stuck in traffic here. This is the race leader. He's about to unlap himself. Wow. He's gone a lap down in obviously the out of sync pit stops with Kobayashi here, car 7, but he's on a fresh set of tyres, so he's racing up to the back of the race leader now, but yet another car that he's in dirty air of for a short time, but it just hasn't gone their way today, and I think it all stemmed from that bad qualifying from yesterday.
Just looking, by the way, at the car that's next to likely unlap itself for the race leader, and it's the other Toyota, 151.8 last time around from Brendan Hartley. That's an absolutely mega lap.
Yeah, the circuit just continues to get faster and faster as we see second place car on screen now, and that is a genuine gap, this 35-second gap between Kobayashi and Collado. That's just opened up another 10 seconds from nowhere, it seems. Just Ferrari just losing the pace at this stage in the race compared to where they were in the hotter conditions. I think that's where the car seems stronger. It's what we've seen all week so far, and it's playing out again here tonight.
They've done, so far, everything they need to do flawlessly. Are they just winding off a little bit of power, turning up the traction control a bit, just making sure nothing goes wrong with the car?
They could be, I mean, obviously they're playing it way safer than Toyota, but there was a time in the race when it looked like the fight was on for the race victory, and they looked fired up for it as well. But I feel like they're now thinking of, obviously the championship a bit more, because Toyota and particularly car 7 seem to have this completely covered. In terms of pace, there's nothing, I'm not seeing anything from Ferrari that they can do when it's a fair fight in terms of strategy. There's nothing they can do in terms of pace.
Changing battle in LMGT3, Graham, with the Ford just at the front of the this queue, but Eduardo Barrichello losing out.
Yes, he is. Realistic. At the moment, they're out of this fight for realistic possibilities of a podium. That's going to be between the Lexus, the Montai First Form Porsche, Maxime Martin, Mattia Trudi right there as well. Dennis Olsen trying to get there in the first, the other of the Mustangs, but this is some little way back. This is becoming a battle to talk about whose headline's going to make the papers tomorrow, if you like. Is it going to be Toyota retaining their record of having scored podiums in every single season of the FI World Endurance Championship? It's certainly going to be about potentially here Ferrari and World Championship. Could it be a little minor headline here for Aston Martin in the first podium?
I feel if you're looking at the pinks and you're reading Gazzetta dello Sport, Toyota's umpteenth win is going to be small potatoes compared to Ferrari winning the World Championship. Possibly, yeah. I mean, you know, Toyota have got a phenomenal record here. 8 consecutive victories, 10 in total in the 14 races we've had here now. This is the 14. So, you know, to win number 11 is, I mean, again, underlining the fact that there is something special about their cars on this track. Whether in LMP1 or currently in Hypercar, they are pretty much the benchmark of performance, and certainly in Hypercar they absolutely are. And so from what we've seen all season long, yes, it's a massive result for the team, but in terms of the seismic impact on the team, for Ferrari F Corsa in their 3rd season to win the World Championship, having won Le Mans 3 consecutive times, that's big. That's bigger than big.
We're on board with one of their GT cars at the moment, Alessio Rivera. He'll be testing a hypercar this weekend as well, and well as he might, he's been an absolute star in their customer racing efforts in LMP2 and in LMGT3. Closes right up on the Mustang under braking. Let's talk a little bit about the other privateer effort here, the 83 car. What a season they've had in the fight right now for the World Drivers' Championship. Le Mans winners in a privately run car, a car that would not run in this championship without the private backing that has brought it here and kept it here. They've had an amazing season.
They really have, and that 83 car now up to 4th place, 2 spots behind the 51 Ferrari, and it only needs one thing to go wrong with the 51 car, and 83 will be the drivers' champions. Now the 21 car here, we ride with Alessio Rivera. They came in here with a decent shot at the LMGT3 title, but that has really not gone their way. And don't forget the Goodyear Wingfoot Award. Choose the driver of the day. We don't choose, you get to choose. If you go to the Instagram account, WC official Instagram account, you will see the shortlist for Wingfoot Award Goodyear Driver of the Day, and you can vote for your favourite on that list, and at the end of the day they will be presented with the trophy. There's going to be quite a lot of trophy presentation at the end of this race, gentlemen. An hour and 32 minutes, we're getting closer to knowing who might be on top of the podium in both classes, but nothing is really guaranteed, is it?
It's not. I'm going to say one more word, by the way, about that 83 car before we start talking a little bit more about LMGT3 coming into close to the last 90 minutes of this race and this season. And that is there's been two very special comebacks this year. One of them has been Robert Kubica in the 83 car after crippling injury in a rally car that could have completely ended what had been an amazing career. Includes, of course, a Formula One Grand Prix win. The other is across the pond for Robert Wickens, and it's been in sports car racing. We've seen both those great sportsmen come back and show exactly what they've, not what they've got, but what they always had, and triumphing against adversity. And it's something great about this special part of the sport that has allowed them the shop window, the opportunity, and in the case particularly of Robert Wickens, the technology to do it.
Yeah. And the technology is not just about getting Rob into race cars. That is going to have an effect on all other disabled drivers, because that system is applicable and switchable. You can have an able-bodied driver and a disabled driver using the same system, and it is switchable, so it doesn't just work for one man in one race car. And actually, great news is that Rob will be doing the entire IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series next year as well, so that's an expanded program, we hope. So looking forward to that. Meanwhile, back to our hypercar class, and Marco Sorensen in the 009 Aston Martin, while we weren't watching, has crept back up into third position. So again, the Aston Martins are rising back up the order. Anthony.
Well, he's on the same strategy as the same profile and the strategy as the car 51 and car 7. So yeah, he's just stopping a few laps before them, but it's only within 2 laps or so, depending on how many laps they do per stint. So yeah, running the same strategy. Have used 1 or 2 extra tyres at this stage, so they'll have a slightly harder 1.5 hours coming towards the end of this race, with faster cars coming up behind them, potentially like the car 83 that we were just talking about there, Graham, and car 50. So both Ferraris towards the end of the race could be putting some pressure on the 009, but for now it looks like they're right up there fighting for a genuine podium,
which is so good to see. And it's not just about Aston Martin as well. When you're sitting in Genesis Magna HQ looking at this, you're going, well, you're not destined to be absolutely rank outsiders all season long in your first year, because you've seen what the Aston Martin team can do. And so they can do it with Genesis hypercar as well.
Marco Sorensen on pit lane now, the first of that league group to pit in this cycle. And you're absolutely right, Martin. What we've seen through the life of this hypercar class is that development cycle compressing.
And this man, Robert Kubica, looking to win the driver's title, to go with the 24 Hours of Le Mans Trophy and the FIA World Cup for the privateer teams. Behind him, Norman Nato. What's their respective lap times? Very close indeed. Nato was 4/10 quicker than Kubica on the last lap. So there you go, 0.388, but lost 4/10 on the lap before, so it is very close, the battle between them, and all of that ebbing and flowing going on as they try and pass the GT3 battles. That was the Iron Dames going by the 81, so that was Michelle Gassin going by Charlie Eastwood's Corvette.
Could have been a number crunching, because there's going to be another phase of this battle in the hypercar coming towards the end of this race. And Davidson, you've been looking at who's got what left in the tyre locker.
So if the Aston Martin 009 has just put on 2 tyres, their last pit stop, we think the rears just went on. So that would be 26 tyres individually used for the 009, which is your full allocation that you're allowed in an 8-hour race. The leader, car 7 and car 51 have used 20 individual tyres. It's kind of the picture we were painting. So they've had a great race, but they've used a lot of tyres to get there.
But performance is there. And we believe they knew it was an 8-hour race before they started. I'm sure they did. But they've been right there, just spotted, by the way, in the background. We've seen this before at Bahrain. There's a cat. Genuinely close to the track. We have had that once before, as the car's coming back through that last turn. There was a cat just by the side of the road.
No cats, of course. Groundkeeper very particular about that, certainly in bobsleigh. But yeah, that might be. Well, you know, they have to put safety cars out in, it was a partridge reference, they have to put safety cars out in Bathurst because of kangaroos on the track. We don't have those here, but I think race control will keep a very close eye on that.
Yeah, this friend of the show, Peter Cox, knows well, having had a kangaroo land in the car in the early stages of the Bathurst 12 hours one day, on time.
Into the pits comes the number 7 car. Our race leader, Kamui Kobayashi, and he will step out.
It's been a long time aboard the car from Kamui Kobayashi, and it will be De Vries into the finish, I would imagine, at this stage of the race.
So Mike Conway, when Alex spoke to him earlier on saying, will you get back in, said, no, we're not quite sure how it's going to work yet. So maybe that Mike has done his final laps in the car.
He's a great fit for that team down at Jota, and he'll be loving his time behind the wheel there as now a full works outfit with Cadillac. Because Giovinazzi,
now
car 51.
Probably just as well we
this
don't
is the
have
view I
the
want to see.
driver mic'd up.
So yeah, he quite far back. Oh no, too far back. I think
he's done.
Here are two cars. Both with good top speed. So it's going to be interesting if Harry can stay with him all the way to the straight.
They're only 1 lap out, I believe, in terms of their lap 10 for Tinknell, lap 9 for Milesi. So very similar fuel on board, but Milesi's got the advantage of 1 extra new tyre.
Okay, H, you've got about 15 laps. 15 laps. Let's make it count. We need to get a good buffer here for the last stop. 15 laps. I'll start giving you some splits.
I wonder if that was just before Milesi went by him. Milesi, unfortunately, out of reach on the straight in the Alpine. That also a very quick bunny in a straight line.
Look at them bearing down on the Porsche in front of them as well. Car number 5.
It's not been the final race of this programme that Porsche Penske Motorsport would have wished. A couple of problems earlier in the race.
So this, in fact, is the other Alpine Aston Martin train, because this is Fred Makovici ahead of Marco Sorensen, not Charles Milesi ahead of Harry Tincknell. And Lauer is about to be gobbled up, you think, by these duo.
And Lauer last time around a 54.3, which is pretty much the same speed, same time as the two cars behind, but
great view from overhead of the dramatic changes of direction in places on this track. And down the hill there, 6 and 7 are really moving.
Fastest lap of its race for the chasing at the moment. Toto 151.512 from Nick de Vries. With the Ferrari pit stop coming up, that should be the reshuffle again.
Back with Danny Hunterdale. This is the battle for 5th place with Augusto Farfus. 5th place, yes, 5th and 6th. So Farfus in the 31 BMW.
Yeah, got close through turn 4, but you're going to have to sit around through turn 6 and 7. Looks like the BMW's just gained a bit of an advantage there in the brake, or before the braking zone, so nothing that Juncadella could do there. On the run up towards, you go up and over the crest here before turn 9. Turn in, brake and turn some more while still on the brakes. Such a tricky corner. And back to turn 8, the fight in the hypercar category. Nick Nielsen trying to go around the outside of the BMW and makes it work as well. Great move.
It was indeed. I think it looked to me like the BMW is trying to get to the traffic. Nick Nielsen didn't quite let him get there. Sister car, by the way, the 51 from the lead in the hands of James Collado on pit lane now.
And the sister car to car 50 is in the pits. You can just see there on the left-hand side of your screen, just pops up. Driver change as well. Is that Pierre Guidi getting back in?
Yep. Yeah, who else? You could tie him up to a post in the back of the paddock and he'd still be there.
With the post.
Indeed.
Robert Kubica cycles round to the lead, but he's under pressure for that lead from Nick de Vries, who's 7/10 of a second behind as they start their lap 202. An hour and 17 minutes remain.
Ferrari due in the pit lane in the next couple of laps, which will cycle the number 7 Toyota back to the front. But there is our race leader, Robert Kubica. He could do with the race finishing like this, with the 51 car down in 4th place and 83 on the top of the podium, but that's not going to happen. Nick de Vries is far too close. He's not going to wait for the 83 car to pit. He wants to be in clear air. Anthony.
Risky move down the inside of turn 10, but he gets through. he's got such speed over the car 83, and yeah, like I said, today Toyota, nothing to lose. So they can happily go for moves like that.
Not high risk, because he knows that 83 must stay in the race to win the championship. So the door was going to open, wasn't it?
It's always a high risk move, that one into turn 10. It's when we had Antonio here as well, and he said he was told on the radio not to do that move, made the move, and actually had contact. So you all know that it's a very difficult corner at the best of times, let alone when you surprise someone by diving down the inside. But De Vries felt he had the car advantage, the speed advantage there over Kubica.
He did just come off the fastest lap of the race for that car, 1 minute 51.19.
That's the second fastest lap of the race in its entirety. Goes to Nick De Vries. Only Alex Perez, what is that? About almost 90 laps ago. Has bettered that lap as he's gone by and now pulling away from Robert Kubica. The 51 car, by the way, after that last pit stop, emerged in 5th place, 48 seconds back from the leader.
Critically, 1.6 seconds back behind Brendan Hartley. I know, 10 seconds behind Brendan Hartley. So there is 83, Robert Kubica. There is a view of the fastest man on track at the moment, Nick De Vries. And Toyota, as so often, Anthony, have played the strategy game really well.
I think they played their tyres really well today as well, starting on the hards and then just migrating slowly, almost one by one, every pit stop onto another individual medium tyre, and they just gradually migrated onto them. And yeah, as we suspected, Martin, when we saw De Vries' last pit stop, we thought they put all 4 new on. Now the app has updated itself. They have indeed, so that explains the incredible lap time he's just turned in.
Either that or they were all well greased before they went on the way the car was sliding around. Looking back at Augusto Farfus in the 31 BMW from the 27 car, and right behind is 33. With Danny Hunkadea.
Yeah, he's got to find a way by, hasn't he? Said, how do you do it? I love watching these pro GT drivers at work, because look at that, they knew to cover the inside line there. Juncadella was thinking about it before turn 9 even came along. So it's like a high-speed game of chess between these two.
Yeah, because they both know the track well. They know where the potential passing places are. The attacker knows, the defender knows. And so suddenly you have to try and invent something new or catch them out, or use traffic, and there's traffic, and that's your opportunity more often than not when you're in a slower class car, and
absolutely.
You know that from LMP2.
Here we go. Does he look to the inside here, Juncadella? No, because Farfus again turns in purposely early just to make sure that Juncadella wasn't going to try it. But here we go, the run down towards the final corner. Juncadella will be knowing that this isn't the best place to do it. Look at the marbles on the inside of the track. Oh, and there's a spin there.
Lock up from the Cadillac that was just trying to go by another of the LMGT3 cars in front. That was the number 10 that he was trying to go by.
It's Bamber that had the spin. Now, did that happen with traffic.
Yeah, there was the number 10 Aston Martin was right in the middle of the corner, and so he was trying to go around Valentin Asseclo and just, yeah.
What a miserable day for them.
Obviously chose the wrong way round the Aston and had to bail on it and looped it into a spin. Yeah, when it's not your day, Anthony.
Oh, it yeah, it doesn't rain, it pours. So yeah, back to this Danny Juncadella Farfus fight. You can see the tyre ages at the bottom of the screen, so it's rare that we get to see that with the Goodyear tyres. So it looks like Juncadella might just have a yeah, I mean, it's very similar. No, it was actually Farfus with a slight advantage there, but look at this, through turn 7. It's so close. Juncadella got a bit surprised there and lost a bit of ground. I think the move would have been on in turn 8 if that moment in turn 7 didn't happen.
Gusto's a bit lighter on fuel as well, maybe 10% less energy. Again, hypercars coming down. That's going to ruin life for Juncadella, but they might really hold up the BMW. Augusto Farfus with a BMW. Hypercar teammate, so Polly, the thing behind coming through. We follow through with Earl Bamber. So Bamber lost a place to the number 15 BMW, and here's how, Anthony.
So down the inside, onto the marbles, gets back on the rake and whoa, and just locked the rear. What was that all about?
Now I thought I saw that the number 10 car had gone past, but I thought he would have caught him mid-corner and had to bail on it. But
for me,
do you have 2 wheels on the dirt?
It went silent. As soon as he downshifted, it just locked the rears. The engine going silent there.
That's a real worry, isn't it, for a driver? When there's no noise at all, because
I'd have to say that's
not usual.
I'd have to say that maybe it was a brake-by-wire issue there on the Cadillac, because it didn't seem right the way it just went completely silent. I mean, being on the marble is one thing. You usually expect the car just to run out wide. You just lack the grip, but for it to actually lock the rears, that's really rare.
83. In the pits, and Robert Kubica unsurprisingly stays in for the final 71 minutes and change.
I bring the other news from Jota, by the way, in another desperate bid to get publicity. Matt Sankey from the catering team at Cadillac Hertz Team Jota has brought in, as he often does at the Bahrain finale, after
excellent
chocolate mousse, etc. It's not going to work. We're not going to mention Cadillac Hertz Team Jota because of that kind of, frankly, vapid efforts at getting publicity. So
blatant payola
from Cadillac Hertz Team Jota.
It is Toyota Gazoo Racing car number 7 that leads from the 50 AF Corsa Ferrari, or Ferrari AF Corsa, with Toyota Gazoo Racing number 8 in 3rd place. In the depths of this arm wrestling battle in the top 10, the number 5 Penske Porsche, Julian Andlauer getting a little touch there with the 21 Ferrari, who must wonder what they have to do for hypercars to pass them cleanly. Fred Makovici goes through the gap as well. And again, Makovici with a few fewer laps, maybe, and Lauer, as it were.
To the point where Juncadella can't do anything about it, so gets a few more aggressive flashes.
Door opened very nicely there for Kubica, but now Juncadella throws it up the inside into turn 11, but it's going to leave him slow up the hill, and Farkas comes back.
He's saying, that's P1 for me, mate.
Yes, indeed.
Out the window.
Is it Daytona all over again?
It's the Tommy Milner salute.
It is.
I didn't know you could.
And by the way,
how did he get his arm out the window?
By the way, that was with Augusta.
Arm.
And that was with Augusto Farfus as well.
It was indeed.
Must be like deja vu.
It's a special arm fitted to Corvette windows that you pull a little string and it flaps out.
Let's hope he doesn't make the same offer on T-shirts that nearly bankrupted Tommy.
Smiles from the boys at TF Sport and from WRT as well. And you know, they're all enthusiastic racers. They love this stuff. Of course, you love it a little bit more if your guy comes out on top, but you love it nonetheless. Of course, the race engineers are going mental on the radio. Back to Hypercar and the number 5 Porsche. This is 9th place being contested. So Fred Makovici chasing Julian and Lauer. Mako in the number 36 Alpine. Charles Malaysi up in 7th place in the number 35 car. Plenty of energy. 93 Peugeot due a stop soon. So the 94. So too the 50 Ferrari. Not long for this stint either. The number 6 Porsche. So Toyota 67% energy. They're going to have to stop at least one more time. So will the 51 Ferrari, but that will cycle up ahead of the number 8 Toyota and the 50 Ferrari before it needs to stop again.
So 28 laps on the board for the number 5 car of Julian Andlauer, and only 19 laps on the board for Makovici here. So that's why you can see the energy difference on your screens. But interestingly, Makovici has a really old front right tyre, which has done 31 laps now.
Yeah. And we saw the same from Malaysi. His right front had been on almost since the beginning of the race.
But the rest,
a long time.
But the rest went on new in his last stop.
Getting close to the point where it's the last full stops for these teams, and in the case of the 5 and the 6 car, the last full stops. Full stop. And that's going to be an emotional moment for everybody involved, I'm sure, down in the Porsche Penske Motorsport garage.
Yeah, they're looking ready to mark that moment.
Around 4 laps for the Porsche pit stop.
Like we said, and you can see the energy graphics on the left-hand side of the screen. So they're just telling their driver, look, you're going to get by anyway when they come in, and then that's the time to really start turning in the lap times you know you can in free air. And they've got the Aston Martin just in front of them as well, actually. So maybe he won't have. That'll be quite short-lived, that free air.
So they're suddenly running up behind Harry Tingle, and they really are running up behind Harry Tingle.
I was talking about. Look at the tyre graphics on the screen. So the bottom right, that front right of the Alpine, 49 laps on it now.
Wow.
So it went on with 31 laps.
or stayed on after a stint? Was it fitted or was it still on?
It was fitted with 31 laps on.
A very elderly tyre. Maybe it did free practice. So 3 laps till Andlauer pits, and that will release Makovic. Done free practice. Its tyres are for the qualifying and the race. Yeah,
exactly. Your 26 individual tyre allocations from full quality in the race.
Porsche Penske Motorsport ready for the final hurrah for their pit crews for this team. No revolution, it says. Let's hope it does revolve. Otherwise, we're in real trouble.
Here comes Makovic with a good run down the straight, closing on the Toyota. And the team manager of Danny Hunkade's 33 Corvette team has been summoned to race control.
I strongly suspect that's not because Eduardo wants to buy t-shirts.
Possibly.
I think it's for the sign language you saw.
I'm sure that's right.
Yeah, not for the contact with another car, that's fair enough, but for digital exposure. Farewell Porsche from Porsche Penske Motorsport.
Yeah.
Well, farewell as opposed to goodbye.
Au revoir, I think we prefer.
Yep.
Until we meet again, as we surely will.
Porsche is the company that races sports cars. Won't be long, I don't suppose, before they're back. Toyota 1-2, Ferrari, Toyota 1-3, Ferrari 2-4, Peugeot 5-6. They're starting to form up in team order, and then Alpine, Aston Martin, and this battle, Porsche and Alpine. They are right on the back of the 007 Aston of Harry Tincknell as we head into the final hour of the season finale here, the Bapco Energy's 8 hours of Bahrain.
Well, what a season it's been. Cycling round to here to finish in the Kingdom of Bahrain. 1 hour left in this fabulous season of racing, as deep a top class as the world has ever experienced in sports car racing at this level.
Kevin Estre ready to do the final hurrah for the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, car number 6. That's in as well. Comes the 93 Peugeot. That currently with Mikkel Jensen at the wheel. He got in at their last stop. I imagine he won't be shuffled out.
This pair catching Harry Tincknell, the 7th place. Tincknell from Andlauer from Fred Makovic.
Well, they're sort of with him, aren't they? And they close up in traffic, and then he pulls out again.
Final pit stop for the number 6 car in WC service.
World champion hands over to world champion Lawrence Vantor to teammate Kevin Est.
They're going to be missed in this championship. It's a sad circumstance that sees them leave. Nothing to do with the competitiveness of this car, this team, these drivers. Simply business. And Porsche, we know, have cycled, as we see again, the bodywork signed by every member of that pit crew. And Porsche will be back. They always do. We'll still, of course, expect to see the GT cars back next year. That's not affected by a decision of the hypercar squad. Away they go. The steely glare of Kevin Estre, and a salute from the hugely professional boys and girls Porsche Penske Motorsport. Their services in Eventually will be in high demand, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, the amount you have to learn as an entire team when you come in to this game. We saw when Ferrari arrived on the scene, they had the fast car, and do you remember Sebring a couple of years ago?
Lots of mistakes to start with. Yep.
Qualified pole, and operationally it was a disaster, I think it was fair to say. And look at them now, that incredibly well-oiled machine, and like you have to be successful in this game. So the knowledge that you have as every individual member, particularly as this crew around the car doing the pit stops, it's invaluable.
It most certainly is, and they're learning all the time as well. Number 5 in for what will be the final regular pit stop. Here it is.
And don't forget the change of Penske's performance from year 1 to year 2.
Oh, they're unlocking it that wonderful day at Fuji. They gave us such a fantastic race.
Final run for Jenson Button, his last stint as a professional race driver.
Yeah, it hasn't been the day that I'm sure he wished for his final time behind the wheel, but yeah, it's a strange moment. Obviously, I've been there myself, but I think the last time I ever feel this sensation, it's a sport you can't do outside of this environment. It's a strange sport in that way, and to know that your whole lifetime that you remember, from an 8-year-old kid up until this moment, as a 45-year-old, you won't feel those sensations again that you feel in a race, especially at World Championship level as a professional racing car driver. It's an odd feeling to think that all these G-forces that I'm exposed to right now, the feeling of the car, the sounds and the vibrations, you'll never feel it again. That's the weirdest part.
Now, he'll go on and do other things. He has said he won't do a full professional season again because he wants more time with his young family. And why wouldn't you? But he will do things like the Goodwood Revival and who knows what else. So, yeah.
So to drive machinery of such caliber, it's that these cars are hard to come by. You know, this kind of performance is hard to come by.
Classy from Lauren Heinrich there. He recognises it's an emotional moment. His first time with the team. He's far from disgraced himself. I'm sure there'll be places for him to exercise his talents, but recognises what a huge moment that was for that crew. They've been a big part of the full team game in sports car racing.
Absolutely, and another driver I feel for as well is Julian Andlauer, who was driving the 99 Proton competition car last year, really shone and was elevated, promoted into this car for this season, and such a short moment. It was so short-lived, wasn't it, for him? It seemed to bigger and better things, and a factory, finally a fully fledged Porsche factory driver, and then the team pull out. It can be a hard business sometimes for a driver.
We're a bit of wait and see to see what happens when the pieces fall into place for who stays at Porsche for their IMSA programme, and for that matter their continuing GT programmes. It's a huge amount of talent that potentially is on the marketplace that we might be seeing some of them elsewhere. We know one or two that we are. Here is the final opportunity, I think, or one of the final opportunities. Choose the driver of the day. Vote now on Instagram at FIA_WC_official on the FI World Endurance Championships Instagram page for the driver of the day, the Wingfoot Award, which will be awarded to the driver that you vote for from a selected shortlist, and will be presented on the podium after this race.
Jose Maria Lopez leading in LMGT3 from Ricardo Pera. This is the car that is second in the race but leading the championship. They've added 27 points as of now to their total from the season. And Mr. A, of course, only adding 12 points. Ricardo Pera in traffic, going by the Mustang. And that is Dennis Olsen, I think.
Yeah, so not for position, because the next car up the road from the 92 is the race leader of Jose Maria Lopez in the 87 Codis Lexus.
Michelle Gatting staying at the wheel of the Iron Dames car, Graham. Their final pit stop with 53 minutes to go. Last one as well for the 81 Corvette right in front of them. Charlie Eastwood staying in.
And remember, this was a car that came into this race in championship contention, albeit pretty mathematically, it's not turned out that way for them tonight. But strides forward for Corvette of the TF Sport, who announced last week for the 2-year extension to their deal to be the effective service provider for Corvette's LMGT3 efforts here. We've got double yellows, by the way, out at turn 11.
I think it's worked really well, and we've got station number 15 BMW, and that does not look entirely correct on the right rear. So I wonder what he's collected. Pan out, pan out, pan out, pan out. No, it's not entirely correct on the right rear. He has clattered something pretty hard, and we could be going to full course yellow.
Guessing that's happened in traffic in turn 11. He's gone down the inside of someone, maybe?
I think my tire came off. My tire came off. I can't move anymore.
He has. He's got a right rear puncture. I saw that.
Yeah, is that debris or is that a broken wheel, a broken suspension? Let's take a look. Ride on board. Okay, this might be fun, but not in a good way.
Wow. So no traffic involved. He did nothing wrong there at all.
He just set the fastest lap of that car's race as well.
Maybe the tyre couldn't take it. It looks like more than the tyre. It looks like a rear wheel.
It's a virtual safety car.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now that could really throw things up in the air. So again, to remind you, what does this mean? We go to 80 kilometers an hour as if it were a full course yellow. But where in that train, who gets the pass around, who loses out from that pass around. Either way, this is going to be a close finish in both classes for some meaningful places in this order.
8 and 51 with 80+% energy, and you have to assume that's enough to get them to the end of the race. And so number 7 Toyota will only need to take on effectively much less than half a tank. Both Peugeots also up at the sort of high 80s, early 90s.
Well, everybody's
number 50 is good.
Everybody's getting home from here with a stop. That's the key. We should not, after this safety car scramble, see another regular stop in this race.
So 007 heading in. No, 009 heading in.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realise that the 007 had just stopped.
Yes.
Under. Oh, that's terrible. Yeah,
they were on an outlap as virtual safety car.
Oh, that's as unlucky as it gets.
It's destroyed. Their options here, unfortunately. Their options here, unfortunately.
Unlucky as it gets, but not so for the 009 at least. But they can't throw any more tyres at this.
They've got 2 tyres there, but they
would have been already used, yeah.
83 on pit lane as well. Another of our title contenders, remember. This is as it stands at this moment. That may well change shortly. It is Ferrari that take the Manufacturers' Championship from Toyota,
and
who
Toyota
can do no better than that.
Back ahead of Porsche.
Yeah.
The battle for second place is within a point or two. If both Ferraris finish and finish in the points, then they will be the world champions.
Just looking through the tyre allocation for 009, and I think their best case scenario that they can throw on here, some tyres that have done 22 laps.
On pit lane now, our championship leader, and as they came in, the race leader too, Ricky Perra, also there. The car that came in from second place, the 27 Heart of Racing team, Aston Martin. It's all up for grabs for race positions in LMGT3. They're going to be super, super close.
'51 Ferrari, hard rear left, medium rear right. 50 Ferrari, medium front left, hard rear right and left. So they've run out of mediums, or the medium isn't working for some reason, and they've gone on to harder tyres.
Their performance did seem to drop against Toyota when they started going on the mediums, didn't it? That was the point in the race, I think, where they lost the speed from that car.
Mustang on the way out, as is the number 92 car, as they came in from the lead. That lead has gone back now to the 87 Lexus, which has been dominant this evening. 7 Toyota in the hands of Nick de Vries on his outlap. We wait now for the next part of this cycle, which will be...
Well...
which will be when we see the safety car scrambled.
And who the race leader is when it comes out. Because, of course, almost everybody will have stopped by that stage. There, Ryan Hardwick wondering what on earth is going to go on here, as everybody is. 45 minutes and less remaining in the season. And still, everything up for grabs. Unless there are major disasters, Ferrari should be the world champions. The 51 team should win the title. 92 and Manthey first form should be drivers and teams champions in LMGT3, but this is sports car racing. We've just seen a bizarre incident for which there was no responsibility, possibly could have changed the face of the race entirely. It doesn't look like it did, because none of our front runners were particularly inconvenienced. The energy graphic there shows that everybody should get to the end. 99 Porsche may be a bit thin. In the World Championship, Ferrari still with that handy lead over Toyota.
Toyota look picking up potentially 66 points tonight to get themselves into second. This time last year, there was a run from Toyota. The end of the season that saw them snatch the manufacturer's title from the grasp of Porsche. They're out of reach this time, but they've given it the best shot they possibly could, Martin.
With the point for pole and points and a half, the maximum possible point score this weekend was 67. Toyota have already banked the point for pole, so they could come out of this. The last race of a season that has been
on standby.
their worst, with a perfect score.
That's safety car deployed. Safety car deployed. Car 7, slow down. Car 7, slow down.
We've got double yellows at turn 11, understandably, that's where the BMW is, and at turn 8. Not quite sure why at turn 8. Doesn't seem to be anything stationary there. So safety car waiting to roll once more, and it will pick up our race leader Nick de Vries, Toyota number 7.
And that's why he was told to slow down, because they wanted to create that gap and that moment so the safety car could come out in front of the actual race leader. Yep. So you can save yourself time from any pass arounds.
Pass-arounds will be in LMGT3, starting with the McLaren, which is not the class leader, and so it will get the wave by pass-around. Into the final 40 minutes, Toyota. To 1-2, that's how they started the Babco Energy's 8 hours of Bahrain at 2 o'clock local time. And Mike Conway taking the lead. His teammate alongside being threatened by the Peugeot of Loic Duval, trying to squeeze between the two black cars, but it was Toyota 1-2 out of turn 1. Big moment for the number 6 Porsche. Perhaps an indication of how their weekend was to go. And the number 60 Mercedes didn't start well, should have been alongside the pole-sitting Lexus, crossing the line, definitely was not, but squeezed ahead of its teammate into second place at the start. Manthey First Form Porsche coming from penultimate spot on the grid. Aston Martin producing one of the performances of their season in the World Endurance Championship with plenty of pace. Looping spin towards the end of the second stint for Paul di Resta's Peugeot, as he dropped from third place down to sixth before he recovered his composure. Peugeot had a good race car here. Early bath for the 78 Lexus. That went into the garage and would not return. Meanwhile, 92 Manthey First Form Porsche moving up the order convincingly and into the evening light. Trouble for the 54 Porsche. Thomas Floor having contact from Jenson Button as Button was in a battle for position, and Floor, the crash in the barriers, bringing out the virtual safety car and the safety car, the first interruption of the race. Aston Martin working their way back up the order, but then a drive-through penalty, dropping the number 009 car back down the order. Toyota's working their way back up into the lead. And a penalty for the number 8 car. Putting them back down the order as well. Peugeot are being quick. Jakobsen putting up a stellar performance in his car, defending positions against all and sundry. 94 and the 93 cars both looking like a very competitive machine here. Ria Hirakawa making advantage of fresher tyres on the Toyota and going back the Peugeot, going back past the Peugeot to move up the order. It wasn't quite so easy for those behind, but James Collado saw an opportunity. He too moved by Jakobsen as the Dane tried to cling on in car number 94. Great racing from both Peugeots, and the second safety car now as a result of suspension failure for the number 15 BMW. Toyota number 7, our leader. Behind safety car with some 39 minutes on the clock. Toyota Gazoo Racing 1-2, how they started and in the same order. And then Ferrari's 3rd, 4th and 5th. Aston Martin in 6th, ahead of the better of the 2 Cadillacs in 7th. The best BMW is in 8th, the best Peugeot 9th, and the best Alpine rounds out the top 10. It's not been a good final race in the championship for Porsche Penske Motorsport. A Kodis ASP Lexus leading by 6 seconds over Manthey First Form Porsche, with the Harter Racing Aston in a podium position in 3rd, and the number 61 Iron Lynx Mercedes ahead of the TF Sport Corvette, and the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari rounding out the top half dozen in LMGT3. The number 15 BMW, the first hypercar retirement. 54 Ferrari and the 78 Lexus have retired from LMGT3.
Just looking at the order behind this safety car, and it is good news for the race leading number 7 car, because what we've got is they do, I believe, lead the queue, but behind them are a number of lapped hypercars before we get to the second place number 8 car, which is listed as being 18 seconds back, okay, at safety car speeds. Just trying to pick out just exactly how many of those cars there are.
Start the pass around. Start the pass around.
Pass around will not help those cars because their leader is ahead of them, as you can see. There's the 7, so we can pick out the 8 in the order. There is BMW, Peugeot, Alpine.
Pass around is
That's it.
Pass
Yeah.
around is concluded.
Just
Pass
a single
around
McLaren.
is concluded.
Because the Lexus, the first LMGT3 car in the queue, third back from the safety car, is the class leader. It was only the McLaren that was eligible for pass around. So he will beetle round an entire lap to catch up the back of the queue.
It's 10 hypercars between the leader and the second place car in that queue. I don't remember ever seeing that before.
So the big question is, behind the number 8 Toyota, how close is a 51 Ferrari?
He's right there.
Exactly. So the number 8 Toyota does not benefit quite as much as they might have hoped. They're a long way behind the number 7 car in terms of geography, and they've got everybody else on the back bumper.
Yeah. The other point, by the way, is that not far behind the 51 is the 83. Now, that's not necessarily going to help the 83. They need more points than that to get stuck in at the end of this season, but big but.
But if they're behind the 51 and the 8, then they could move up 2 places.
Would also add, by the way, that right behind the 83 is the 50.
In theory, the 50 car doesn't have to pass 83 to score 4th place points, because the 83 is invisible from the Manufacturers' Championship. In practice, they might want to help their teammates in the 51 in the drivers' title race.
It's going to be some restart, isn't it? We've got 36 minutes to go. It was a recovery rather than a repair, remember. But there's something else going on at turn 8, which we think was maybe debris. Listen to the car 7.
Okay, Nick, and the situation is that we have enough energy and enough fuel to even go flat out after safety car restart. So energy cuts are really down to you, what you prefer in terms of tire management and consistency.
So that's 3 bits of good news for the number 7 car.
4 bits of good news, because their tyres are younger than anyone else's as well.
There you go. So they're at the front of the queue. There is going to be nobody ahead of them. He's got younger tyres, and he's got no limit on the energy he's allowed to use for the next, well, it won't be 35 minutes, but that's, well, I'm not saying game over for Toyota, but it's one mighty advantage for the number 7.
Yeah, I mean, it's theirs to lose now, really. I mean, it always was, wasn't it, even before the safety car. But the interesting fight is this car here. I don't know how much of a fight it will be with the car in front of them. Car number 8, I don't know how much risk that car 51 really needs to take in racing car 8, but they're on a much more similar kind of playing field in terms of tyre age at play here, so that would be a one to watch.
In LMGT3, by the way, our 3 championship contenders sit second. Ricard Leitz at the number 92 Porsche, the 21 Ferrari is in 6th, and the 81 Corvette is in 12th.
Getting ready to come back from our safety car. We're still waiting for the only car that got the pass around, the 95 McLaren, to catch the tail of the queue, and potentially a little bit of clear up at turn 8. Double yellows have been withdrawn, so we're just waiting for the and again It's about the championship. Nice to finish on the podium, much nicer to be given the World Championship. The championship trophy in tomorrow's awards dinner. And it is, and again, 30 minutes from the end of the race, not 3 hours. There is no time to recover if there's a problem now.
Car 33, reprimand instant at turn 9 at 2052. That was not the gesture, that was the contact.
I think he got turned in on as well in turn 9. I think he had the right to put his nose in there, but yeah, I'm glad I'm not a driver, Stuart.
So 2 Ferraris battling here for position. 50 putting the 83 under pressure. Robert Kubica will be unamused and unconcerned, is my guess about that.
Well, he'll be disappointed that any chance of having a real run at this was taken away with half an hour to go, because the virtual safety car has wiped out any kind of imbalance there might have been. Georgie Gauzu Racing, fastest race lap for Nick de Vries. First lap away from the safety car.
Well, clear lap, no restriction on the power he can use within the regulations, and good tyres on the car, and that's what you've got at this stage of the race. And that gap, by the way, after that first flying lap, 21 seconds.
We're going to go full course yellow. There is debris on the grid on the left-hand side as the drivers see it. So we will go full course yellow in a moment.
Saw one of the Astons going wide as well on Valkyries in turn 1.
We will go under full course yellow in less than 15 seconds. Full course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course.
Rather than spread around the circuit.
Is that the second piece of debris?
No, that's the bit that we saw initially. Some poor marshal having to run a long way to go and get it.
255 days since we started free practice one at Qatar. And yes, we've had the 2 seasons, the Super season and the COVID-affected lengthened season, but within a single year, the longest season in WC history since 2012 when we got running at Sebring. It's been quite a journey. 100 races up at Fuji.
This has unfortunately kind of taken the sting or the battle out of the race. Back under caution again. So Nick de Vries will get another
20
opportunity
seconds.
to go off and set more fast laps.
We will remove full course yellow in less than 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
So Nick Nielsen moves fast in the red Ferrari, but Robert Kubica was equal to that. Put the Mercedes between the two of them. Now, unlike behind a safety car, from full course yellow you can pass the moment the countdown ends. So you can pass anywhere around the circuit, but Kubica opened up a little margin. There, Anthony, over the chasing red Ferrari.
You can play a few games as well with when you push the full course yellow button to end, when you come to the end of one. You can anticipate, you've got your engineer obviously talking in your ear, so it's never exactly the same moment they all press the button. You try and take it as, anticipate it as best you can, so maybe that's why you see a bit of ebb and flow between different cars with when they push that button. Both when you decelerate and accelerate.
We're getting to the sort of stage of the race where we're in the last half hour, like at Le Mans, and the 51 crew, the 50 crew, the 83. All know about this. In LMGT3, this is the battle for the podium. The 61 Mercedes behind the Marta Racing Aston Martin, Mattia Drudi in second, Maxime Martin in third.
Yeah, this is the battle for second, and that was the sister car from Hypercar, not helping. Mattia Drudi at all. It's allowed Maxime Martin to get alongside. Looked like the Aston Martin got the better run off the corner, but here comes Maxime Martin to the inside, then the outside. This is well alight for second place, and what would be by far the best finish of the Mercedes MG season.
And what's also happened is that the Acodis Lexus is no longer 20, 30, 40 seconds up the road. It's 6 seconds up the road.
And with two fired up pros behind him. So Jose Maria Lopez has got to be fault free here.
He is a fired up pro as well. Lexus looking to win this one to round out their season on a real high. 007 Aston Martin under investigation for their pit stop just as the virtual safety car was scrambled. They're down in 15th anyway.
Martin eyes forward, look at the screen for what's coming next. He needs to take account of in terms of fast-moving traffic, but the only thing he cares about now is that Aston Martin ahead. Maxime of course, previously Aston Martin factory driver.
It looks like at the moment that Drudi and the Aston Martins got it covered in terms of pace. I think he's gapping him, isn't he? So I'm not sure there's much that Martin can do.
Behind is the turquoise Porsche, the 92 first four Manto Porsche, and now right behind it is the 33 TF Sport Corvette. Danny Honkadeo, I'm sure, will come knocking for Richard Leeds. What are we seeing here? Top of the screen, hypercar battle. That's where the debris came from.
The two Porsches.
The two Porsches.
It was Porsche on Porsche.
So we've seen this already before today, haven't we? When one goes to the right-hand side and the one in front immediately anticipates it and goes right as well at the same time. It was, yeah. Well, he braked because he couldn't overtake the GT in front.
Yeah.
Because it was going back to green.
Yeah, that was not brake testing his teammate, and that was not an error by Estra. That was just unfortunate.
So 83, yeah, he doesn't have the tyres compared to the car behind. So yeah, he's on a They put on 3 old hard tyres on Robert Kubica's car in that last pit stop. I'm not sure it's the best tyre to be on at this stage with the temperatures as they are.
Maybe they're better than the options they had left in mediums. And again, the factory Ferraris also put hard tyres on, because again, that's probably what the best tyre they had left. Here comes the 50 car, Nick Nielsen. He's going to have a tough job getting by Robert Kubica as always. Kubica fights it under braking, and then leaves the door open, opens the steering a little, and Nielsen comes through.
Yeah, with Nielsen,
not done.
It's not done yet, but in Nielsen's previous pit stops, the last one, they've got 2 right new tyres on their mediums, so he'll hang on to this.
It's not the race the 83 crew needed. They needed to be ahead of 51 and comfortably ahead of 51, and they barely ever have been other than through the pit stop cycles. They haven't quite been where they needed to be. Number 12 caddy are the lights behind Robert Kubica.
Will Stevens, but a slow restart from that full course yellow. Just seemed to check up behind one of the GT cars, but he's gathered himself back together and is now battling away for what would be 5th place.
So already the 51 Ferrari in 3rd. We ride with Alessandro Pierguidi, just following the number 8 Toyota. So right now, with 21 minutes to go, another Toyota 1-2 is looking likely here.
Yeah, this Ferrari programme got going quickly, didn't it, after that stumble that Anthony was describing earlier.
$53 days ago, and he's not going to be able to repeat that here. Ryan Hardwick, Manthey first form driver of the day, awarded by you, the fans, so he'll be very happy with that. He's going to end up with the championship title unless something horribly drastic happens in the final 18 minutes, but I think that's well deserved. He did an epic triple stint at the beginning of the race, coming from 17th on the grid to hand the car over and sniffing for a podium. The debris flying up in the air there from somebody.
But he did it in control way, didn't he? It's up the inside, Danny Cadella of the number 60 AMG.
Now that's not for position, it's the 61 Mercedes that's ahead. This car is a lap down, so he'll be getting blue flags.
But to complete the thought about Ryan Hardwick, he did what he had to do. He took the opportunities when they were there with very, very limited risk. This time up the inside, he's going to complete that move now. Danny Cadella wants to get onto terms for the 21 car for 5th place, so it's Cadella now on Alessio Rivera.
And after the wretched season he had last year, in the, at that stage, not performing Mustang, you could easily have imagined he would have walked away and gone back to racing in the States. He didn't. He came back, different team, different program, and boy, big difference in the result.
And by the way, we'll do a little bit of both next year. That's
Ricardo Pera with everything crossed. I don't suppose it's just his fingers. Car's in comfortable, nurturing hands of Richie Leeds.
Yeah, you could possibly hand it to anyone more trustworthy, could you, at this stage in the race?
Not in terms of Porsche race is absolutely right. And don't forget that these guys won Le Mans this year in LMGT3 as well. And that's just massive. For an American enthusiast like Ryan Hardwick, it's massive. He persuaded his sponsors first form to come back, promised them better things. I think they're going to listen to him when he asks next year, because boy, they've delivered.
Well, Ricard leads second in the championship last year, winning Le Mans with the Monza EMA car from last season, and will get to the top step of the podium. Means him, by the way, will have taken LMGT3 and GTE Pro championships. Here is the live Drivers' Championship.
Now, that the defending champions, Kevin Est and Lawrence Vantor, are currently third in the points, even though they are not scoring at the moment.
Okay. What a result. Here tonight for Tota before we get into championship standings, coming back from what's been a wretched season for them to have the perfect weekend as things stand at the moment. 15 minutes to go,
and they've played it really well. They've used the tyres and the strategy.
Okay, Ale, we are thinking about letting the Aston Martin by. We are thinking about letting the Aston Martin by.
007.
Yeah, 007. That's a lapped car.
They're looking for zero risk, aren't they?
Has he actually done that already? Because it's not behind him.
He has. Yeah, there's the Aston.
No, he has. It's gone by already, so he has already done that. John Elkann there in the cap and sweatshirt. So, how many other chairmen of Ferrari have come and gone since 1972? And he's the one who's in office when another world championship in sports car racing may be coming their way.
Well, Martin, you've been to Maranello recently, so have I. You know, just how seriously and with what pride they view these campaigns. This is going to be another banner day, literally, for the factory.
This is the big one. Winning Le Mans on their return, huge. Winning Le Mans a second time, huge. Winning Le Mans a third time with a third different team and car, huge. World Championship. Well, Robert Kubica, Le Mans winner, World Cup winner as well with the 83 team and his teammates. And he's got Will Stevens still closing in behind him, inside 14 minutes of the season to go.
Both got reasonably quick cars underneath them, both with issues they need to manage. Tyres certainly for Robert Kubica.
Melzer Jakobsen there in car number 94 on the attack with René Rast in front of him.
Jakobsen's been flying since we went back to green. What looked like it could be a shot at the podium for Peugeot faded in the middle part of this race, but performance coming back now.
And he's got the tyres under him as well to do it. Tries even to drive around the outside of the BMW around turn 8.
Hugely talented drivers from two different generations really here. Melzer Jakobsen, very much part of the future of sports car racing.
So he showed us a real excellent defensive driving tactic, didn't he, earlier on? Let's see how he gets on in terms of the attacking mode that he's in now.
Closing again.
So for him, you'd have to say, knowing what we know about his car, it's got to be the straight line down towards turn 1. So he's got to line himself up through these kind of corners, fight that turbulent air that he finds himself in, uses that GT traffic through turn 13 so effectively right now. It's playing into his hands. If he can get past his GT as well, which he will before turn 14.
And we also have a massive lead battle in LMGT3. They are within a second of each other, the 27 Aston Martin and Jose Maria Lopez. There they are. That is the lead battle. The 20-30 second cushion that the Lexus has had for half the race evaporated. It's Mattia Drudi in the Aston Martin or Lopez in the Lexus. Both looking for a first win this season.
Well, I think the way that Drudi just pulled away
and Ryan Hardwick's car right in front, the potential champions in LMGT3. Richie Leeds trying to keep his nose clean.
My goodness, that was a heart-stopping moment for his team, who were already crossing their fingers when he was in free air.
This is the battle for 9th place between 3 cars, both the Peugeots. That was a hot.
Crikey.
All too close for comfort, isn't it?
Crikey.
All too close for comfort, isn't it, for Ricky Leeds in car number 92? And oh my god, look at that. I mean,
nearly a second quicker on the last lap than the 2 in front.
Well, I think the Aston has proven it's the fastest guy, stuck behind the Lexus now, because he did successfully drive away from the Mercedes at one point, and that's not going to help him. That's what it means.
Yes.
And it's not over yet. Still 7-8 minutes to go. Right, that's given Jose Maria Lopez a little bit of respite here, because the number 27 car has now got some. He's got Trudy's got Martin behind him.
There's contact there between the Peugeot and the AMG.
And again, Mikkel Jensen and the Peugeot LMGT3 contact. There's Malte Jakobsen holds up the AMG. And Lopez driving out of his skin. I'll correct myself. The Lexus has won this year. 27 and 61 have not. 27, a previous race winner last year. Mercedes has not won. Ferrari, Toyota, Porsche. So Ferrari still 7 minutes and change away from World Championship glory.
It was always going to be about whether Porsche could have the day of days, and it's not happened here tonight. It was always Ferrari coming into this with their dander up. Cadillac needed an absolute miracle. It didn't happen for them either.
Yeah, unfortunately for Porsche Penske Motorsport, going out with a whimper, not a bang.
Andrea Bertolini there to the left-hand side, retiring from driving duties earlier this year. What an ambassador he's been for that brand over decades.
There are the championship standings. Alexander Pierre Grady, James Collado, and Antonio Giovinazzi leading the standings. Robert Kubica, Yeye Phil Hansen in second. And it's saying Kevin Esch and Lawrence Vantor in third, despite the fact that they're not scoring points in this race. I think somehow that is reflecting manufacturers' results, whereas the 83 crew don't count for manufacturers, they do count in the Hypercar Drivers' Championship. The battle for the lead in LMGT3. Inside the final 6 minutes.
And it's traffic that's helping him. It's not his pace, it's traffic that is preventing the Aston Martin from getting to the back of this car. If I'm right, by the way, and I'm not doing the hard sums on air, it's too exciting here. I think Porsche and Penske Motorsports number 6 crew get to third place on countback.
Which means 83
is the 50.
Still have a place, it's the 50. So does 50 get to pass 51? I don't think they're going to be close enough. On board with the 50 car, looking to try and finish in third place in the championship. That's 51 just in front of us. So this is the LMGT3 battle, and potentially a switcheroo in the standings to give Ferrari a 1-2-3 in the driver's title race, and the Aston Martin just hanging on from the Mercedes.
That's for second place in LMGT3. It's been this traffic, this gaggle of hypercars that has saved Jose Lopez to this point, but we've still got 5 minutes to go. They're side by side behind.
Oh my goodness.
I think the AMG, he's got it on the inside of turn 11, and the traffic has been so unkind to Drudy here. Look, this is the fight through turn 12. He's lost the position.
Yeah, Maxime Martin gets his nose in front, but was that the salvation that Jose Maria Lopez needed from 0.6? Of a second ahead to 2.6 seconds in front.
Absolutely was. And the fact that these two are fighting still is even better for Jose Maria Lopez.
The good news is that together they will be quicker down the straight than Lopez on his own, but
this is how the move happened. In the slipstream. Oh, just about stayed on track and had the inside line into turn 11. Job done. Nice move. Very well calculated.
See him fighting the rear of the car, Anthony. It's still not over.
No, it won't be, because the fastest car out of this trio is the car we're seeing on screen right now, car 27. It lost position, not through the fact he wasn't fast enough, just through traffic.
Top three, 2.6 seconds separates them. Most of that 2.6 seconds is the gap first to second, 50 and 51, that they hold station. Do they swap places? If they swap places, it's a Ferrari 1-2-3 in the Drivers' Championship.
They are on the radio organising that. And if it was Toyota in the same position, you know they would do it. To guarantee a 1-2 in the title race, you know they would do it. And I think Ferrari, emotionally, of course, the 51 crew would love to be on the Ferrari, on the podium, but it's about the team, it's about the brand.
No one's relaxing yet. It's 3 minutes to go. What a day for Toto Gazoo Racing. Pretty much nowhere in terms of podium positions. Absolutely nowhere in terms of podium positions. It's a 19-second lead.
That will be the moment that both sets of garages erupt. Toyota, because after what was their worst season on record in hypercar, have come out with a perfect points tally, a front row lockout and the top 2 positions in the race. But for Ferrari, something Toyota have experienced a number of times, including last year, the World Championship for sports cars, and the FIA World Endurance Championship is going to be the big one for them. Since 1972, the team from Maranello have been chasing glory, not consistently. They won 3 consecutive Le Mans 24-hour races. Each of the 3 crews in this race has won at Le Mans. Each of these 3 teams have won at Le Mans. They've won the World Cup with the 83 car, the Privateers category, and they are going to have a 1-2-3 in the driver's title as well. But for Toyota, this is a massive redemption. Nick de Vries, the man who brings it across the line, fastest race lap. Who would have thought Toyota had that? Strategy, yes. Racecraft, yes. Experience, yes. Their 11th consecutive, their 11th total win here, their 9th consecutive win. Toyota 1-2, and here is the 50 Ferrari to complete the podium and to complete the triumvirate. They will end up 3rd in the Drivers' Championship. The 51 Ferrari takes the championship title. James Collado, Alessandro Pierguidi have won before in GTE Pro. But for Antonio Giovinazzi, a first World Championship title, and finally they can breathe in LMGT3. The gap has come right back down again. Jose Maria Lopez being chased by Maxi Martin in the Iron Lynx Mercedes. He too on the final lap. And he has got space, but not much. Another lap, it might have been different, but it is victory for the 87 Lexus. They win the race. And the Iron Lynx Mercedes, their best result of the season, in 2nd place. Heart of Racing's Aston Martin completes the podium. The title goes to Manthey First Form for the teams, and to the drivers' title as well. Ryan Hardwick, Ricardo Pera, and Richard Leeds, who brings it across the line. They are the LMGT3 champions.
That's what it means to them. Talismanic stuff from Richard Leeds again. Always there when required, whatever the job he's given. And it is Yannick Dalmas, 4 times Le Mans winner, friend of the show. And what a massive part he's had to play in the success story that's been the FI World Endurance Championship since 2012. He will depart with all of our respect.
So, Ferrari, the 4th manufacturer's champion in hypercar, and the first new champions since Porsche took the title back in 2015.
Yeah, it's been a story of total dominance. No longer.
Guys, come on! You made a great job all the season. You are the champions of the world. Great, guys.
An emotional Antonella Coletta, I think, on the radio there.
Let's ask the person that knows. What does that feel like, Ant Davidson?
Oh, by far, it was the fondest memory of my racing career, to be in that position, a world champion. And, you know, you can see that Antonio Giovinazzi's reached the heights of Formula One. I can tell you, this is his biggest achievement in racing. That's how much it means.
Yep. James Collado and Alessandro Pierguidi, now 4-time world champions, 3 times in GTE Pro, and now matching Sebastian Buemi, a 4th world championship title with the same manufacturer.
Competition that all of the Ferrari drivers have faced this year, because it hasn't just been another car you've had to beat, it's been 2 cars of the same quality of driver, same speed, of course, of the equipment. So it means even more for the drivers that won that world championship this year.
And the 83 car, they have not been just the kind of backup. They have been in there swinging every race. They won Le Mans, and they were desperate to win the title here for the drivers as well. But Ferrari have the top 3 driving crews in the championship.
That's the picture that Toto will like from tonight, without a doubt. And a word here, by the way, we'll see him later on the podium. See him later. Robert Kubica. What a contribution he's made to this World Championship.
Well, Ferrari, the manufacturers, world champions. And this is a stat that you're going to enjoy. In all of sports car racing World Championship history, Alessandro Pierguidi and Antonio Giovinazzi are the first Italian overall world champions.
Wow.
So all the drivers who previously won for Ferrari have been the likes of Jackie Ickx and Mario Andretti and a whole host of non-Italians. But Sebastian Buemi, yeah.
That was a nice touch, actually, from Buemi going over to shake the hands of Nick de Vries. He knows the job that de Vries did today. All of the Car 7 crew did a great job, but Nick de Vries, for me, really stood out. He was phenomenally quick, devastatingly quick, and Ferrari had no answer to him.
Yeah.
And Nick Dalmas there recognises the young Dutchman. That was, you're absolutely right, standout performance from Nick de Vries today. We saw it from Seb Buemi last year. James Collado with baby Collado.
James just re-signing with the team very recently, and I'm sure they are now pleased to have secured his autograph. There's John Elkann, the chairman of Ferrari.
And they've gone about this programme, gentlemen, in absolutely the right way in every regard. They've found what they've needed to put together in terms of this car, its technological package, the team, the drivers around them, and understanding what it is to work with a set of rules and regulations to achieve this. There's the prancing horse being shown on the hospitality building just inside turn 1 here.
They've been professional, they've raced clean, they've raced hard, they have been friendly and welcoming. They have been everything you want in a race team in this paddock. They have absolutely been part of the spirit of the World Endurance Championship, and they have their first drivers' champions as well. Alessandro Pierguidi, Antonio Giovinazzi and James Collado. They have the top 3 in the drivers' standings, and they have victory in the World Championship for Ferrari. The Scuderia triumphs for the first time since 1972.
Obviously, for us, it's big news. For Brits watching this, no matter where you are in the world, it's massive news. Ferrari winning a world championship, no matter what category it is. But in Italy, this will be off the scale tomorrow.
Absolutely right.
Particularly on Monday. On Monday morning, it'll be off the scale celebrations.
The passion that a singular brand attracts in Ferrari is astonishing.
A season of disappointment for Toyota ended with qualifying for Bahrain as they locked out the front row of the grid. and they continued into the opening stages, running 1-2 at the front of the field despite the attentions of the second fastest qualifying cars from Peugeot. Everybody had hopes of winning races and titles. The AMG Mercedes number 60 on the front row of the grid, not making a great start, but just about hanging on in second behind the pole-sitting Lexus, ahead of the sister 61 car. And from the tail of the field, Manthey first form, knowing they had work to do to take the title. Aston Martin at the end of their debut season producing real pace and some spectacular racing. Spectacle 2 from Paul di Resta, looping out of third place in his Peugeot towards the end of the second stint of the race. Trouble for Lexus, the 78 car in the garage early and out of the race. And for Manthey first form, Ryan Hardwick putting in a stellar triple stint at the beginning of the race to put himself in contention to keep that championship lead. But with so much going on in 8 hours, eventually contact was inevitable. This time the unfortunate Thomas Floor being clipped by the Cadillac of Jenson Button, first safety car of the race. Getting back into the green flag action, into the dusk, and the Aston Martins again proving their worth in terms of pace. A penalty for the 009, dropping them down the order as Toyota fought their way back into the lead, taking it away from Peugeot. But a penalty for the number 8 car looked like it might rule them out of action. Night time bringing more drama. 94 Malte Jakobsen, one of the stars of the race for Peugeot, fighting a rearguard action as all comers came at him with fresher tyres. Eventually he would succumb, but it was a long, drawn-out task for everybody to try and get by the Peugeot driving Dane. Nothing came easy when it was about passing Jakobsen. In the end, the one who made it look straightforward, Ferrari's James Calado, arrived and drove by, and by that stage, Jakobsen's tyres were beyond the pale. A great fighting race coming to an end for the number 15 BMW, second safety car in the final hour, resetting the field. And into the dying stages, LMGT3 tussle for the lead was a three-way battle off a late restart from a virtual safety car, a full course yellow. But in the end, it was a Codis ASP who pulled away from Iron Lynx and Harter Racing. Third place or fourth place didn't matter for Richie Leitz. They would take the honours for Manthey. It was victory for the second time this season for Lexus in LMGT3. For the first time this year for Toyota. They do not go winless into the winter with a 1-2 result and a front row lockout, restoring their place as the benchmark team as they claim their 11th win in Bahrain. But Ferrari take the manufacturers and the top 3 in the drivers' title race. Well, epic stuff from Bahrain, as so often it has been. And this time, no last lap pass for Alessandro Pierguidi to take the title, as has happened before in LMGT3. And Ferrari's drivers taking the top 3 steps. The 51 crew, the drivers' champions, the 50 crew in third place, and the 83 crew and their yellow submarine, the runners-up in the drivers' championship race.
Something very different for the FI World Endurance Championship finale. We're going to see as part of these post-race celebrations for Ferdinando Canizzo, the technical head there of Ferrari, and it is a team game, always has been, always will be, and the entire team is going to get to celebrate this for a brand new podium setup. Amato Ferrari there celebrating with Alessandro Pierguidi and James Calado, who've been with AF Corsa and Ferrari for many a year, but never a better triumph than this. And that is a picture-perfect finish for the Manufacturers' Championship claimed tonight by Ferrari AF Corsa.
The 83 car doesn't score manufacturers' points as a privateer entry, so it has been 50 and 51 that have made it happen for the Scuderia. And it is their team that will be on the podium. Drivers, cars, and every man jack of them, men and women in scarlet. You can see them all coming in from the garage. John Elkann in the centre there.
I said it before, didn't we, Martin?
Organised chaos.
Elite sport is hard. It's very, very hard. And every man and woman on that podium has played a part in what has been a banner year for one of the most famous brands of any sort on the planet.
Yeah, superb stuff. And again, just orchestrating the final few laps. The 50 car coming ahead of 51. It's all they needed to do to guarantee that all three Ferrari teams would finish in the top three of the drivers' standings, denying last year's champions Kevin Est and Lawrence Vantor a chance to finish at least in the top three of the title race. Their chances of defending that championship title faded a little. And Anthony, from Ferrari's viewpoint, they've won the title, they've won the top three in the drivers. The hardest thing now is going to be coming back and repeating it next year.
I thought you were going to say waking up tomorrow morning.
Now they make say that until after the gala on Sunday, but to win is one thing. To do what Toyota have done, to do what Audi did, to do what Porsche have done,
yeah, exactly.
To keep winning.
You're the ones with the target on the back, and to stay in this position is incredibly hard.
Well, they work unbelievably hard. This crew, based at the Fiorano test track, that's the heart of their endurance racing operation, just outside the town of Maranello itself. But there are your world champions, Ferrari.
John Elkann there in the centre, but Antonello Coletta and his very close-knit team will be correctly very proud of this, as will Amato Ferrari and his team.
It's a real combination here of different skill sets and different groups coming together. They are isolated, deliberately so, from the whole world of F1 and Ferrari road car production. Their base is in Maranello, but it's at the Fiorano test track. So they have their own little world, and they're able to focus just on what they do. And boy, hasn't it made a difference. 3 consecutive Le Mans wins, now World Championship.
That trophy will hold a very proud place wherever it lands in the Ferrari universe. But I can tell you right now, we'll be going to the factory first.
Well, I imagine that there might be some kind of celebration on the streets of Maranello as well in the next few weeks. I'm sure that there have been tentative plans made. There are your driver crews. And it is astonishing to think, isn't it, in all the history of sports car world championships, that Ferrari have been involved in so many. Never before have Italian drivers been the overall world champions. And that is another box ticked. For Alessandro Pierguidi, a 4th world championship title along with James Collado. And Antonio Giovinazzi a first, and if it's the last, then there's something very unfair going on in the future.
There's something quite infectious about watching the Italians celebrate, isn't it?
And I mean, this is sport, you know, the heartbreak and everything that goes with it, the sweat, the toil, the endless hours that you don't see. I mean, you know, we've seen 62 hours of racing alone this season, but it's the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours that everybody else has put in behind the scenes that make this 10 minutes. The jubilation overflow that it is.
That trophy is going to go through the hands of every single person. Might be a while before we get to the podium here. Marvellous stuff.
And it's not just the people here directly at the racetrack. They're the one that kind of, all the eyes, the spotlights are on them. But the hundreds of people back at base in the Maranello factory doing their thing to deliver these 2 cars.
James, amazing. What is the feeling inside, world champion?
It's emotional. You know, the first thing I did was look at my kids, even before the race finished, and I was almost in tears. They're here with me, my family, they hardly ever come, so it's amazing to get the victory, world champion for the 4th time. And of course the first time in the top class, so what an achievement.
Congratulations, mate.
Well, I'm glad it's not just me, James. It's these emotional moments in sport that are what it is all about. I have this expression I heard somebody else use once: motor racing, come for the cars, stay for the people. And because like all sports, yeah, we've got machines instead of running shoes or javelins or whatever, but it's about people. It is, I mean, especially in this sport, it's a massive group of people working all to one goal.
It's the celebrations, it's the commiserations, it's the hellos for the new talent coming aboard, and it's the goodbyes. We've got plenty of those this year as well, but it's these moments. And Rick Ardley's one of the truly nice guys in sports car racing, and that's what it means to him.
Yeah. So the 52 first form Porsche, the LMGT3 champions.
Antonio, a lot of emotions, some tears back in the garage. How do you feel?
I feel good, really good. Really happy. Just a lot of emotion inside of myself. Yeah, it was just a long day, 8 hours. After the 24-hour Le Mans, I think this is one of the best days of my life for many reasons. So, yeah, just really proud of the team. You know, we won 2 titles, so yeah, what I can say, fantastic.
How do you rate this as the biggest achievement in your career so far?
Yes, for sure, world champion, it's something I always dream with Ferrari, so yeah, what I can say.
Congratulations.
Grazie.
Anthony Davidson, world champion in a Ferrari. There aren't many better phrases, are there?
Absolutely not, Martin. And the work that car crew have put in this year, over the years, this still relatively infant program at Ferrari, and who knows the level of success they can continue on achieving in the future. But here's another story as well. What great teamwork from all of this crew here in the Car 92 Porsche team. And they had the perfect driver at the wheel right at the end there, didn't they?
Yeah, Ryan Hardwick did the perfect job at the start that you expect that you hope for from your bronze driver. Staying in, saving tyres, moving up from the last row of the grid into a podium position. And Ricardo Pera and Richie Leitz just double teaming it all the way through. Fantastic achievement. And again, Manthey, won it last year with Pure Racing.
Unbeaten.
Won it this year.
Unbeaten in championship terms in LMGT3. Both wins this championship taken by them. And of course, including Richie Leitz's time with the team, ran the GTE Pro team before that. So they are one of the true greats in WEC GT racing history.
And the Manthey family operation has been very successful racing Porsches. For a number of years with the UPS factory team, they were Porsche's sole representative in endurance racing. Well, LMP3 champions, what a moment.
Boys, you did it. Look at that. This is a great t-shirt. LMGT3 champions of 2025 and driver of the race. Ryan, talk us through that race.
Man, it was unforgettable. I mean, to start from the very back row, I mean, everything was against us, but I never lost confidence. I always believed, and I believe in our team. I believe in these 2 great drivers that I have with me, and step by step, we just made our way up the field, and we never made any mistakes in the race. And so it was a great effort from the team, great effort from the drivers, and it was an honor to be, nominated by the fans for Driver of the Day today. I had a lot of fun in that opening triple stint.
Congratulations, all 3 of you. I know you have to go and do your podium. Congratulations. Enjoy it.
Oh, they will. They will. Of course, Richie Lee's done that a few times. But I don't think Anthony, and having never done it once, I don't suppose it loses its flavour, does it, winning?
No, not at all. It ends up, it's the reason you do it. In the beginning, you start this journey because it's fun. And then you carry it on because of the winning.
And that's fun.
And that becomes your fun. It's a new type of fun. It's a pressured fun. There's a lot of pain that goes with it because you lose a lot more than you win. But it's because of that makes the wins so special.
Talk about special wins. Here's Nick de Vries.
Nick, You didn't take the start, but you did the final. You crossed the checkered flag. What an amazing win today. Pole position, win, 1-2 for Toyota, and you clinch place out of Porsche for the championship, finishing second. Amazing day.
Yeah, certainly a very, very good way to finish off the season. I mean, it's been a challenging journey all the way through. We didn't really score any podiums or wins until now, but we finished it on a high and kind of took everything at the same time. It was a challenging race. I was very kind of annoyed with the first virtual safety car because obviously people around us managed to get a kind of free pit stop for new tires, and I was kind of hanging on all the tires at the time, but I think that was an important point, and obviously Mike and Kamui did a great job as well. So yeah, and to have car 8 joining us on the podium, which yeah, was very well executed to come back after that drive-through. So happy day.
A little word about Ferrari. They finished 1, 2, 3 in the championships, pretty strong for them. And also how much work for next year and the new evolution of the car.
Yeah, I mean, they did a great year. They were particularly dominant in the first half. They were kind of winning everything. So ultimately they deserve to win. So yeah, hats off to them, and congrats.
Thank you so much. Well done.
The Toyota team know what that's like, that kind of dominance, don't they? But, you know, they know they've got a development car coming next year. So Toyota, never down, never out. They will be back.
Yeah, this result, you said it earlier, Martin, an absolutely perfect weekend there, very rare indeed. Elevates Toyota from 4th before the race. Yes. To second at the flag.
People say the Germans have got no sense of humour. Yeah, I mean, just textbook Toyota, Anthony. Never give up, always working, always believe. And I was just thinking there, Nick de Vries, you know, he's not the young kid anymore. He's the real deal. He's absolutely polished performer. He was the standout in the number 7 car today.
From what he achieved in his earlier career and what he achieved particularly in LMP2, he always deserved to land a big drive in hypercar at the very top level, and that's where he finds himself today. And I tell you what, that drive he put in today was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, I saw it at the time. Maybe it didn't come across entirely because of, like he's mentioned, he was on older tyres at the stage, other cars around him where he was on screen a lot. But when you dive into the lap times post-race, you'll see just how incredible it was, the drive he put in today. So for me, that was, in terms of the hypercar drivers, he had the stints out of everyone there.
Star of the race.
Star of the race in hypercar.
Yeah. I have to say, I mean, that feeling came all the way through the race. You know, it wasn't a bad performance from Mike Conway or Kamui Kobayashi, but yeah, Nick de Vries really shone in that car. So our top 3 teams getting ready to head out onto the podium. Ferrari confirmed as the manufacturers' world champions. Manthey first form take the team's title and the driver's title, and the crew of 51 not on the podium in this race, taking the overall driver's crown. Alessandro Pierguidi, James Collado and Antonio Giovinazzi.
And it's funny, you remember different moments from your career, and obviously the wins are the standouts, they're the highlights, but it's only after retirement really that you reflect on it and you remember these kind of moments. You know, you remember celebrating with your team there, you remember the funny conversations you had with your teammates, and it was interesting that they all lifted that trophy together. Did you notice all 6 drivers lifted that trophy together? So it's very much a team game, this category of racing compared to Formula 1. And you're all in it together.
And I think especially maybe for Ferrari, because of that history, they're all racing to be racing drivers, but they're all racing for Ferrari to race for Ferrari, and that's a special thing.
One quick point here as well is about Toyota. Toyota with the new car coming next season, they get redemption at the end of this season, not look for it at the start of next season with the new car. This will be, I think, greater than the sum of its parts in terms of what we see from them next season.
Yeah, as competition spurs you on, and we all know how competitive they are.
And to go into the winter break with a perfect weekend. Front row lockout, 1-2 on the podium. You couldn't have expected more, even if they won every other race of the season.
So we're not going to see, remember, our World Championship drivers on this podium. It is the 50 crew with that switcheroo at the end, but we are going to see the 50 crew there, together with both of the Toyota crews. The brake crew now, they were the ones who triumphed last year. We hear Karen De Senta, Seb Buemi and Brendan Hartley, but we're going to welcome to the podium now Martin Haven, the race winners from tonight, and what a win.
I thought we were going to say we're going to welcome to the podium Martin Haven, Graham Goodwin, Nancy Davis.
That would be a surprise.
Bit of a shock from here.
It's going to be a bit of a run, yeah. We're not going to make it. So, Kamui Kobayashi, Nick De Vries and Mike Conway. Well, what a way to round out a season for this Toyota Gazoo racing team. I think I'd probably say every race weekend, never count them out. They always find some way of being more competitive in the race than you think they're going to be. And they did it here in qualifying. Free practice, you didn't go, oh, this is going to be another Toyota weekend. But it was.
And now, the national anthem of the main team from Japan.
Japanese anthem for our race-winning team, Toyota Gazoo Racing. Their 11th win here in Bahrain. And for the number 7 crew, this is now the 6th win for Toyota number 7. So it is more successful of the two. Have always raced here as 7 and 8 in the World Endurance Championship. They've never won with any other number.
Well, they raced here as 5 and 6 and 1 and 2.
Okay, in that case, they didn't win. They lost to Audi and Porsche, so only 7 and 8 have won here.
So, as you said earlier in the show, we have to go back to 2016 to find a different mark taking the overall win here, but this one was against the odds and against the form book.
It is clearly a car that is gentle on its tyres in any conditions. First winning here in 2013. Then 2014, second and third years of the championship. Porsche won in 2015, Audi in 2016, and until today, nobody else has won. Toyota have won since 2017. Mark Thomas, racing earlier in the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East, CEO of Babco Energy. Canadian businessman who runs the State Oil Company here and a massive petrol head. Not often that you get to race and present the trophies on the same day in 2 different categories, is it? But then when you run the sponsor, that tends to be the way it is. Nakajima doing flag and social media activities there from the pit wall. Well, congratulations to the top 3 crews. Again, Toyota, this fantastic record.
That sparkling rose water never smelt or tasted so good.
Well, it's been a long time coming this season for Toyota to be back where they will feel they belong, and they have been so often in the FI World Endurance Championship, the top step, and for that matter, the second step too. That's how they did it. 237 laps. The 7 Toyota takes the win by just under 20 seconds to the sister 8 car. The 50 Ferrari gets third place after that switch to guarantee a top 3 finish for all 3 Ferrari 499Ps.
Just one retirement, the number 15 BMW, with that suspension failure in the closing stages of the race. Let's hear from our race winners in LMG G3.
Well, there we have it. They took the top step here in Bahrain, and so well deserved. Car 87, my goodness me, guys, what a race that was. Pachito, let's start with you. Talk us through that stint.
I'm getting too old for these things sometimes. Yeah, it was, I'm basically so happy to this. Congrats to Clemens, Petro, they did an amazing job today. All the team, truly, it was really hard. Every time we knew we had to beat the gap, especially in the first stint. Our car on the second stint was really struggling in this track, and we knew the other ones were quicker. So, yeah, the safety car at the end didn't help much, so it reset the race, and I knew the speed the Aston had behind me was unbelievable. They told me 15 laps to go. I said, oh, it's going to be impossible, I thought. Then I left everything in the traffic, tried to win every second possible in any opportunity, risking it sometimes, but yeah, we made it. I mean, honestly, I'm so happy. I'm so happy for everyone. It's so nice to finish always the year in a high note. I think, we came through some difficult races, and to finish P3 in the championship at the end with 2 DNF and some difficult races at the beginning. Honestly, it's been a great year. So I hope we can, progress a little bit more and give even more fight next year.
Congratulations, so well deserved. Clemens, I feel like that was a roller coaster race for you.
It was horrible. The last 20 minutes, I think nobody was able to breathe in the box. And I think for us it was even worse than for him in the car, because we thought, okay, he's gaining a second every lap. But honestly, the team made the brilliant strategy. We were always on the right tires at the right time. We were more or less the whole race leading, and it was an amazing drive from those two.
Incredible, Petru, well done. You boys done it yet again.
Yes, my teammates and the team did an amazing job. And to be honest, I think it's a strong statement from all of us, because we don't have like the fastest car. We missed FP2 and still we didn't give up. We fought till the last moment, and Jose did a masterclass.
Boys, so well deserved. Enjoy your podium, guys.
Their second win of the season, and only their 4th points score of the year, but they take victory, and it was a tough slog for Jose Maria Lopez to just hang on ahead of the Iron Lynx Mercedes and the heart of racing Aston Martin.
For the best finish, by the way, for AMG, Mercedes-AMG, with that finish tonight. It could have been so different. There was the traffic that made a difference. Ian James, so close. Mattia Drudi at the end of that race as well. It'll be Aston Martin third with the heart of racing. It will be the Iron Lynx Mercedes-AMG in second place, and the Codis ASP's Lexus. Jose Maria Lopez, by the way, 15 overall wins in the FI World Endurance Championship, and now a second win this season in LMG T3. He's had quite the career in the World Championship.
First podium of the year for the heart of racing Aston Martin. Out come Martin Berry, Maxime Martin and Lynn Hedanius, the first out for the 61 Mercedes. Their first podium, their second points score. They were in 8th place last time out. The first podium for AMG Mercedes in LMG T3. Again, that is a car that has progressed through the season, getting stronger and stronger, same way that Lexus did towards the end of last year.
Previous best for the AMG, by the way, 8th.
Yeah.
This is some progress for them. This is a great way to launch whatever's going to happen next year for Mercedes-AMG, but no taking away from it. That was a great defensive drive and a great run to the flag from Jose Maria Lopez, and a great win from Codis ASP.
And now
Jerome Policorn, the team principal of the Codis ASP, correctly on the podium there, and it's both Toyota Group brands that have been the race this evening. LMGT3 with their premium Lexus brand, and Toyota Gazoo Racing, their sporting brand for the overall in hypercar.
Excellent stuff. And Jerome Policorn leading the singing from the podium. Harter Racing, Aston Martin taking third place here, their first podium finish of the season. Winners last year, the 27 Aston Martin, one in Texas, in James's adopted land.
Big smile on the face there, Martin Berry in the middle.
Yeah.
It's bronze with Maxime Martin, great run at the end from him, and then Hellenius fine on the right hand side is their silver.
Martin Berry super excited to go into this race. I'm sure he's pleased with the result. And there you are, your Lexus winning group, Petru Umbrorescu.
Martin Berry will be very pleased indeed. He's chosen to test tomorrow in the Lexus.
Get a sample of the opposition. Clement Schmidt on the right, Petru Umbrorescu in the centre, and Jose Maria Lopez on the left. And Maxime Martin might not have much ammunition, having gone a little early there with the bottle. A bit of a Lando Norris moment. Forgot. Oh yeah, we've got to do the anthem thing. Yeah. Oh, and the trophies. Yeah. Too busy with the fizzy.
Well, that's the racing done. Next, it's testing. Rookies tomorrow, and then next week behind closed doors, some new look cars for 2026. There. The points in the Hypercar World Endurance Drivers' Championship. It is a 1, 2, 3 for the Ferraris, but it's the privateer car, the 83 car, that finishes second. Alessandro Pierguidi, though, Antonio Giovinazzi and James Collado are your 2025 FIA World Endurance Hypercar World Champions.
Last year's champions, Kevin S, Lawrence Van Toor, finishing in fourth place with the number 12 Cadillac crew in fifth position. Alex Lynn, the qualifying king of the year, 3 pole positions for him and for the team. Ferrari with a total of 4 across 3 cars. It shows the pace of the team, it shows the pace of the car. We know that Jota and Cadillac will come back bigger and stronger next year.
Ferrari take the World Championship for manufacturers, and Toyota elevate themselves from 4th yesterday to 2nd at the flag here. What a performance, what an all-round team performance, dominant here tonight under the lights at the Bahrain International Circuit. There
are your LMGT3 champions, Ricardo Pera, Richie Leitz and Ryan Hardwick, with Alessio Rivera, Francois Heriot and Simon Mann runners-up in the 21 Ferrari, and the 87 Lexus moving up to 3rd in the standings as the 81 car dropped down the order. The Corvettes having a pretty tough weekend here. Manthey First Form winning the title ahead of Vista Air, of course, and again Codis ASP moving up into 3rd position in the standings. That's the difference a win makes when it's points and a half.
We said it all the way through this season though, Martin, and this LMGT3 class is maturing. It's going to be a bit of a different look next year with a single stint tyre. That'll be a different discipline for many of these drivers, but the racing has been superb this year.
Always has been, and I enjoy watching the multitude of drivers' experience levels in LMGT3. I can take it all in, and especially the start of the race when you got the bronze drivers in, as we saw today, it always creates so much action, and then it always boils down to the end of the race where the hardened pros get in behind the wheel, and it's just so cutthroat. They leave nothing on the table, and there's a lot to take in with the GT3 category. You look at the Car 83 crew there, winners of Le Mans, of course. They had their moment. GF8 jokes around. They had their moment this year, didn't they? Winning Le Mans, a fantastic effort from all of them. Had great speed throughout the year.
And the World Cup title, they're the top privateer team.
Oh, what a story. Who'd have had this down for runners-up in the World Drivers' Championship? I mean, Robert Kubica, one of the stars of the season for me. Ifeye, surely one of the future faces for Ferrari. And Phil Hansen, from the Brit Car Championship in 2016 to winning Le Mans in 2025. That's one hell of a journey.
Yeah, when you think just a few years ago, I was racing against him in LMP2, and he was a silver-rated driver.
Yeah.
So that's what you call a progression as a driver. And he didn't start go-karting at a young age either.
Nope.
So he didn't have that experience to fall back on. So yeah, he should be really proud of his achievements this year, and onwards and upwards for him.
And again, we've said this often, haven't we? The fact that trio will be disappointed with second in the World Championship says something about the progress from the whole effort. We wait and see exactly what happens for the 83.
And that is it. 62 hours of racing ending in Bahrain. So on behalf of everybody in the paddock, in the organisation, in the TV crew particularly, WCTV and everybody else involved with the championship, thank you for joining us on the journey. Don't forget, tickets for Le Mans and every other race are on sale. Full access comes out later this month with a Christmas special to follow. But until then, on behalf of the entire production team here, for Alex Le Gouy and for Bruce Joanny in the pit lane, for Anthony Davidson and Graham Goodwin, I'm Martin Hagan saying thank you so much for joining us. We look forward to 2026 with barely bated breath. We will see you in Qatar for the prologue and the first race of the championship. Until then, congratulations to Ferrari for their World Championship victory and to all our champions. That's it from us. Goodbye from them, and it's goodbye from us. Goodbye.
crashed, one of them, and then they were stuck behind the safety car, which was like a lap behind, because there was the crash, and there was the safety car, they were pitted. So they were all like a lap behind, but they were like top 3 for ages at one point, and they were in first